Howdy, YouTube. Same Omega time, same Omega channel here. This is the Lostbelt 5 Part 2 Olympus recap, for those of you keeping track at home. This is going to be another doozy of an episode, so I'm warning you now before it hits you like a fistful of lightning. Anyway, stay tuned to the end for a special message to our patrons. This has been your latest Demiurge update. See you on the flip. So, then it's time for free talk. Olympus first impressions, and what an impression it made on us, right into the ground. You needed me right to the floor.
Yeah.
This is your first stop spoiler warning. If you haven't started yet and you care, cease.
Assist.
You can pause the video and come back later.
To help people, keep track of where we are and stuff, we did write, I want to say somewhat meticulous notes. We didn't write necessarily full-on details, but we did write basically every one of our immediate thoughts and impressions we got from things.
Yeah, this is like the note-taking equivalent, though I did go back and revise some of my points and add stuff later. But for the most part, this is the note-taking equivalent of just stream of consciousness.
Yes.
The Lostbelt is a college lecture, and we are taking notes in the back. So, here we are. Starting at Section 1, Interstellar Mountainous City, Olympus. They showed parts of this on stream, though they edited it down a little bit.
Yeah. So, this basically just opens up almost, I forget, does it open up with, all the gods talking, and then we go to...
No, our first beat is somebody yells about the stars.
Ah, yes.
It happens a lot with these
It does.
sections. And then we smash cut to us gliding down, and we're like, oh, look, it's so shiny. And then we get signal.
Yeah. By the way, this is our first point. This one simply states, someone speaking in center-aligned text is more scary than one would think. Followed up with, Zeus gets twice the font size as a normal character.
Yeah, Zeus speaking in center-aligned text, double-spaced font, where he takes up the whole... You know how normally FGO is a two-line text bar? He takes up the whole bar. And it's just it's impressive. It does the thing you want, where you're just like, what the fuck is happening? He also has a great theme, heavy on the brass section and some deep strings.
Very final boss.
Just my name is Zeus. And you're just like, oh.
Shit!
Oh, shit, we're in the sky.
Lightning, very, very frightening.
Galileo
was just all that. It's just like, fuck that shit, I'm out.
Galileo Figaro. Magnifico. That's all you're going to get of Bohemian Rhapsody today. I don't have 6 minutes to do the whole thing. Then we realize we have a problem. We are in the sky. And we're basically like, Director, remind me again what Zeus is the god of? Sky. Sky. He's the sky guy. So yeah, he hucked some thunderbolts at us. Along came Zeus. He heard those thunderbolts. Blah, blah, blah. The memes. We gotta go down.
Oh boy, how did we go down?
We do learn an interesting fact about the storm border after we settle down in a nice nature park. I think it gets called the Frontier Zone later. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing here, but it's nice. And nobody's here.
It's very good.
So, we do learn an interesting fact about the storm border. How it's really impressive, but it can only exist with Lostbelt technology and to protect pan-human history. It would not function in our normal timeline. Because it's based off of...
it's based off nanomachines. Mm-hmm. Fucking tech gotten from a weird servant combination that only exists because we're in this Lostbelt timeline.
Yeah. And it was based off of Nemo's Nautilus, the Aronnax Phantasm, right? So, it's already based on something that was an anachronism, and then it goes from there. So, it's pretty good. But we've crash-landed, as usual. We glided down, we have to hide, everybody gets a cold start. Zeus's Thunderbolts are anti-servants, so the Captain and Da Vinci have to take a nap. This is where that goes in my receipt to Zeus. You have hurt my Da Vinci. Now you must die. But this gives us a reason why they aren't gonna be actively aiding us, and we have to leave our super cool boat for once.
We just got the damn thing.
Yeah, I know. We didn't. At least this time we didn't get blown the fuck up, right? We just had to make a hard landing. So we go.
This is 2 for 2. Our boat gets taken out immediately.
Yeah, 2 OP. Sherlock whispers something to Goldorf that he doesn't like, but he agrees to it, and so we set out on an adventure with our disguises. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, and then this is where we get our full-blown meeting of the gods and also some cryptor stuff.
Yeah.
So, you see Europa, Priestess Europa, a revelation is coming, all that stuff. Zeus, Aphrodite, and Demeter are all in shadow, let you know it's them talking. Mm-hmm. And they have a little conversation about stuff. Basically just, setting stakes, giving us a general look at everybody's, dispositions and stuff. And also we get to see Wodaime. He's just, chilling. Kadok is here, and he's concerned that Wodaime doesn't seem to give a single fuck about what he's doing.
This comes back later, as I said, I'm starting to put some shit together.
Yeah. It's not completely revealed here, but you very quickly find out over these first couple of segments that the cryptors who have lived, who have bailed out, basically have free run of the place. Like, at no point does Wodaime, like, ever tell them not to do anything or to fuck off or anything.
I would like to say fuck off to Limbo, though, because Jesus fucking Christ, he continues to be creepy and fucking irritating.
And he has a horrible sense of humor. The shitty priest is very respectful.
Yeah.
But
listen, the shitty priest is a shitty priest, but, I respect his hustle.
I mean, the dude managed to win Gilgamesh over to his side. He's got the chops. He knows how to be respectful in time of crisis. Though, I will say, I mean, Limbo's such a fucking lunatic. He does the fucking... He basically does a JoJo thing. He karate chops his own goddamn head off, and he's just like, I hope you'll accept this apology. Schnicked. Haha, I'm very funny. And then we're just like, cut that out. You're not being funny. Stop it. It's gross. So, we have a meeting. We set up a lot of the stakes. And as you put in the notes here, we quickly discover we have a three-way fight. And one of those ways isn't us.
Nay, we are Chaos, the uncertain parameter.
Yeah, because Zeus is very upfront that he has his own plans.
Yes.
He's doing his own thing with the tree and the Lostbelt and so on.
He's even renamed it.
Yeah. Which is a very key point. It was originally Magellan, as in Magellanic Clouds, but now is Atlas, after that guy who does hold up in the sky.
Yeah.
Then, obviously, the foreign god has its own thing, where once a tree fully blooms, it will descend, and then it will do something.
Yeah.
Something will happen, which the Olympians are not necessarily 100% in agreement with. And then also, the Cryptors / Team A, whatever, are kind of technically doing their own thing?
Not entirely sure, but...
it's very clear early, Wodaime is contractually obligated to the foreign god. There are certain things he cannot say and cannot do. But also, he has a lot of the fucking Airbud rule, right? Ain't no rule that says I can't do that. Like, early on, I don't remember if it was in this section or one of the later ones, but it's fairly early. Pepe comes to him and is just like, hey, so the disciples of the foreign god don't necessarily want the Lostbelt to actually, the tree to, fully bloom, do they? They just want to see what happens, right? Because my guy was weird. And Wodaime is just like, I can either confirm or deny that thing you've said. And Pepe's just like, gotcha, bye, ciao.
Pepe continues to be fabulous as always.
Yes. Pepe out! Just blows a kiss and fades away. And the priestess seems to get a little nettled at Wodaime for this, and Wodaime's just like, what? I didn't say anything. He came to his own conclusion. There is no need to eliminate him. Ominous.
Very ominous.
But yeah, we do our usual thing. I've always said I love these scenes.
Oh yeah. Seeing things from the antagonist or villain's point of view is always great for building perspective.
It builds perspective, it heightens dramatic tension, because the audience knows something that the other people don't. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of big things here. So, I think, though, we can safely say we can move on. But is it incorrect, Max? You said
no, I
started the chapter.
Also, I do believe that the Sirius light being from Marsberry was something mentioned earlier, but I can't remember where. So I didn't.
It's very clearly explained here, though, where because Kadok thought that Wodaime would just take his, because it turned out they weren't provided by the foreign god for sure. We got hard confirmation of that in no uncertain terms. Though, yes, like I said, I think that came up before, possibly when Ophelia used hers. Because that's another thing. Because Kadok asked Wodaime about this, and Wodaime was very cryptic, and so Kadok put 2 and 2 together and says, so it's not that Ophelia used hers then died. Ophelia used her, so she died.
I thought that was Pepe. I could be wrong.
Oh, did Pepe also? Somebody said that. There's 2 conversations. Both the other cryptors have these with Wodaime, and they both talk about their Sirius lights. It was Pepe?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the 2 of them have this conversation because both of them are concerned that they've only been saved because they have their Sirius light, and that Wodaime is just going to take them, which he does not.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so they have this back and forth. Yeah, they both try to give him their Sirius light back, and he's just like, that's not how we operate here. I do not have the ability to take those from you.
I think they said something. I can't remember. I can't remember what it was, but it was something that was very telling. It was what was it that they weren't? It was something about I'm sorry, forgive me, but it was something to the akin of they became cryptors because they had because they have the Sirius light, not the other way around. Something about the Sirius light is very serious business.
Yes, and they explained that Marsbury told them only that using it could change the world. It could invert everything. It would make the impossible possible, basically. And then he didn't say anything more than that.
How cryptic. How mage-like.
Yeah. So it is very much the symbol of Team A, but it's the symbol of Team A from when they were Team A of Chaldea, not anything to do with being revived by the foreign god.
Yes.
So Wodaime is basically like, yeah, I don't have the actual... I didn't give you those. I don't have the ability to take those back.
Yeah.
And that might be more clear later. It's definitely some... Obviously, because Rasputin grabbed Kadok, there's some value to it, but it's interesting. Ophelia used hers to basically power up her eye so she could restrict Surtur. And then Python had one, she just didn't use hers.
She didn't care about it.
So all the cryptors have a Sirius light, and we'll see if any of them get used up. But yeah, so we have a lot of this background stuff. I always love this when this chapter start with this. They have our meetings, they play the theme, we go through all the things. But then we go to Section 2, Olympus's Reception, first half. Many of these story elements are parted. And we get so we go into town in disguise, we say that we're just in from the country, blah, blah, blah. For some reason, despite the fact that, as we find out later, a lot of these guys are fucking old. They all believe this. Complacency has made them naive.
Yeah.
But we get some important geography lessons here. So, the crystal mountain we've seen in the giant display is the Kronos crown, the symbol of their authority, obviously taken from Kronos, the Titan. And the castle of the gods, the shrine we've seen before, is called Olympia Dodona. And I did some research. This is the same name of a famous site of an oracle of Zeus, possibly the oldest Greek oracle, and second in fame only to the oracle at Delphi, which is associated with Apollo. So, Olympia Dodona makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
We also get a history lesson in the Four Machia.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very important part of the timeline. They explain that there was the Titanomachia and the Gigantomachia we expected. There was also the battle with the White Titan, which is given a name later.
Mm-hmm.
And lastly, the Olympiamachia, which was a civil war between the gods.
Yeah, it's at this point that you can first believe that something has gone awry in this Lostbelt.
Yeah, so I put this down in a note. Everything in Olympus has a very hyper-modern sci-fi, like Crystal Spires and Togas vibe. A very classic sci-fi aesthetic.
Oh, yeah.
But also, as is usual with Lostbelts, you get a certain sense of wrongness. Like, everybody has, like, super cheery utopian vibes, praise Zeus. But they're also just kind of, like, vibing, man. Like, they just kind of exist.
Mm-hmm. Now, aside from the actual fanatical worship, there are signs of art, culture, education, and political philosophy among the people, and the complete lack of labor and conflict, which, under the most literal and strictest terms, is as near as one possibly could get to perfection society.
Yes. People do not have jobs. There is no economy of labor. There is no need for monetary economy. They have homes. We see later these homes are quite swanky, so everybody is provided for housing. All their needs of food and stuff are met. And there is apparently high culture, art, and education and studying, and a lot of just, like, general stuff going on. Like, one lady we run into talks about how she studies at an art academy nearby. Mm-hmm. And in my notes I put down, presumably similar to LB3, this is why this world would be pruned, because if it is, as it seems anyway, it's functionally complete under Zeus the Demiurge, there is no need for change or advancement, and all people are content as things are, or so it seems anyway.
Yes, because while they all are happy, content, and don't necessarily seem oppressed in the same way as, they're not going anywhere.
No, they have no desires, no dreams, they just exist. A recurring theme that comes up over and over again as we go through the chapter is just every day is exactly the same as the previous one.
Yes.
Which I can understand why the Great Time Tree, when trying to compress information, would just be like, oh, this universe is just going to repeat the same thing literally over and over again for all of infinity. Snip. Don't need that energy.
Yeah, but
unfortunately, Zeus rains on our exposition parade and just fucking dials up the PA system and is like, hello, Chaldea is among you. You will know them by the red marks on their left hand. And then everybody just freaks the fuck out.
Also, interesting enough, apparently there is some dissemination of information, because these people know they are in the Lostbelt, and as soon as they mention Chaldean, they're all like, oh shit, it's those guys.
Yes. Apparently it came up somewhere in this wonderful public information system that they are a Lostbelt. They are maintained by the tree. They know to call it by the name Atlas. That there will be people trying to stop them. So it seems like, well, this is brought up, like they talked about how this was the exact opposite of Lostbelt 3's tree, for instance. Zeus is operating with complete knowledge of the tree, the plan, and everything, and this has disseminated down to the citizens. They understand that they are basically in a time-space war. But yeah, in my notes I put down because some people immediately gumption up and like, hey, I can't let you get away. I was like, holy shit, did Foe just take down a lady?
I'm pretty sure he gave her the fluff ball.
Yeah.
I think he has been soaking up magical energy and regaining strength. Like, Foe's very talkative.
Very chatty this chapter, yeah.
Yeah.
And this was a note earlier. They talked about how the mana density here is just as high as Babylonian during the Age of Gods.
Well, yeah.
Oh, we'll get there, Robin. It's in my notes. But yeah, so immediately everything's gone to shit. Fuck, we gotta run away. Run away!
But nay, we cannot run away, because a reserve god is all like, I will not let you take my homes and my family and my friends. And fucking henshins into fucking god armor. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And it's only one dude, but there's something quite bothersome to me about this fight. Because usually when you start off a Lostbelt, usually it's some sort of monster, some, dedicated military force, something clearly antagonistic that, you're like, oh, that's an obstacle I have to get out of my way. But here, no, we have a citizen of this city who thinks nothing more that he is protecting his homes and family, and just all like, oh god, why do I gotta do this? And it sets a mood for, it sets the mood for a lot of this.
And he talks about how, he hasn't been in a fight in a long time. Literally, he's a reservist. And it comes out that he's just as strong as a heroic spirit. It's fucking horseshit.
It's fucking horseshit.
That's okay. Don't worry. She has a whole speech that I don't remember. But Musashi appears and just beats this guy up. I appreciate there is some moments, because, like, this guy, like, gives us some sass, and Musashi is just, like, snicked, takes his throat out. But then we have to run away some more. And I put in my notes, never skip leg day. What did they say? I think Mash said it was the equivalent of a 1,500-meter dash.
Yeah.
Yes, Musashi says that he has the strength and quality of gear, and even, like, raw training over her as a heroic spirit, but he has no combat experience, which makes sense. He's a reservist. He hasn't fought anybody in God knows how long. Since the Olympia Machia, presumably.
Yeah, there's a difference between fighting in a dojo and fighting in the streets.
Yeah. But yeah, never skip leg day. Once again, we're fast. Sprint everywhere. But yeah, after that initial business, we move on to Section 3, Olympus Reception, second half. You guys can know these notes are a lot shorter because it's just boss fights.
It is. And we're going to start this off with Bronze Giants are bullshits. Bullshit. But even they can't stop from being charm locked by Kama.
Yeah. For the big one, I took out, the, like, 800k. I busted out something I haven't done in a while. Hey, guys, know what's bigger than Talos? Hate. You can't buff yourself if you're covered in hatred. But yeah, this is just straight up 3 boss fights with Talos. I love, by the way, that Talos is so huge, they have to have, like, his legs in a portal so he can fucking fit. Oh, enormous.
I mean, when you see a CG, he's literally, like, standing over some buildings, using them as hand rests.
Yeah.
I'm like, excuse me, sir, you're causing property damage. And he's all like, I do not care. I am robot. Die.
So, this is the stuff we alluded to earlier. Like, you go through the whole fight, the dude just won't stop, Musashi cuts off his arm, and she cuts off his head. Still, that doesn't stop him, because we figure out he's got the Demeter Clearolomia, the Demeter Legacy. Yet, nobody ever thinks about just unplugging him. But then we are met with the true opposition. The Dioscuri show up, Demeter shows up, Aphrodite shows up, everybody's here.
Yeah, so finally they've been unsilhouetted, so we can actually see their full designs. And I do have to say, now that I've actually had a chance to see it better, I actually really do like Aphrodite's design. Mm-hmm. Same for Demeter. Like, I'm not sure who did Demeter design, but I'm pretty sure it was Wada Arca who did...
Wada Arca did Aphrodite.
Yeah, Aphrodite. I love the little touch.
Artists, let us know. I know some people were really agitated when this came out that Aphrodite is holding a cigarette. Those people are tiny baby children who have watched too many of unskippable ads from anti-smoking. Not that you should smoke, but you're on the opposite end of the culture war, which is that there have been many, 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 many times in the past where smoking was considered cool or sexy. There is the reason why there's a trope about smoking after sex.
Honestly, like, that's the one thing I want to allude to, is, like, I'm pretty sure Aphrodite, like, the theme I get from Aphrodite is the experienced, mature woman. She's someone who knows what the hell she's doing and ain't afraid to go about it. That's the impression I get. And
yeah, we're going to talk about her characterization later, because we start to get into that by the time we get to Section 9. But it's definitely a thing where Aphrodite feels very, like, jaded, mature, obviously very self-assured. She is the goddess of beauty.
And so... so I think it really works.
And we talked about that. Everybody's got multiple sprites.
Yeah. Also, with Demeter, she is as bountiful as the field she watches over.
Yeah.
Boy, howdy.
No, I mean, they really went for the mother goddess thing. They know what's up.
Yeah, they know what's up.
So then we get into a fight with Talos and Dioscuri. This is where I had to pop seals.
This is bullshit, indeed.
Yeah, because Dioscuri's NP is, in fact, hacks. Fucking free Pierce Invul.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have damage cut on my mash. Free damage cuts. How dare.
How?
But also, Caster really needs to calm down, jeez. Like, he's just like, how dare you prevent me from murdering humans? How very dare! You dare? You speak? And Paul's just has to be like, brother, calm the fuck out. Roll it back, pint size. Yeah, very much. Like, absolute baby rage. Like, it's, yeah. But we get bailed out in the end. Also, by the way, Aphrodite is also fucking bullshit, because she slurps your NP. How dare she?
Mm-hmm.
Makes you go down 20%. Hacks.
Was it good for you? So...
20% suck. But we get bailed out. There's a guy who looks like he's a Kingdom Hearts extra. a hooded man.
I'm really glad I am not the only one. I'm starting to worry that anytime I see anyone in a black robe with a hood up, I'm just gonna immediately think Kingdom Hearts.
No, I've been an NA spoiler off and on, trying not to self-spoil, but, to post my own screenshots and stuff. But yes, everybody who sees that is like, yes. It's very obvious. We're also assisted by some mysterious people.
Some people? They have a mechanical owl named Minerva. Huh. You can't see it on here, but on our show notes, on the
hung a hyperlink.
I put a hyperlink. Let me share this with you guys, because I don't know if this is actually a ref, but I find it quite suspect. That's not a link, you asshole. What the fuck is that? I'm incensed. Thank you.
It's an owl. Mechanical.
That mechanical cow, which was sent by Athena. So Minerva, the romanization of Athena as a mechanical owl.
But yeah, no, and the design even looks a little bit like it. It's very funny.
It's very funny,
by the way. Clash of the Titans, classic film.
Yes.
So we get taken to an underground base and everything. We do get to see, by the way, how bullshit Aphrodite is a little bit, because she does mind hack us. Mm-hmm. She's just like, bow your heads.
Ow. I'm not actually sure if you bow your head, because, well, everyone else seems to be freaking out. You seem to be okay.
I mean, you do a blinky and you kind of slump, so, like, I don't know if you actually bowed so much as, like, you just, like, drop to a knee on the ground and have to take a breather.
Take a knee.
Yeah. Actually, and also, it's not in our notes because we forgot about it, but Sherlock is tailing us. That's what he talked with Goldorf about, is he was hiding in spirit form. He comes to bail us out the first time with that guy and punch him so he doesn't kill us, but he would have lost an arm again if Musashi hadn't stepped in. We also learned that, Sherlock Holmes' spirit core is still damaged from Lostbelt 2. There's a lot of spirit core damage going on in this chapter. Oof. So he needs a rest too. So we get taken to an underground base. We're told it's safe. Zeus, the god of the sky, cannot observe under the ground. And we discover that there is a God Destroyer alliance, and that is our buddies who made it to Olympus ahead of us. And they left us a recording.
Yeah, God.
And in this recording, I'm fairly certain Helena somehow convinced these guys to be extra. All 5 servants we see right now are already extra, but, like, they're extra.
They have to, shout their purpose to the world.
Yeah,
if
fucking, like, Ginyu Force bit or something. You can imagine the poses.
I'm about to say, like, after they say it, they'd all do a pose and fucking multicolored fireworks will go on behind them.
Yes.
As, like, Gold Destroyer Alliance just flashes on the screen.
Yeah, it's absolutely some Sentai shit.
Yeah, it is. That's probably what the feeling they're trying to evoke, honestly, now that I think about it.
Yeah. I mean, those are usually urban and do involve fighting giant monsters. It could be some tokusatsu stuff.
Yeah.
So that wraps up Olympus Reception, and we go to Section 4. Thou art the harvest that reaps the stars. 1. We will be here for a while.
So we open up with a opening narration. It does not give a name, and it does not necessarily talk who, but it talks about, love and all that crazy stuff. And then we switch to the Hanging Gardens, which seems to be a lovely, lovely green space somewhere in the shrine.
Yeah.
Where Europa is going over to, I believe it was Pepe, to, ask about the Chaldeans. But before Pepe can go anywhere, Demeter shows up, and she seems to have a touch of what I'm going to call the Mother Madness, which, to be fair, is kind of expected if you, know anything about Demeter's biggest myth, I want to say.
Yeah.
But also, maybe a soft confirmation that Persephone is a servant.
Yeah, she talks about the nature of being recorded in the Throne of Heroes and the result, and she does talk about how cruel it is, and then specifically name checks Persephone. I'm just like, She also has a comment about the ocean. I am certain the sea was also a mother. Slight how dare.
I'm not sure what you meant by how dare.
I can only assume she's talking about Tiamat, who is a mother goddess of the saltwater, and I'm just like,
Well, like I said, there is some of that Mesopotamian drift in Greco.
Well, that's why I was just like, I read that line, and I was just like,
That's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
So we're gonna pan quickly to Europa, who is definitely noted to have been fused with Hera earlier, but is now further noted to be actually Europa from proper human history. Yeah. In that Hera herself was grievously wounded through the Olympiomachia, the Fourth Great War. But Zeus was like, oh no, my wife! Oh no, my lover! And just, said, like, fuse them! It's like, ta-da!
Yeah. Also gives us some vibes that, definitely some of our... This Lostbelt is very old, but also, like, it definitely gives you the vibes that, like, there's some elements of its Lostbeltiness that have existed for a long time. Later it is clarified that the point of drift was, 14,000 years ago, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of history here. So yeah, there's a lot of our back and forth. We tune into Europa and Demeter and Pepe and all that stuff. And then we smash cut to home base. Thanks to Zeus's powers, nobody can talk. Comms are down. But stuff.
Sorry, I was just thinking ruler of the airways Zeus, and I'm just all like DJ Zeus. Just fucking 70 what is this? Lostbelt 5? 105.5. The Zeus.
I mean, it was Hesiod did explicitly talk about Zeus's 7 wives. One of which was his 5th wife, according to Hesiod, was the Titan Mnemosyne, Memory.
Oh.
And that was with whom he had the 9 muses. So, Zeus is the father of the arts, so I could totally see that guy. I mean, he has complete control over the comm system. I could totally see him just being on the airwaves, just like, hello.
Clearly that's what he does when he's not, like, maintaining all the other system. He just maintains the radio show where he talks about how great he is. Oh, God, that's great. I love it.
Yeah. Zeus is responsible for a lot of important things. We're going to keep coming back to this, but literally they talk about how his first wife was Metis. That was whom Athena was with, so Athena's the oldest of all those. Because if Metis bore him a son, it would have been Prophesis. Next was he married the Titaness Themis, and that was the mother of the seasons, Hore, and the Moirai, the Fates. Then it was the Oceanid Euronome, which was the 3 charities, the Graces. Then it was Demeter, and thus Persephone. Then it was Mnemosyne, the Muses. The 6th was Leto, which was Apollo and Artemis. And then lastly was Hera. And then that was, at least in this canonicity, Aphrodite literally says that Zeus is her father, so that would be Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Ares, etc. Part of this can explain why Athena is so important. She is literally the biggest sister.
Mm-hmm. Big Oneson vibes.
So Zeus is the origin of a lot of very important things that make the universe function. But yeah, so this first bit of this is all set up in our exposition of our characters and stuff.
Yeah,
we even get that exposition we talked about back at the Storm Border.
Mm-hmm. Back at the Storm Border, basically, we have picked up something on Sensas.
Yeah,
it seems to be a magical rating of something quite beat up and grievous one that has been drifting through the quote-unquote ocean of Atlantis. I can think of only one person in mind that fits that criteria.
And thus we go to Section 5. Thou art the harvest that reaps the stars. 2.
Everyone is dead, Dave. Also, why are we using budget for injured Helena sprites? Stop that.
Yeah, we have a horrible nightmare, and then we move on. But we go through the whole thing. Musashi gives us a pep talk, which basically relates to head empty, no thoughts, only void.
Yeah, Musashi. Sometimes you have to remember that Musashi is a complete bottle junkie.
Yeah, like, she even is like, oh, you guys are worried about the morality? No, I was just talking, like, the philosophy of battle. Like, you can't be a coward, Mash. You gotta face your fears, even though these guys are swole. What's that? You're worried about the moral implications? Nah, it's fine.
If you win, your morals are right.
Absolutely how Miyamoto Musashi rolls.
But we get out there, we meet our mysterious benefactors, and why are children always involved?
These guys are looking late teens.
Yeah. Apparently they got some history.
Yeah, I think visually anyway, the twins are supposed to be around the protagonist's age, probably.
They seem it. Maybe a little younger.
Yeah. You also had a great note that I also liked, where we get some nanomachines for Holmes so he can stop dying.
Yes.
And then we ask, because we were beat up too, how did you give us nanomachines? I'm like, fuck no, you'd explode.
Yeah. So, again, this wasn't something they actually explained in the Atlantis bit, but thank you for actually explaining that the nanomachines literally cannot work with a human for proper human history.
Yeah, we are not on the same level as these Atlantean Olympus humans, and we would die. We would explode.
Yeah. Explode. So
then we get big exposition dump.
Big exposition dump. One of the key points, though, is a little bit of details about the second Machia, which, again, they seem very, this is very interesting. They seem to skirt around the actual name White Titan or what actually happens. They say, oh, we don't know what happened and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're probably hiding that so that when the details come out later, it's more impressive for people who have, say, played Extella and know what that Machia was about.
Yeah. But we do get a name for it, and actually, Omega, I'm going to turn to you to look at this, because I don't want to necessarily butcher this name.
Yeah, I believe this would be pronounced Leucus Machia.
Leucus.
Yeah, hard C's.
Leucus Machina. Which, what they say, that, like I said, the main thing they don't know what had the pills is where the divergence happened.
And by the way, Leucus is literally Greek for white.
Ah.
But also, apparently, by the way, was the name of the son of the bronze giant Talos. Don't ask me how that works.
Well, I guess it can mean both white and giant. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
So they don't explain it at this moment, but I'll give you guys people a little refresher about this. But it was at this moment, because they don't explain it at this moment, but this was one of the events that led to basically the ending of the Age of Gods. Because, again, Safar, comets, all that stuff landing on Earth. White Torton literally tore through gods like they were butter until a foolish samurai warrior wielding a magic sword stepped forth to oppose them.
Yeah.
So
basically, in pan-human history, the giant machine gods could not defeat the White Titan, so mankind had to step in, and Gaia invented Excalibur, basically. Or rather, we should say probably the sword of the promised victory, the breath of the planet.
Yeah.
It would not be called Excalibur yet, but it was that. Which has led to many, many caveman Artoria jokes.
So, they go on to explain how this affected the Gigantomachia, and which in turn led to a new war called the Olympia Machina. So on one side, we have Zeus, Demeter, Aphrodite, Ares, and Artemis, who wanted to rule over humans. And then we have Athena, Hades, Poseidon, Apollo, Hestia, Ares, and Hephaestus wanting to coexist with humans. Also, what that means, basically, this does confirm that in this pantheon, Hestia was the 13th god instead of Dionysus. So,
which makes sense because Dionysus is a demigod who is deified later. He's, in the mythology anyway, he is known codifiedly as a son of Zeus who later ascends to Olympus. So that would not track with this version of the history, right?
By the way, Axe, we only have one image of that. It was just a giant beam of light.
Yeah, we only see the beam part. We don't need... Safar doesn't even know what the fuck hit her, just like sword beam. So yeah, I don't know. It is called a sword, I believe, so it would probably be blade-like, but maybe it looks like these, Olympus soldier guys, like weird railgun swords. They're like split.
I don't have the best image of it, but let me see if I can pull it up here.
It's one of our thumbnails. Yeah, there you go. That also is the image. Yeah.
It's not the best image, but...
But also, this is noted later, but is a good time to come back to. They do note, if you're wondering why there's not symmetry here, apparently Poseidon originally sided with the ruling faction, but he defected to the coexistence faction, which is probably why there's a name balance of numbers. So, yeah, this kind of explains the Olympia Machia. That's, by the way, why we found all these busted up gods back in the islands of Olympus, and all those exiles. That was from that war. So all that stuff, goes down there. We get some more, we get our AI buddy, our AIs to simulate the people who are totally dead now, and walk us through some even more exposition.
Yeah. So I'm not entirely sure where we go next with the conversation, but I'm just going to read my next point here, which is just, Jesus fucking Christ, Wodaime. Because apparently, Wodaime, walk softly, carry a big stick, motherfucking Wodaime, killed the original Dioscuri. The original Dioscuri, downgraded them to a divine spirit, and then made a servant contract with them.
Yeah, so this clarifies some of the order of things. The Olympian gods are real-ass gods. They are not divine spirits who return to the land. They've never been downgraded because they still have their original bodies, which gives them their divine powers and whatnot.
And they're not divided either.
Yes, and they're not divided spirits as well. So, the original Dioscuri and the Lostbelt were straight-up divinities. I assume they were probably humanoid because it was mentioned in the Olympia Machia that the other gods had lots of lesser gods as followers who they all, gathered up. So there would be like sub-terminals or whatever.
Yeah.
Wodaime defeated them, which downgraded them to a divine spirit and then made a contract with them, which, by the way, is not how that's supposed to work.
Like, Wodaime, what are you doing? This is a return of Wodaime!
Yeah, hacking. And this is part of why we are, your next note about talking about the power level differences, because we basically get this dumped on us all at once, and we're just like, okay.
And the twins, who are named here, I cannot remember their names. I should have wrote them down.
Makarios and Adele. Or possibly Adelie, because she's Greek. Mm-hmm. Well, Atlantean, but you know what I mean. It's spelled like Adele.
Are just like, aren't you fazed by this? And we're just all like, I think Madge says this, like, oh, we're just used to this by now. I'm just like, yeah, no.
Yeah, we treat it as not like, oh my god, woe is me kind of shit, but just like, fuck, we gotta deal with that. God damn it. What am I gonna do
Give me more
now?
than food, it's delicious.
Yes. And I put a note here, Foe has deemed these humans worthy.
Gave them the affection.
Yeah.
It's great. Morpho interactions are grand. But they also the twins start talking about how they've had help with all this, including someone they call the Collaborator, with capital letters.
Yeah.
And their go-between, who is this hooded man who shows up. By the way, he does not stay hooded for line because, gasp!
I mean, World's Greatest Detective Sherlock Holmes is standing right there. And also, World's Greatest Detective Sherlock Holmes' greatest fangirl, Mash.
This is very true.
So, they bust it wide open. It's Kadok.
It's Kadok. And he's all like, Jesus, why? And we get some exposition. Kadok is trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. What is Wodaime's game? What the big secret in here? And we actually get a little bit of a flashback of Kadok talking to Wodaime. And here I have a note. Someone is not actually that good at reading between the lines.
This is Kadok's other problem, besides his woeful, crippling self-doubt complex. Because he has what to him seems like a one-sided conversation with Wodaime, but for Wodaime it's very clearly a multifold conversation full of double meanings, and Kadok is just like, so you're saying I'm a punk-ass bitch, and Wodaime is like, I never said that. You said that.
I like there is a literal moment where Wodaime just has ellipses, just like, and I'm just like, this is the moment where I would just be holding my fucking forehead right now,
I just imagine Wodaime chilling in his chair, he just purses his lips and folds his hands in front of his face, just like, Like, you can tell he wants to do the knife hands and be like, you dense motherfucker, but he can't, because that would blow his cover.
That would blow his cover. Because basically, Wodaime is trying to impress upon Kadok that Wodaime has the eye of the foreign god and the disciples on him, basically at all times, so he cannot do it. But he, who, has been termed a failure and is not being paid attention to, can go around and do whatever he wants. This is the part where, Wodaime should lead on is like, do whatever he wants. But Kadok just is all like, oh, so you think I fucking suck, huh? Well, fuck you!
I am gonna go do whatever I want. Bye! And Wodaime is just like, well, hope you did something good with this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Kadok basically says here, he's not on our side. He's very tsundere about it.
Yes. I'm not here to help you, dumbass.
But he does give out assistance and whatnot, and tells you that, before this is all over, you gotta meet Wodaime. You have to.
And some of it's just like, and Wodaime even says that earlier, like, he wants to meet us himself so he can defeat us again and show us just how senseless this all is. His plan is the bestest because he is the strongestest.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that works out for him.
But
Spoiler, it's not gonna. There's 2 more Lostbelts.
Who knows? Well, who knows? Like, maybe this fucking master plan will come to fruition. I don't fucking know. But, I don't remember. Is this where yeah. Kadok basically, like, I'm out, bitches, and becomes untraceable. Like, Musashi and Holmes tried to tail him, and he's like, nah, fam, I'm out.
Yeah. Musashi had a great exposition later about how she got here. She basically futzed with her sliding ability, so she no longer slides, but more, like, has free spatial movement. The way she describes it is it's like jumping. She just moves from place to place, and Mash says she, like, jumps through higher dimensions. Even she is impressed, because Kadok combines stealth magecraft with rapid movement magecraft. So this is his, like, wilderness survival shit he's supposed to be good at. He basically turns on magic cloaking and then turns on, like, magic parkour, and he's just fucking gone.
Fucking gone.
Presumably how he handles getting around the city without people, being mad at him.
Mm-hmm.
Because next in your notes, there's definitely a conversation with Demeter in here somewhere. She's talking to Pepe? Is that what comes back?
I don't know if she's
talking all this is about Demeter's scene, so it makes sense, but she shows up again for a convo with somebody.
I believe it is with Pepe.
Yeah. Because Pepe is also doing
or Europa.
Europa. But Pepe is also doing whatever he wants thing, and whatever he wants is mostly probably
it's Wodaime. I remember this now.
Yeah, okay. So
yes, because
she makes up with Wodaime. Yeah, that's right. He's in her garden. He takes a nap there later because he's about to have a meeting with Zeus, I think, which will come in the next section. But
I remember Wodaime specifically saying that her memory partition is at least functioning today.
Yes.
Because
go ahead.
Yeah, because looking at this conversation, Demeter might genuinely be mad and have some memory issues. Like, she seems to be like, the way she just speaks, the way she talks about her daughter, like, all those things. It's one of those things I'm just all like, there's a conversation here happening, but I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah. And Wodaime seems to navigate it masterfully, and it's just like, alright. This is where the first use of the term Aletheia comes up, which, you put this that you assumed, but I think it's proven later. It's their true bodies are the Aletheia. Yes. The name Aletheia, or Veritas, is the classical goddess of truth, so the literal embodiment of truth, but also refers to conceptual truth in philosophy. So, yes, this is the fancy buzzword for the true form. This is the final form. But also, I did want to say earlier, because it was a funny line I thought of, Pepe is taking that you can do whatever you like to mostly involve, I presume, Jojo posing around the shrine, just minding his own business. But yeah, we get more Wodaime.
More Wodaime. And this is when I put in this notes, Jesus fucking Christ, Wodaime! Part 2. Because this man literally fought Zeus and won, and Zeus was all like, hey, you alright, let's be friends now. And
you are my sworn friend. Me, the omniscient and omnipotent Zeus.
And the term sworn friend here is very important because basically it means that Zeus treats Wodaime as his equal.
Yeah.
Omnipotent, all-powerful Zeus. It's like Wodaime is all like, he's on my level.
Yeah. The best way you can describe it is that, like, I think Zeus talks about this either now or later, but he had the power to defeat Wodaime, but he did not take Wodaime seriously enough that Wodaime was able to set up his moves first, and then Zeus had to just be like, oh shit, you got me.
Because I like you.
But we'll come back to the sworn friend thing. I think I have a reason why they go with that kind of logic there. Well, admittedly, some of this is probably because of the thing that was talked about in Atlantis, that Wojaime's magecraft is literally, like, at its strongest because they're in Age of Gods type stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He summoned the meteors, and then he was like, I did not think of this plan correctly. So, yeah.
But they have a good talk, and we switch back to, the underground base, and we find out...
explaining a lot of their motivation and why they are part of a God Destroyer alliance and stuff.
Because here's the kink. These twins have been, older 10 twins for 10,000 years.
Yeah. They've been immortal since, I think, before the last Machia?
I think it was like during the Olympia Machia or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure it was during about that because that's when they probably instituted the system of ruling over besides, coexisting.
Yeah, they explained that they are given ambrosia, the nectar of the gods, by Demeter, which gives them immortality. Also, I believe that guy we thought Musashi killed isn't dead.
Yay. But there's the kink. Mandatory immortality is not good for human development.
Yeah.
Not only, at first, immortality would be cool, you'd get to do a lot of things, but the more you live, this is relatively, if you do not have constant stimulus, I mean this, actual stimulus, you need new and exciting things to do to keep your brain occupied, you will find yourself losing more and more time. You will blink and days will pass, and they'll just get worse and worse and worse. God, I remember, when I was a kid, a half-hour car ride would be an eternity. But here I am, 30 plus, a 30-minute car ride is like, that's just down the road.
Yeah, it's because when you're younger, your reference for time is shorter, so you think 30 minutes is more of your life to that point. Then once you get a few decades in you, you're like, 30 minutes is nothing. And it just keeps going and going.
It keeps going
Macarius
and going.
A couple of times even mentions, sister, don't worry, I haven't needed to eat your food in 200 years, man.
Yeah. So yeah, these twins are not as childlike as I thought.
So yeah, we have the confirmation of the stagnation. Most humans have been living the exact same day over and over again for 10,000 years. Which sounds like hell to me rather than heaven.
Again, in this world of doing the same thing over and over again, yes.
I will say this philosophically, I'm kind of, pro-human life extension or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's in the sense of, getting out there into it doesn't literally repeat, but they say they've been functionally living the same day. They don't need to do anything different day in, day out. So they just do the same routines over and over again. But
again, this is
the reason why I said I do that, by the way, the thing about long life is because that would be to learn more, to go farther, to do new things, right? To exceed the limits of the human lifespan in terms of experiences. But
I would, if I have the choice, I would definitely, if I had the option, if some game would hey, do you want eternal life and youth? I'd be like, fuck yeah, give it to me. But I had the caveat, I would like to die when the last human dies, because it's one of those things. Once you have seen everything and done everything, your life is pretty much over there at that point. Because once you have no stimulation in your life to focus upon, no new things to do, it's your life literally becomes empty and there's literally no point.
That's when you heat yourself into the sun.
Pretty much. So,
but yeah, no, literally for 10,000 years, their society hasn't needed to change. They have been doing the same things over and over again. If you go to school, you keep going to school. If you're a child, you never get older. There's a lot of logistical questions we come to later, but it's just,
no.
It is an unchanging eternity. Humans encased in glass.
Pretty much. Still living butterflies on a pin. But with that, we shall move on to Section 6, Thou Art the Harvest That Reaps the Stars 3. And we open up with a conversation between Odaime and Zeus.
Yeah.
And Zeus...
He's sprite.
Yep, he actually has a fairly classical design. Very, very evocative of a lot of Renaissance and... I can't think of the pattern of it, but depiction of him. Big, muscly, face full of whiskers.
Yeah.
Even his additional frills don't seem too much either.
Yeah, he's big, burly, bearded. I mean, he looks like he's Herc's dad, basically.
Yeah.
Wild hair, big white beard, very cloud-like, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He does have a weird lightning stick thing.
You gotta give him some frills.
Yeah. But no, it's a good design.
A good design. Also, listening to him talk, seems like a fairly solid dude. From this one conversation I had to him, he seems he seems alright.
Yeah, I mean, he's tried to explode us, but he's still he's doing his thing of running everything. I think at this point is where he talks about how he's using like 90% of his power level to just run the tree.
Yeah. We'll get to that, Legendary.
But so, I would love to take you to my myth corner for a little bit and talk about how, because they talk about Zeus's authority, and earlier they talk about, even when discussing like how invincible he is, Zeus is not literally omnipotent because he does not have authority over everything. He possesses every authority instead, which means that there are some areas of the universe which he cannot control still. He is basically divided into discrete portfolios, and he does not have a portfolio which is just everything. He discusses a lot what he's like and how he's good to his word and so on. And in real life, I want to bring up that obviously Zeus, being the chief god of a major pantheon for a cultural center, a very big deal culture that lasted a long time, Zeus has a fuck ton of epithets. And if you don't know how epithets work, this is very common in lots of things, but especially in Greek mythology, epithets change the aspects of the gods they're referring to. One epithet, by the way, that comes up a lot is Areia, as in warlike. That is applied to Ares, obviously, but also Athena and Zeus. There's a Zeus Areia. Sometimes even Aphrodite. We'll come back to that one. But Zeus has, all the epithets ever. But a lot of his, and this is probably the basis for possessing all authorities, but some of his biggest ones, Zeus is the god of hospitality. Xenia. Very important to the ancient Greeks and very important to Zeus. You do not fuck with sacred hospitality or Zeus will get you. He will come up with some shenanigans for you. Second, Zeus is the god of oaths and promises. You swear an oath to Zeus, it is taken seriously. Also, fun fact, Zeus is the god of fair trade. Zeus Agorius, literally Zeus of the marketplace. So I'd shop at Z-Mart.
Zeus shopkeeper sprite win.
But yeah, basically, this is I think some real life mythology stuff you should know about, why Zeus is the way he is. This is because Zeus has a shitload of authorities and epithets, so as a ruler, we are seeing him do the kind of king of heaven thing, and he's got a lot of Zeus's identity to the Greeks is tied up in this idea that he is the guy who, enforces the rules of society. We also get an interesting bit, because this is where we get our first pop-in with Beryl. Beryl is looming as the gods leave their meeting, and runs into Aphrodite, and he's just a sniveling little bootlicker. I bet he likes to get stepped on.
Bitch!
He, says the right things to Aphrodite, he plays to her ego, and he mentions that he has come from a terrible place. So the people of Avalon have no faith in anything but themselves, and there were no gods there to begin with. Anyway, they just play cat and mouse games, and then he fucks off for a little bit, and I haven't seen him since, but whatever, he's here too, Scrublord.
So, during out this conversation, Zeus was like, Demeter, go get him. And Demeter's like, Kay.
He's like, Demeter, I could take care of this problem, but I'm gonna have you take care of this problem.
And this is where I say, in all caps, Jesus fucking Christ, Demeter! In parentheses, sick animation, bro.
Yeah, so this is, I think, one of our first of our actual factual, much like the arrow shot in Atlantis, but that was, one in the entire thing. We have a lot of goddamn, actual animated cutscenes. So, yeah, no, Demeter's Alethea shows up, and she just pops off. Hey, everybody remember that one story about how Demeter nearly killed all of us by inventing winter? Yeah.
She was very, very mad.
She was very upset that day. She was a mite nettled. This is talking about the Tokusatsu thing. This is full-blown, Independence Day, Earth Defense Force shit. Demeter is literally raising the city a section at a time to find us. And it's really creepy and weird because all the people are just they're sad, but also because she possesses the power to resuscitate them. Because basically, the immortality is pseudo. Gods can still kill you if you're a human. Humans can't kill other humans, but gods can kill you. But Demeter's authority over the harvest and regeneration allows her to just revive people she has killed.
I feel like this is partly in because someone doesn't have Hades' authority, which probably governs the dead in the afterlife.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't have a celestial bureaucracy. There's no Department of the Afterlife anymore. I assume that Thanatos' authority probably would have sided with Hades in the war, so... In fact, did we run into a Thanatos island? I don't remember. They do mention that when talking about all that praising Zeus, they talk about how Zeus took over Apollo, the sun from Apollo, and sleep from Hypnos, so Hypnos is gone. So Demeter can just resuscitate them after she blows them up. But she's still leveling fucking city blocks and skyscrapers with people in them, and it sucks. And this animation was so nice they played it twice. Then we commence Operation We Won't Know Until We Try. Basically, we talk about the difference between Musashi specifically goes on another one of her speeches talking about the difference between killers and heroes, and basically going I think even the AI even says, yeah, this is what got us the first time. Demeter just showed up and leveled the fucking city because we wanted to protect those people. But we even go through talking about how, yeah, we're gonna make the same mistake again because that's what we do, right? We're, the last master of humanity and a bunch of heroic spirits. We can't not try and save lives. Also, she will eventually blow up the base, so, because her power is tilling me. And then we actually get we commence the operation. Holmes is a little punch drunk still. No, somebody is, like, weird to him, and he's just like, no, I'm not an imposter. It's very silly. But they go through this whole thing. He has a couple of different commence operations, because we really are just winging it. Which I don't think Sherlock Holmes is against, but he finds very funny.
I can't remember what it was. I can't remember what part 2 was, but I remember what part 3 was. Hit him as hard as we can. And I'm just like, yep.
Yeah, there is. We won't know until we try. Oh, gosh, I don't remember.
I think second one was make it up as we go.
Yeah, make it up as we go, and we'll hit him as hard as we can. It's great. So we actually have our stalling fight with Demeter. You should say the line, because it's funny. This comes back.
So, my first fight, and my immediate first thought looking at this is, Demeter has a big booty and has the HP to match it.
Yes, I think her design is supposed to invoke, like, a fruit, like perhaps a pomegranate.
Oh, it is. It definitely is.
But she has a big, round lower body and then a teeny, tiny little wingy body at the top. As opposed to, like, Artemis, which she looked like a giant space gun with arms and a face. Space face.
Space.
But that wraps up Section 6. We move on to Section 7. Thou art the harvest who reaps the stars. 4. This is the big one. This is 7. So Demeter really doesn't give a shit about us. She just sends more waves of mooks after us, so we have to punch them off.
Saying everything, saying she's sorry, killing
she says
everybody.
This speech a lot. Again, talking about, like, logic loops and shit, right?
Right.
Some soldiers show up to corral us, and we gotta fight them. They're armed with the Demeter legacy, so they're really hard to kill. But then Canis shows up and kills them all. It's a great scene. One of them is just like, I got stabbed in the back? And Canis is just like, yeah, fuck you. Die. Bitch. And so Canis shows up and murders a lot of guy, which Musashi is appreciative of on multiple levels. And this is where the running joke comes in. Head empty, no thoughts, only beauties. Miyamoto Musashi.
Sometimes you have to remember, Musashi is constantly horny on main.
Correct. Yeah, even though Canis tells her, do not call me beauty again. Musashi is like, you won't.
No, Musashi was like, do you want me to lie to you? And Canis is like, no, do not ever lie to me.
Yeah, Canis is like, fuck. Shit, logic trap. But yeah, Musashi is just like, I'm gonna call it like I see it, okay? Like, if you want to fight, that would be great, actually. So we have a big, long flashback about how Canis came to be temporarily on our side. She does specify that she's going to murder us later, but Gordolf did a favor for her, which I have communicated in the notes as Bread 1, Canis 0.
I keep remembering this one scene from the CM, and it always was like, what the fuck is Gordolf doing?
The most dramatic croissant.
It is, though, yeah. Because there's a scene in the CM where he's just walking with a plate with a croissant on it, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And apparently
when you put it in context, it really is that, because, like, he's walking to the room where they've stashed Canis after recovering her. Munier is like, alright, director, I would like you to remind me, even though I already know, you, 1, took Canis into our ship. 2, you did not restrain her in any way. 3, you gave her a regular-ass room, and now 4, you're bringing her a fluffy croissant? To which Gordolf is like, yes.
You forgot put her into recovery, too.
Right, yeah, they healed her, and then they put her in a regular room without restraining her. And then Munier is just like, I'm not going in that room. That's an evil room. I'm not going in there. So Gordolf alone, armed only with a croissant and his wits and his mustache, negotiates with Canis. It is a great scene. I did not really break it down in the notes because there's not really anything, we can explain about it. You just have to see our master negotiator.
Basically, he comes clean. He's like, yes, it's not about being good. It's because I feel fucking bad about this because this is all my fucking fault.
Yes, I destroyed Chaldea. So, because Canis is like, you've got 5 minutes until I destroy everything. You could run away. I'll save you for last. And he's like, no, I will not leave. I refuse because you would just attack the rest. I'm the director. I am responsible. Also crippling guilt. But yeah, he communicates to Canis that we killed Poseidon. That makes her very glad mad. Like, she wanted to stab Poseidon, but also she's happy.
Canis is a character of dual emotions constantly.
Yes. I mean, I think it kind of makes sense in context of like, Canis' whole existence, especially in the Lostbelt of, being stuck with Rodaimi in a similar fashion to the Dioscuri, right? So, like, she's pissed off about everything all the fucking time, but also is still a human. She talks about being the strength of a divine spirit, but she still was a human originally, so we go through all these things, and like I said, you gotta read the scene for yourself. You know it if you've seen it already.
Oh, yeah.
But eventually, Canis decides that she does owe Gordolf, possibly just for the croissant.
Yo, don't look on the croissants. They're like my favorite bread-like thing.
It's great.
I love croissants.
And she did say she needed a snack before she was ready to go. Canis explains that because she still has Poseidon's authority, she also has power over the land, because at one point, Poseidon was just as much a land god as he was a sea god, as much as a land god is Demeter. This is true, by the way. Various cults in Greece thought that Poseidon was responsible for earthquakes. Hell, I don't know how confirmed it is, because we can't read their fucking language, thanks guys. But I think there's some theories that in Mycenaean Greece there was no Hades yet, and the underworld god role was Poseidon, who is basically king of the sea and the earth. So, yeah, it makes sense. So we're gonna beat up Demeter.
Yeah.
And Canis will not shut up about Demeter's ass. It was fat.
It was huge!
Yeah, no. She really won't, though. She says it like 2 or 3 times. And now we get to the actual fight, which is bad. It sucks.
It sucks.
Audience at home, I would like to tell you, our word of the day today is vehicular manslaughter. If you say that's 2 words, I'll run you the fuck over. But this fight sucks ass.
Alright, it really does. So, I'm gonna go over the sins of this fight real quick, alright? So, this is... technically it's a 3-pip node. It's a 3-pip node. The HP ain't crazy, but, we have some problems here. First off, we have a force neutral class support. It's forced. You have to take Canis. Canis, a Lancer, going up against a caster. Not the greatest. Canis' sole purpose in here is to negate Demeter's buffs, which is super useful. It's sick. It's great, thank you.
Could also be for free. I'm actually glad you put this in your notes, because I thought about this but did not write it down. I feel very bad for Canis in this fight. I really felt if they were going to make her mandatory, they should have done something like gave her temporary class advantage versus casters or some kind of damage buff or something. Because really she's just soaking up space, and that's mostly just because of other stuff we're going to talk about. But at one point, I took the storyline Canis, who's NP 5, and I think might be level 90. I dropped an NP on Demeter. It did 600 damage. Not 600,000. 600.
That's because you're probably on the damage cut.
Oh, it was on the damage cut turn. Yeah, it was not meant to do good. But that's like how little they have done to make Canis worth it in the fight.
Yeah, but no. On average, Canis' NP would do between 10k and 20k damage. Like I said, I fired that bird off a lot, okay?
I mean, yeah, she gains NP like a motherfucker.
Yeah, but
still, it's just...
No, it's not great. So again, this should have been... Canis' buff should have been just an off-screen buff that just, like, pops at the beginning. Like,
honestly, what I would have loved here, give me a choice of the 3, right? Like, give me the ability to pick Musashi, Holmes, or Canis. Because Holmes, story support Holmes, even if he was only, like, level 70 or something, because he's been downgraded a little bit, would be perfect, because he has pierced defense. But no! That would be too easy!
And so, we're gonna go on to this one, because this one took me a few tries to figure out, because usually when I first start doing things, I don't think too hard about the mechanics.
Yeah, this is also, by the way, where this only took me 2 tries, is I went to go bitch about this thing you're gonna bring up, and I had the other part of it confirmed.
Yeah.
I was like,
So, free MP charge, making what seems a 5-pip actually more of a 3-pip. Because if you don't know, Demeter actually has a 3-turn cycle, in which every turn she does a specific skill. First 2 turns, she does a skill, well, actually, I don't know if it's...
The first is she does her heal, debuff, immune, and I think it's a debuff cleanse, but because she's constantly debuff immune, it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, I don't know why they fucking did that. I really don't. But the second is like defense up and defense cut. And her third is she just gains 3 MP silver.
Yeah, she self-charges NP and does an attack up.
And I'm like, okay, so you have to basically eat a fucking very powerful MP every 3 turns. It's bullshit.
Yeah, it sucks.
That is right. It also has 50% it's like attack up.
Yeah. And she gives you a max HP cut, which is indefinite. I talked about this in the pregame. You can remove it, but it's indefinite. It won't go away on its own. So to explain my team notes earlier I talked about, my setup was, obviously Canis is stuck there. She must go in the front line. But it was Jean with Prisma Cosmos, Kentucky with one of the, I think it was Fondano Chocolat because it gives him like starting NP. And then Lil Vinci with Origin Bullet, I believe. Basically, my strategy revolved entirely around picking my command card, so every 3 turns, Jean would flag. Every 3 turns, Jean would fire her NP. She would give me a turn of invul, and she would remove the old max HP down stack. And that strategy worked up to a point. I still had to, at the start of the last bar, I still had to spend a core through it. But the strategy worked.
My strategy, like, once someone said, like, they had John in there, I modified mine, but mine was Kentucky, John, and then I had Scotty. I had Scotty in the back, along with, Maid Alter.
Yeah.
I can't remember my fucking CE placement perfectly, but I had a couple K-scopes in there and whatever. Because, again, guys, if you don't remember, Scotty's MP just gives you a turn of evade. That's really fucking handy in case, for some odd reason, your John can't pop a fucking invul.
Yeah. No, it's good.
But, again, with Scotty there, I had some decent quick support, and, like I said, Kentucky is very self-sufficient.
Yeah, Kentucky, I think Kentucky with a damage multiplier is almost like one of those CEs that gives him, like, extra power or something. It's almost mandatory for this shit.
It really is.
Because, like, if you let him do the crit loops, everybody gets NP charge pretty fast because she is an AoE multi-hit attacker. Mm-hmm. We basically covered your 2 pips here because we talked about her constant healing. She heals 10k passively and 50k when she does a heal.
Yeah, it's
but she does do AoE and it's bad.
It's bad. So all her normal attacks are just AoE, which again I think is one of the stupidest mechanics you can have in this game. Because
I mean, it depends on the enemy. A lot of times those guys have like shitloads of hits, so you charge NP very fast. But this is.
But combined with the fact that MP's every 3 turns has constant hard defense, so you are just slowly whittled away constantly. Yeah. Because here's the thing: like once you get in that fast bar, you have to deal with 10k heal every turn, a 60k heal on a 3rd turn, and constant hard defenses that are keeping you from doing your max fucking damage. The only reason why it took me so fucking long to clear it, like over 30 turns, not because of that, because I was doing so fucking little damage to her.
Yeah, it's bad. You have a high attrition rate. I ended up spending, by the way, a command seal to have Kets drop an NP right away. Literally, she did the 50k turn, and like I was just like, okay, I will NP again and undo it. I will say, I think because my strategy was heavily leaning into the Jean, I did not feel quite as attrition-y. Obviously, I went down after 2 bars. I did not have quite as much attrition, I think, as you did, because Jean's NP other effects are 1k heal per turn and defense up for 3 turns.
Yeah, no.
So like, I was literally not having a stack of those. It's brutal. Like, I know some people would use Melt for this. I was afraid to because Melt takes normal damage from this boss. I was just like, I feel like I'm gonna die.
No, like I said, I had my John out too, but you know, if you miss if you literally miss a single flag, you're just done.
Yeah, no. I did not miss a flag. Like I said, I went out of my way to make flag work, but it's bad.
It's bad.
It's brutal.
The thing I think that probably kills me the most, though, which really is a hard stop to your fight, is the first bar break, in which it clears all your buffs and gives you 3 turns, 3 times nullify buff, which I think should now be called nullify skill. Because it doesn't just stop individual buffs, no, it stops just buff activation. So if you have any skills that do, like, you know, multiple buffs, it only counts for 1. Yeah. I know this because I tried several times to maybe try to get multiple buffs off once. It doesn't fucking work. You have to do 3 separate buffs, or wait, 3 fucking turns to do this. Hey guys, guess what happens every 3 turns? A fucking MP!
Yeah, this is when my frontline ate shit the first time. This is why I did have to do a revive. Yeah, it's really bad. There are ways to get around it. I also wonder if, like, command codes make this easier, some of the self-buffing ones.
I don't know. I do
My
know
John,
that,
by the way, is fully command. Like, I've given her all the special regen ones on her arts cards, so maybe that helped me with some. But yeah.
But it's bad. I do know that it can be resisted. Like, several attempts, I did just have some of my servants just straight up be like, nah, fam.
Yeah, and it still counts as a debuff, so your debuff resist still works. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But thinking about things about fucking maybes, I don't know what this fucking confusion buff was, but it was fucking worthless.
Yeah, so I was told in my strategy meeting that allegedly, in the 3rd phase, this boss can skill seal itself. I want to tell you, never saw it. I did this whole fight without that. Never happened.
Yeah, I saw it on one of my failed attempts, not in the actual attempt that I succeeded in.
Yeah, no. So there's a heavy RNG element. We also kind of skipped over it in a higher point, but you did say she technically has like 3 HP bars, but not really, because she has an unremovable 150k guts.
And let me tell you, if you don't take that shit down, she'll go back up to full health again, because she has a 60k heal!
Yeah, that was when that NP proc went off for me, which was just like, I had to spend my 1 command spell to be like, Cats, I need you to NP right the fuck now. Big damage, right now.
Big damage, no whammies!
And yes, I think even with it being her damage cut turn, I think I had a Cats do like 69k nice damage, and just was like, okay, attrition done. Woo! Let's get the fuck out of here. Mm-hmm. Go room! Da Vinci go room! So yeah, no, this fight is brutal. It is an absolute gut check. If you do not have the appropriate... Shush, don't steal my joke yet. We're not there yet. This is like... Yeah, you probably need hard facts. The fight is designed, especially because her buffs are cyclical, like, even if you are explained the mechanics, you don't really get it until you're in it, right? Like,
well,
somebody has to, like, walk you through it, or you have to experience and be like, I see now. And then you have to, like, work out the strategy.
No, like, that's what I had to do. Like, I didn't, like, again, like, I didn't really ask anyone for advice because, again, what other people have is not what I have. So I have to do what I have to do. I was literally like, I'm like, all right, who has this is why, like, I focused on my Scotty and stuff, because I was at the beginning trying to use my art strats, but my best single target, arts is Roma, and he's not fully developed, and his kit's more built around team support rather than single support. So I'm like, no, this guy ain't gonna do the big numbers I need. So I had to switch to Kentucky, got his skills up, be like, all right, I can do mad damage right here. Now I just need to keep him fucking alive long enough. Which then led me to bringing in Scotty for Avant, then John for more hard visas. Then I realized there was a battle of damage attrition in the back half. So then I was like, all right, I need another attacker in the back, which brought me to Maid Alter because she was also quick.
Yeah. I went for the hybrid strat. Like, I still let Kentucky do his thing, but I didn't even bother, like, because he just does the big damage on his own. And I basically went for a half stall strat, like I said. Because once you get Ryder Da Vinci in rotation, she makes it very easy to spam NPs. So her damage isn't great, but it's enough that it can keep chipping away at that 10k per turn if she does an NP. And the fact that it stimulates your own guys and she's healing herself constantly is just like, it worked out. I also invested heavily into my Da Vinci when I got her, so
yeah,
like it's all about the prep you have. You know, if you've never gotten an origin bullet, it's a fucking great CE for caster bosses. But if you don't have one, you're gonna have a bad time. Maybe, you know, you gotta go really aggro, but also be prepared for a slog. Like you have to be high tempo, but your high tempo will not necessarily make the fight go fast. Lucky, I think you said you did level like 37.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't clock my turns, but it was also a fuck ton. I was doing this for I think literally 20 or 30 minutes of real time. It is an endurance match in a lot of ways. Makes sense though. She is this way, but I've heard mixed reports. Like a lot of people say that Demeter is kind of like Gawain. She's like a real gut check that's relatively early. Like I feel like this is almost designed with revives in mind. Like Delightworks at the time was just like, yes, the players can just revive infinitely with Sync Quartz. So what if we did a boss that assumes you're gonna revive? So it's just
that's bullshit.
Damn. Yeah, I know. And honestly, from what I've heard of people, I don't think like follow-up chapters like Heian-kyo and Avalon, I don't think they've had bosses that are quite this hard or punishing anyway. Like I don't think that there are boss fights that are quite as mean-spirited as Demeter again after this.
I kind of feel like this is in some part because probably at the time Delightworks was taking numbers from, players and whatnot and maybe seeing specific strats are putting out high damage, so maybe they thought they can get away with putting something a bit tougher out there, not realizing that maybe not everyone can do those high damage strats. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly certain this is literally why they introduced Spirit Vein Stones later this year in the equivalent time. Like they were like, yeah, story fights are hard. It's rough. I mean, I know the assassin one's gonna be bullshit because that's just full of fucking debuffs. Yeah, I mean, I've heard mixed responses. Robin says the assassin is just as bad. Other people are like, it's not as bad. So we'll see when I get there. It probably depends on your toolkit. I'll have to feel that one out myself. I have strategies for that, though. I don't know. Do I have a good single target caster? I don't think I do.
Don't you have Shootin'?
I mean, yeah, but that's still.
Do you not have a Shiba?
Actually, my Shiba is MP2 or 3 now. Oh right, my Kirky is MP5. Right, duh, I'm stupid. She's so brand new. I literally haven't used her. That's right. Yes. So that will probably be a strategy I try. Maybe Merlin backing because Merlin's got those fucking team-wide invols.
Oh God,
guys, I want to just once again. I know we're just about to talk about Mash's gun. She gets her gun finally, but God, I miss Mash's free damage cut AOE so much, guys. Oh my God, please, I need it back. It's so good. Holy shit. But yeah, no. Anyway, after you get through all that bullshit, it's still not enough story-wise. So yeah, you gotta get in there. Well, Cadence has brought you a thing. So this gets us to Mash Kirlight's Black Barrel replica. Gun! And if you don't get that reference, it's JoJo Really Fast Part 3 specifically. I made a very shitty meme edit of this that I posted somewhere in Spoiler. It's long buried now, but it's in there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no. So Mash gets her gun finally. You saw it in the CM. She's got a gun. It kills things that are not supposed to be kilted. Mm-hmm. Or rather, each bullet or each shot anyway is one command spell. Plus some extra stuff.
Maybe your life and fate.
Yeah. It's very important. Can you put what in the chat? The meme I made? I mean, yeah, no, I think it's fine. If you can dig it up. Yeah, there it is. It's a very shit edit that took me way too long to do, but yeah.
So it costs one command spell, as you need the magical influx and all that crazy stuff. But I did want to note, while this is a replica, this thing has been a concept that's been around for a while, seen in other Nasa work. Specifically, Notes and Tsukihime/Melty Blood has actually come up several times. I don't think that I'm really listening to get into the full notes of what it is, but it's bullshit.
Yeah, we talked about this when we talked about Sion. This was mentioned, we got this delivered from the Wandering Sea.
Yep.
Nova Chaldean base. One of the things that Sion has is her Black Barrel replica, which was a normal handgun to her. It's, for killing vampires. Presumably she turned that into this monstrosity. Or at least that was the basis of it. There's a lot of exposition, but there's also a lot of, that's a really cool thing you said. I don't know what it means. Like, not even the people giving us the exposition understand how the fuck this works, just that
it does.
The Black Barrel is one of Atlas's 7 deadly things. They can destroy the world. It is designed to defeat immortals. Basically, it summons up negative energy. The bigger your lifespan is, the more power the bullet has, and therefore it's like an equal and opposite reaction. It's kind of like an antimatter cancel. So, yeah, Mash just starts saying words. She's apparently been drilling in the simulator with this, so she knows what to do, but none of us have any idea what the fuck it means. But she sets up, she aims the gun, you have to pull the trigger, as it were, and you do, and then we get another cutscene. Bang! Demeter is obliterated. Like, it shoots out a black beam of light, it pierces the body, there's a fucking negative image reverse, they do an invert colors filter, and Demeter just vanishes. It's a big deal. As she dies, she has some internal thoughts. And did the priestess just talk?
Priestess just talk.
What the fuck?
And here we talk about regrets and madness and all sorts of sad things. Alas, poor villain.
She was just very sad. I mean, she kept saying it, but she was sad as she was running us over with her fat ass, so. Anyway, nap him now.
Yeah, that we fired something we probably shouldn't have.
Take a nap now.
Good night.
Anyway, I went back and wrote this later because I felt it was relevant because we discussed kind of like what the other mecha gods did in the past. But we got a breeze through for the boss fight, but we get a lot of information about Demeter's Alethea form in this, and we understand that she is the machine god in charge of resource gathering and reconstruction. Her model is based on Gaia's model. They explicitly call it she inherited a lot from Gaia in this timeline. Her special attack she does, Elegy Elusis, is designed to plow fields, harvest resources, and remodel non-living matter. So she can basically demolish soil, rocks, etc. to make fields, which is why she can obliterate skyscrapers as well. And her abilities give her the power to rapidly regenerate living tissue / rapidly grow plants for harvesting. She is responsible for feeding all these people, growing all their crops, distributing them, making sure they remain immortal, and also, remodeling the land. She's a goddess of the land and so on. Important to discuss all these bits.
Mm-hmm. Now, this might be because I've just played Horizon recently, but I get this odd feeling that the machine gods were basically some part of some huge terraforming culture development system. Like when you put it in like our standard pantheon says, yes, all gods must, govern over an aspect of human life. But when you take humanity out of the initial equation and then set them up on their own, you have to wonder what their original purpose was. Like, they came from the primordial chaos, something that they call in Consis, and have the abilities to basically nurture and develop a world. Like, I'm not entirely
across the Sea of Stars.
Yes. So,
and we do know like a little bit about some of the systems we've seen. Like, Poseidon is a amphibious model. He is meant to patrol and control the oceans. Artemis was a self-defense satellite.
Yeah.
We know that Hephaestus was some kind of fabrication unit because we found his leftover bits.
Like, I find it very strange that all these machines have the functions to support something other than themselves built into them and travel across the Sea of Stars. Like, there's a weird, what's the word I want to say? And there's a weird lack of purpose in them being their, giant machines until they,
definitely.
they're right.
They definitely have an issue of purposelessness. I mean, this whole world does. Like Zeus talks about earlier how he agreed with Wodaimi, that was one of the things he settled, that no matter what, he will protect humanity. Maybe not pan-human history, but he'll stand up for humanity, even though he doesn't really think that much of us. We are just a thing that is curious, We are intelligent. I mean, Demeter also expresses, she's like, these guys are, they're young despite being around for like 10,000 years. They haven't, picked up yet what's going on. Aphrodite has a lot more like specious take where like, hey, you motherfuckers have literally just evolved walking upright, you fuckers. What are you doing? Not showing me respect. How dare you speak to me? But, if they crossed, the Sea of Stars, they're probably really, really fucking old. So it might make sense that they think of us even after 10,000 years, as just tiny baby children. But yeah, there's definitely some interesting stuff here. Anyway, we as a player character, the master takes a nap now, so we go to intermission, records fragment. Stop. Whatever time.
We get a bit of a flashback here. Thinks about his past a little bit. He seemed to be the young, upcoming member of the Kstrk family. Was going around, getting power, learning stuff. Seemed to have a case of, I'm a genius. Oh no! When young.
Yeah, he has a very interesting flashback about some stuff I'm sure we will probably come back to later. But some stuff happened. There's a reference to an infamous mage killer. But it seems like at a certain age, he was just, a huge nerd who minded his own business.
Elitist nerd.
Yeah.
Mind you.
I mean, he always thought he was going to do something cool because he realized how fucking strong he was and everybody told him he was the coolestest. But he was elitist, but at least outwardly he acted humble, right? Like, everybody told everybody, like, I'll get around to it, it's fine. Like, he knew he would do something cool. He just didn't know when or where.
But
so he was in no rush.
But then he got stabbed. And then he passed out.
He got a poison bullet, I believe.
Something like that. And he woke up in a slums house with, one of the people that he was did not even acknowledge existed.
Yeah.
Creepy thing.
Yeah, because Kato came back to the garden, he sees Wodame taking a nap, and he's just like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like,
I didn't know you were capable of taking a nap. Also, point, Kadak says, he thought, Wodame would be the perfectest and did not seem that he'd be taking a nap in the bench in the park. And we're like, no, fuck you, that is perfection. A beautiful park, a sunlit day, that's a perfect place to take a nap.
I mean, I think he meant perfectionist as in, like, surely Wodame would be micromanaging everything and he's not going to take a break. But no, Wodame is actually pretty relaxed. He makes some terrible jokes, to which I inserted, how does Wodame know what servants I used? I posted a screen cap of this in chat, and I was like, this man is a wizard. He knows what strategy I used. Because he makes a joke about rock and roll, and then he says, no, actually, heavy metal. And the Kadak is just like, what the fuck did you just say to me? I have known you for literal years. I have never heard you speak this way. Please never make a joke again. And Wodame is like, I'm terribly sorry.
Wodame just wants friends.
I'm obviously still asleep. Do not think nothing of it. Let us never speak of this again. And Kadak is like, done. Anyway, there's some back and forth here. There's some double talk. Some
yeah. The more I see of Wodame, the more I'm convinced he's been undermining the foreign god the entire time, while playing it straight.
Yeah, the way I put this is, you can clearly tell by now, because you've seen him in several conversations, Wodame really embodies that whole letter of the law, not the spirit vibe. It makes sense that he admitted that what he did mostly was basically dumpster dive at the files in the clock tower. Like, I think he was in archaeology at one point, or astronomy, but he mostly looked through dead files of other departments for stuff. So, yeah, he is following the contractual obligations that the foreign god has given him, while also having his own methodology.
No, and in those terms, I actually started looking back on a lot of his previous actions, and I've started realizing there's been some inconsistencies in the planning. For starters, since the beginning, everyone has always known that Wodame's Lostbelt was going to be the one that won. Everyone was there for a fact. But Wodame still insisted on everyone going out and doing their Lostbelts on their own. And when I started thinking about this, I kind of understand why. Why? Because, A, it divides the foreign god's attention or the foreign god's disciples' attention. They all can't be everywhere at once. So,
and it does seem like they still get something out of it. They talk about when they talk about Lostbelt for India, right? That right. This is when Pepe realized, hey, these motherfuckers don't just want this tree to grow, right? Like, they want something else.
Yeah, no. So basically, this divides the foreign god faction. That's what I'll call them. Attention. 2, it divides up their strength. Like, they basically have a non-interference pact, which means none of them interfere with each other. But that also means none of them can come help each other. Which is interesting because if you truly want a plan to succeed, you do not spread out your strength and say no one mess with anybody else.
Yeah, this is not a combat strategy, right? This is a science experiment, basically. They're running multiple different trials in parallel to see what works. If they really wanted to kick our ass and kick Panhuman History's ass, all 7 cryptors would have just summoned their Lostbelt servants in Olympus, and we would be fucked, right? There's no fucking way. We'd be dead. Unless the counterforce, like, shit out all 7 grand servants at once, we would be dead. There'd be no way. But
there'd be no way.
In order to keep the system, like, balanced, to keep the experiment fair, we're split up, we've gone over, and, things have kind of developed on their own. Wodame also, we saw through Ophelia's, eye powers, that Wodame insisted, despite the fact that it cost him great personal suffering, that his friends be brought back. The foreign god only wanted him, remember?
Right.
So he, out of his own reasons, wanted his allies back and set them to go about their own business and, not interfering or whatever. So,
and here's a third.
A lot of things going on. Go ahead.
And here's a third one. he has basically not been interfering with Chaldea at all, which is something very weird. They keep saying, oh, it's not going to be a problem, everyone can deal with it. But as we've proven multiple times, we do have the ability to carry out with our threats. And Wodame has known that Chaldea has been out there the entire time. Listen, Wodame and David are geniuses. You do not let things like unknown variables exist unless you want them to exist.
Now, to be fair, I think some of that in Olympus specifically is he has his perfect prediction. It's etched in the stars, right? He fought us the first time, and he says he wants to fight us the second time and absolutely kick our butts. So he's limited on the number of fights. By the way, we missed it earlier, but Zeus, when he was having that private conversation with Wodame, was like, "You only fight 2 more times, right? Save that last one for me. I want to fight you." And then they probably
it is partially like that, but like I said,
I think like if you take it under advisement that we could still fuck it up, like we did in the first fight, right?
Right.
Gatia basically showed up and bailed us out. I wonder if that's because that would have counted as a separate fight, basically. Because we lost our fight, and then he was going to finish us off, and then the guy showed up, and he was like, shit, this is a new fight, I gotta go home. He seems very concerned that we will somehow not die and use up extra fights, basically. Mm-hmm. Like, we will fuck with his prediction. So,
because basically, this non-interference... So, this non-interference pact does basically mean that we, as Chaldea, have been able to drive around, gather, analyze, learn information, and build our strength moving forward, like, with all these plans. Like, I think Wodame is counting on our chaos factor to change something critical in everything. And I don't even know if
I also feel like Wodame is like wheels in wheels. Like, his discussion with Zeus earlier is basically like, okay, so we both have the same end goal in mind, but our exact reasoning for things is different. But so long as one of us comes out of this okay, it doesn't matter. I'm almost wondering if, like, as you're saying, maybe Wodame is secretly including us in that. And basically like, and if Chaldea somehow wins, that's also okay. Like, I think he's trying to set up a situation because the foreign god was putting us, humanity, in such a no-win scenario that no matter what, he's trying to make it so somehow we come out of this okay. Humanity survives. Again, maybe not Pan-Human history.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's not on our side, but he's definitely against the foreign god side.
Yes. I mean, he there's so many times when he's just been like, because the foreign god made me so, I cannot tell you about that, or I cannot do that. Like, he doesn't say, well, I don't want to do that. He's just like, oh, sorry, I'm contractually obligated. I can't talk about that with you. Which, for Pepe anyway, usually seems to be a subtle cue that, like, Pepe is like, I see. I will slink away to do my own business. Whereas Kadok's still being, like, a weird, anxious, paranoid bitch baby, and is just like, oh shit, is he sus? Does he suspect me? Am I sus? Demeter got exploded. Yes, that's bad news. Anyway, don't worry about it. Yeah, Pepe's good at what he does. Also, they talk about how, I think this is another conversation Wodame has with Pepe, where basically talking about, like, Pepe is a murder machine, his magical arts are devoted around killing people, but he's, like, one of the most morally upstanding cryptors. Like, he actually, like, feels feelings and thinks thoughts about people. It's great. But yeah, that's basically our interlude, is we get a shitload of Wodame time, and you definitely have those, like, Big Joseph Joestar eyeball.
Yeah, that's the witchcraft.
Which leads us to Section 8, Thou art the ardor that corrupts the stars. 1. Gee, what could this be referring to?
Ardor.
But yeah, so we start with another shot of the starry sky. Boy, there's a lot of leaning on the starry sky as a metaphor in this chapter, huh?
I think it's appropriate. It's from whence they came and somewhere they can't return to.
Also, in the beginning monologue talking about humans and the day to shoot down gods, it's effectively like the opposite, right? Like, at one point the stars were beyond our limit. They were a mystery. But now, then mankind saw the stars as a puzzle to be solved. And eventually, well, I don't know if you'd say we've conquered the stars. We have definitely, like, jumped that gap between us and the stars, right? Like, in modern science, we have been...
They are within our reach.
Yeah. Hey, Voyager's on his way out of this system right fucking now.
Yeah. Because now that I realize, like, that initial conversation about talking about a star was specifically Demeter talking about this, you can pretty much assume that this one is Aphrodite, and they speak about things that they have lost. And looking at how Demeter turned out, Demeter, like, they explained this. Demeter basically went batshit insane because Zeus said, hey, you, kill your daughter.
Yeah.
And Demeter's just like...
Persephone sided with Hades because he's a good guy. Duh.
Yeah.
And Zeus made her destroy her. I'm gonna assume, given the way he acted, probably wasn't like a dickish thing, but more like, you are the only one who can unmake this thing you have made.
Yeah.
But it still sucks, and now she's kind of crazy pants.
And, that's one of the things, like, she regrets. She regrets to have to doing all this killing, and that she just wants all the humans to, live, love, and be happy, because...
They are her children.
Mm-hmm. And what mother does not want that for their children?
I don't know, Axe. I think the Ice Age would be better than her literally yelling her regrets so loud that, like, she demolishes a city block.
The Ice Age got better.
Yeah, depending on which version you are of the kidnapping of Persephone, yes, basically, like, it gets better after we go through this loop-a-doop of everything. Demeter, like, freezes the world, and then, depending on the telling, either, I think it's Zeus has to go down to Hades and be like, okay, bro, we gotta talk about this. I know I said it was okay for you to marry Persephone, and I didn't tell Demeter, but Demeter is freaking out, bro. You gotta come back upstairs and, like, put her back. And then, depending on the version, the pomegranate seed is either, like, basically, like, a clever ruse to be like, okay, Demeter, well, she ate some underworld food, she can't go back all the time, and so we have seasons. Or, you know, it was an actual, like, Hades was afraid he couldn't fight his own sister, the goddess of nature, to get his wife back. So yeah, no, Demeter has always been a kind of, like, subtle but powerful influencer. But yeah. What Aphrodite is talking about with the stars that she's lost has to do with her love.
And when that context, you look at her and you start going, oh no.
Yeah. I have some big, chunky fucking notes here. Shout out to OSP for that Aphrodite video. You guys should go watch it. It's going to contextualize a lot of stuff if you don't know this. But so, first of all, we have a lovely conversation. Koyanskaya shows up and talks to Aphrodite, who she calls Venus. I assume at first just to be an asshole, but then Aphrodite says she likes the way that Koyan says her name.
Like to cut out your jib, girl.
Yeah, they have a very catty best frenemies discussion where, like, Aphrodite really doesn't like Koyanskaya, but then she wraps around to, like, actually, I do like you.
Hey, there's few things better than an enemy that you know exactly what they're gonna fucking do.
Yeah. So they have this whole conversation and stuff, goes back and forth, and we get a big clarification here finally. Koyanskaya is an alter ego, in caps. She does work for the foreign god. It is a professional contract. She is being compensated for her services. She is not one of the god's disciples, so she is not the same thing as Rasputin, Doman, or presumably Lostbelt Muramasa, who we saw in Atlantis. So we don't get into the details here, but this is kind of a thing that we've been wondering, and it makes a lot of sense why Koyanskaya is able to kind of do her own shenanigans, right? Mm-hmm. Because she has a professional contract who presumably gives her some leeway, so she gets to fuck around. Anyway, throughout this, and then a conversation that Aphrodite has with Pepe. Pepe, by the way, do not like Aphrodite.
Nope.
We get a lot of discussion here, explicitly talking about her different natures, aka basically her different epithets. Pepe drops what I think might be a hint towards the concept of Aphrodite Aurea, the warlike Aphrodite, because he talks about how this Aphrodite is kind of, violent and murder-happy. She actually seems quite overjoyed to destroy humans or to see humans destroy each other.
He was actually she was quite excited to fight the other Lostbelts.
Yeah, she wanted to have conflict. He talks about how her manifestation in pan-human history was influenced by Ishtar, which is a very kindly way for Nazi to acknowledge that syncretism, Venus and Ishtar are probably the same thing, but, he has his own thing he's doing, right? So,
right.
But they tried to being influenced by Ishtar makes sense. But Pepe explicitly notes that Aphrodite seems to be lacking her aspect of pandemos, her supporting and loving the people. If you guys don't know, for Ionia, for Athens and the like, Aphrodite has two big epithets. Aphrodite Urania, heavenly Aphrodite, is supposed to represent, like, platonic ideal of love, like cosmic love, divine love kind of a thing. This is sometimes the Aphrodite who is the one who emerges, virgin birth style from the sea foam.
Right? Yeah.
And all that stuff. Her other common epithet, and this is especially common later, was Aphrodite, I believe, Pandemos, literally the people's Aphrodite. Because if you guys didn't know, Aphrodite is one of the few deities in the Hellenistic pantheon who was worshipped by basically everybody. Because who doesn't need love and aesthetics, y'all?
Mm-hmm. Everyone loves beauty.
Yeah. The aesthetical nature is inherent in our universe, and also, almost every heart can appreciate the conflict of love and friendship and whatever.
Yeah.
And Pepe is like, yeah, you don't really seem to have a lot of that. You don't have a lot of that love for the people thing. But I want to say, in my brain, in my mythology brain, this actually tracks in terms of mythography. The epithets of Aphrodite as kind of a universally loved goddess, a goddess of the common people, or Aphrodite as a protector of nations, comes from more Hellenistic or later Roman traditions. The Romans' favorite epithet for Venus was Venus Genitrix, Venus the Mother, as basically like the mother of Rome kind of thing, because of the Aeneid. Julius Caesar was big in the cult of Venus and actually claimed direct descendants from Aeneas, i.e. Venus. That's why he has like divinity like D as a servant. So the warlike version we know from Cytherea or Sparta are older. So And the Iliad may even have had a, like, basically political message of and overtones of trying to say Aphrodite is not a war goddess, which is the Ionian, the Athenian interpretation. Shout out to Diomedes, by the way, who did Aphrodite with a spear. But definitely, like, if there was no drift of the people and no drift of their worship, like, everything has been the same way for 10,000 years, so the way that the people worship the gods of Olympus don't change, it makes sense that her character would not have fully moved on. Pepe puts this in the form of a metaphor where he says he cannot imagine this Aphrodite ever marrying Hephaestus, which has its own interpretational elements, but to talk about the Aeneid, there is a moment where, at the very least, Venus rolls up to Vulcan and is like, I need you to make my baby boy a shield. And he's just like, okay. And she's like, really? And he's basically like, yeah, duh. You're my wife. Am I going to be like an asshole to you? No. You're asking me to do work. I love to work. But yeah, you have some follow-up points on this as well, your own thoughts.
I have some own thoughts. So, with this, it definitely seems like the machine gods are missing something that their proper human history counterparts had, which seemed to make... I wrote this wrong.
Yeah, I lucky stumbled there because you wrote PPH for some reason.
Yeah.
You should probably have done PHH.
PHH. Counterparts had, which...
y'all.
Yeah. Which make them means more cold and distant. The best term I can think of this is humanity. I put this in quotes, by the way. Or at least aspects of themselves that make them more relatable to humans. Because this is something that we can talk about from the White Titan incident. With the White Titan incident, most of the machine gods were actually destroyed, and they were reduced to kind of their terminal state. And then relied on, integrated with human society and became, the pantheon as we know then and there. We went from Atlantean gods to Olympian gods. There was a distinct shift in there. And at that point, like as Mega was saying earlier, their types of worship and stuff would have changed, and they would have taken on different aspects in themselves. We don't seem to have that here. Now, this actually got me on a little bit of a theory crafted thing, and actually had me go on another path of what actually if this had happened, but the coexistence faction had been successful, what the world would have looked like. And actually, if the Atlantean gods had chosen to coexist with humans instead of ruling over them, we actually might have gotten a genuine utopia. Because the problem with the Olympian gods here, or Atlantean gods here, is that they're exerting direct control and basically treating humans as basically.
I think somebody said it better. Yeah, they're ants in an ant farm. They're a zoo. Like,
yeah,
they are important because they are an interesting form of life that is on this planet they found, but they do not get to rule their own destiny. We will talk about this later as well.
Yes. If the coexistent branch had succeeded and not everyone had fucking died, I don't fucking know. I'm pretty sure Zeus would have been literally the tipping factor. Whatever Zeus side picked, that side probably would have fucking won. But if they had chosen coexistence, they probably would have actually ended up in the same sort of state as proper human history as they would be present, but not present for fucking everything. Humans would still guide their own destinies, and gods would just be there to interfere themselves with major conflicts or some sort of shenanigery or tomfoolery. And humans would continue.
If they could have kept their machine bodies, like, it would basically be like, I mean, I don't think we would move past them for a long time, but if you fast forward those 10,000 years, right? We look like modern, but that was like 10,000 years ago, so it would be the actual, like, alternate history, far future, like, we would be living in a modern Atlantean society, and there would probably be, like, actual conflict and stuff, and humans would have to work it out, but they would still know that the gods would be there to, like,
support them, take care of them and stuff. And
hell, we've talked about this a lot, and we're going to come back to it, but, like, Hades was on the coexistence faction. I mean, that means the afterlife is real, and the guy running it's not an asshole, right? Like,
right.
That solves one of humanity's great mysteries.
And, like, I think we would have mentioned, like, there'd still be confidence stuff, and because, we would have gods here, and pushing our technology and whatnot, and longevity and whatnot, all these, like, crazy things, eventually I think humans would eventually just return to the stars and continue, humanity that way.
Which, somebody raised a point that they think that timeline wasn't pruned. Makes sense. I believe Merlin has said that that's and actually Gil too. I think both of our clairvoyance boys have said that's humanity's future. If we don't die out, that is where the next age of humans is to go to beyond the Earth and basically stretch out a little.
So, like, honestly, like, the more I thought about it, the more I'm pretty sure, like, yes, the coexisting faction winning probably would lead to the idyllic human society.
We would actually reach the next age. We would move on.
Yes. And so...
But this, as you said, the ruling faction does not have ages. They just exist.
Yes.
Anyway, after all this discussion with Aphrodite, we have another bad dream. It's like it's foreshadowing or something. It sucks. But we wake up, And we have another meeting, another unfamiliar ceiling. And I gotta say, given the 2-year pandemic, the idea of this board conference call hits slightly different now. This is just your daily check-in call, Gordolf gets on the line, he gets interrupted everywhere, but we get to meet up with everybody, we double-check, and everything's going okay. We need a little bit of rest. Da Vinci pops in, even though she should be resting. She is also a workaholic. And lets us know that, hey, so that's what happens if you use the command spell and fire the Black Barrel. It's very stressful, it's bad for your body. If we didn't have access to modern healing magecraft here, you might have died. Do not fire the Black Barrel in sequence. Which I immediately went, foreshadowing. I predict sometime before this whole arc is over, we're going to need to fire the Black Barrel in sequence. Maybe not in this chapter, but somewhere in there, there's got to be a moment where we're going to need to double tap. And it's probably going to suck.
Oh, I am die. Also, yes,
hey,
legendary.
Maybe we'll be the ones to evaporate, and Foe has to be like, all right, come on
load
now.
save state. Also legendary. It makes sense. Remember, in the grand scale of the Earth being the Earth, we have been here a tiny time.
Yeah. And also, we know in the Nasuverse that extraterrestrial species exist, right? Like, there's Velber, there's whatever the Olympian Primordial Chaos faction is. There's a lot of stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
So there's many things out there. But we get some great conversation. Holmes talks out loud, possibly just to be catty, to which Canis is like, cease. She speaks in all caps.
Double font size.
Yeah, and double size. And I'm like, man, we really love playing around with the font size this chapter, huh? It's a good effect.
It really is.
But also, Holmes just tells Canis and Musashi to get a room. Where has this ship been for the past 2 years? Guys, you didn't tell me there would be so much flirting.
Thinking about it, I ship it too. It's like, they surprisingly go well together.
Yeah. It's because Musashi has obtained a void and has no fear. Like, that no fear? She is just the no fear. And there's no one fear. There's just no fear. 0 fears. Or maybe it's no fear, 5 swords.
Canis Musashi is just Canis saying, go fuck yourself. And Musashi's saying, come over here and do it yourself.
Yeah, basically, like, what are you gonna do? Kiss me? And Canis is like, what? Let's play Fuck, Marry, Kill. But there's only 2 of us. Yeah, it's great.
Oh, it's great. Honestly, and looking at Canis, although she's still, like, foul-mouthed and, like, angry, and actually she feels fairly mellow.
I think we've gotten, basically, during the last chapter, she reached her incandescent rage point, 200% mad. And then the Dioscuri, like, booped her snoot, and she was like, all right, I see, we have made mistakes. I am going to murder them later. How will I do this? So, like, she's more relaxed and, like, just like, okay, all right, I'm untethered, but also I could just die, so I need to do stuff. And, she talks a lot about her kingship as well in this chapter. Like, hey, you guys know I was a king, right? I'm not going to go back on my word.
Also, I think it's probably because she's not surrounded by Greek divinities that she hates so much.
Yeah.
It seems very less stressful that way.
Also, I mean, Jason is not there to slam her trauma button.
True.
So, like, now she is the one who yells at people. But yeah, it's an interesting point. She does have some great commentary. I like Gordolf accidentally keeps saying, use Canis, and Canis is just like, what was that? What was that, mustache boy? And he's like, yes, terribly sorry. We'll make use of your abilities that you possess as a person. So yeah, it's good character development for her.
No, like I said, I liked her a lot, and I rolled for her, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, this is what I said. If only I had one. Oh well. Actually, I could log in right now. I have a ticket, but I want to finish this recording. We're getting close.
We're getting close. Well, again, we're only a third through the fucking story.
Yeah, no. This is why we're gonna have to live stream, because there's no way I'm gonna be able to render a video anytime this epic. Anyway, we have some back and forth. We get even more AI buddies, and I gotta say, I'll be honest. I'm mildly miffed. This chapter seems to involve retreading a lot of characters from London and around then, and even some Americas. But all of them are basically taken out by the time we got here, so it's like just AI cameos. Fucking Lancer Artoria Alter's cameo shows up for a second. Everybody's like, "Whoa, the King of the Storm," and I'm just like, "Okay, why? But what if she was actually here and we could actually talk to her and get characterization, and she wasn't just a fucking cameo? How dare you?" It's like,
I am again surprised. Like, why are there all these mostly lightning themed characters up in this joint? It seems very.
I think the idea, especially with like Tesla, like how Tesla's NP works. I think the idea was the Counterforce sent servants who would not immediately die if Zeus tried to throw lightning at them.
I guess that makes sense.
Which honestly may have over-specialized them. Like, Zeus doesn't actually get off his ass and fight guys a lot. When Holmes was about to use his Noble Phantasm to get us out of there, I'm like 90% certain that's what he was going to do. He was going to use Elementary, my dear, to like create the solution to the mystery. probably would have been some way to, like, set off Demeter's trauma button and make her freak the fuck out. And Zeus was like, cease. He yeeted a thunderbolt at that guy. Which, also, shout out to Sherlock Holmes shrugging that off and basically being not quite like that quote from DBZ Abridged where Freeze is like, ha, next time bring your A game. But, like, a little bit like that. Yeah, it damaged his spirit core again. Yes, he's being a little goofy. I think what's probably done is it's limiting his access to his noble phantasms. He also did not use his disguised noble phantasm. He's just chilling. He needs time to heal. But don't worry, the Demeter stuff will get him good juice. By the way, it was confirmed canonically that Zeus took over Demeter's authority after she was destroyed, and they scavenged what was left of her body.
They were able to bring back half the people that was killed.
Yeah, so
Zeus be working hard, yo.
Yeah, is got some stuff. We'll talk about it more in my next second. I think I talk about like his systemic resources. So we'll get in there. Basically, that's it here. We talk about some stuff. We got to go out in disguise. We're doing a sneaking mission, and because they clarify what the plan is. The plan is we're gonna force a grand summoning. Fuck you, Zeus.
Oh.
Yeah. Which is interesting. I think it's very direct, right?
Oh yeah.
We did already have it. The counterforce already sent a grand, but he had to stop off before he got in there to do a thing. By the way, Gaty had told Musashi a grand would appear. But yeah, so we move on to Section 9, basically our last section. We got a couple of Section 10 notes that we might as well read. I don't know. But
yeah, we probably could.
Section 9, all of it. Thou art the ardor that corrupts the stars. 2, we move the base because it's an underground vehicle. It's basically a subway tunnel. This just feels like a loading screen to me. Quick, put in just 2.
I'm more partial to climbing a ladder while someone sings to me.
But yeah. We also, while this is going on, we get Atlantis facts and Sherlock Holmes. I love this, by the way. There's just this whole giant discussion about, all right, so this technology is Atlantean, in fact, and so are these clothings. How does that work? Well, we know from modern science that Atlantis definitely doesn't exist. Definitely. It's not real. It's nowhere on Earth. We haven't found it. But what if it did exist? And we go through, like, this whole thing back and forth, talking about, like, how it could exist and where it's from, like, and basically, he even turns to Mash and he's like, theory, where are we right now? And Mash is like, oh, Olympus, right. We're on a mountain inside a pseudo-space, because they mentioned, by the way, this whole city, which is called Interstellar, is basically floating inside a hollow Earth space that shouldn't exist. So,
right.
Yeah, it's well, I hate the what-if discussions for no purpose, but this is like, in the story, okay, we're in Atlantis, how does that work? And so we run down the line of actually, like, doing the old history work.
We hate what if. I don't know what is where I have to consider, like, 300 fucking servers and start picking certain ones out.
Yeah, it's hard to build a what-if from nothing. This is more like, actually, this isn't even a what-if. This is, how do we explain this? So we find that we backfill it in. It's great. Mash continues to be a giant nerd.
It's adorable.
Yeah. Holmes mentions he needs to go and talk to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And Mash is like, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who wrote all your stories. I've read all of his novels. I have also watched all of the movie adaptations, at least the one that you were in. And then you're like, Mash, are you okay? She's just like, oh, sorry. But to go back to one of Lucky's earlier points, I think this basically confirms we've got some weird Ancient Aliens uplift shit with the Olympians. This is basically the Ancient Aliens theory, They came from the Sea of Stars, they found prehistoric humans, and they elevated them to Atlanteans, but at least in proper human history, Safar wasn't having any of that civilization shit. In this case, it does still exist, and they mentioned earlier that the Atlanteans who got banished, by the way, shout out to the twins who were part of the Coexist faction and were not exiled because they literally missed the boat. So, there was rumors that they left to go find their homeland. Obviously, they didn't really, probably because the sea was full of horrible monsters. But, they could have been going to go to their actual homeland, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
But, so we get some good on this. And then also we learn more about Mecha Hades, who continues to be a cool guy. Basically, the twins drop on us that Hades destroyed himself rather than let Zeus kill him and take his authority. This means that Zeus needs to use up a lot of his processor cycles to mint the blockchain. I mean, observe the underground area. That was originally Hades' domain was underground infrastructure, but because Zeus had to basically recreate his authority, he's still supposed to be omnipotent and omniscient, so he can look underground, but he has to use a lot of juice, and he is using a lot of his juice right now to maintain the tree, which is, great and interesting.
Mm.
So we get a lot of lore about, and hypothetical lore, I think, about the machine gun bodies. They're talking about basically them being similar to computers. They have only so much processing cycles and stuff to go around. Very useful stuff. It is also explained that Hades and Zeus were the same class of machine god. Even if Zeus had multiple authorities, they were still designed as equals, so they could not necessarily, override one another, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And thinking about, this whole thing about Hades actually got me wondering. This actually might be one of the reasons for some of the stagnation. with Zeus having to take care of so many things on his own, it might be easier on his system to do the same rote task instead of having an additional task. For example, by not having anyone die, one does not have to divert additional resources to the system of, death, dying, and the afterlife.
Yeah, Zeus's RAM was pretty maxed out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Honestly, he got her authorities. I don't know how much he got out of recovering Demeter's Aletheia.
Yeah. Like I said,
they only recovered 50% of it.
Yep.
So, yeah. Very interesting stuff. And yes, this may be why, because they had to destroy Hades, they decided to go with the system of immortality, so they don't have to actually work out what happens to people. And it seems like when you die, if you actually die for real in Olympus, you're like just dead. You go to nothingness. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting conversation here that I think is going to be relevant. Also, presumably, why, in addition to the fact that Zeus has talked about why he doesn't just obliterate all humans instantly, is because he would then I'd be blowing up parts of my own city, dog. I don't want to do that. That's not how this works. Yes, I know Demeter could just fix the buildings, but if I destroy people, those motherfuckers are dead. So, again, there seem to be, tiers of how this is. Zeus and Hades were both based on the Kronos model, which makes sense. I wonder if Kronos was explicitly based on, an Uranus, a Urania model, maybe.
Iteration.
Who knows? Yes, they do explicitly talk about iteration. Demeter was explicitly talking about getting her base of design. Her design was based on Gaia. Even though in mythology her mother would have been Rhea, but, raised by Gaia, maybe. Inheriting layers of authority. But yeah, we talk about our cover story a little bit, which basically boils down to another wonderful series of quotes I have, which is, head empty, no thoughts, only One-san, Miyamoto Musashi.
You have to remember, Miyamoto Musashi likes being all up and close and personal.
Yes. And then we have some discussion about our cover story, which leads to MASH basically going, head empty, no thoughts, only Miyamoto, MASH Kiryu. Because originally, you were going to have MASH be the middle child, and she was like, actually, I would like to be the youngest. Okay, thanks.
And we're like, all right, guess you're my little sister now. And she's like, yes.
Yeah. Because we're going to pose as the twins' distant relative, and we're going to go to their place. They got some stuff. They got something at their apartment. We have to get a vital clue thing. And they talk about how we have to be careful because Zeus can't observe all humans all the time, because it's like figuring out what an individual ant is doing. He has to bust out his magnifying glass. But he can listen to every word you say above ground at all times. Oh no, what's this? The sci-fi utopia is a police state run by an all-powerful friend computer? Who could have predicted this? Yeah, no, we just keep doubling down on how this is very classic sci-fi shit. Yeah, there's an omnipotent AI god who runs everything, who is listening on, all your fucking conversation. Sherlock Holmes explicitly talks about the urban legend of Echelon, which I believe is related to basically some deep state shit that, everybody can listen on your calls at all times. Which is not 100% true. I also like, though, that he talks about, what are the two other urban legends he mentions? It's the serial killer under your bed and...
something like a devil at the crossroad or something?
Oh, yeah, the devil at the crossroads, yeah. He's like, oh, don't worry, Mr. Musashi, it's fake. But still, it's bullshit. And then we get the greatest scene, the most important moment of all time. Wait a second, this ordinary everyday doggo is just Foe in a funny hat.
Kind of great.
AKA Day 3. They still have not noticed I am not a dog. Foe. I'm not kidding, by the way. Foe gets a special translation.
Don't mind me. I'm just your ordinary everyday doggo here. Shout out to Translation Time for deciding just to use the word doggo. They know what's up.
And what Foe is actually saying here is woof, foe, woof. He's got some great grammar, by the way. He said foams earlier. He said some other stuff.
Like when they were talking about golf, he was like, Foff?
Foff? Yeah, no. Clearly, Foe's getting more complex again.
Mm-hmm. I find it hilarious that they decided to give him a cover as well and named him Plato. I'm all like, very cheeky. Very cheeky indeed.
After MASH literally talked about Plato's dialogues, Timaeus and Critias.
Again, Atlantis was made something about... Well, I think we've talked about this before, but Atlantis was something that Plato invented just to extol the virtues of having a certain type of state. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head, but...
yeah, so basically, Atlantis was made up as an analogy for Plato because he wanted to talk about the ancient Athenian society, which was basically egalitarian and aesthetic and arguably slight... It was basically like he wanted to combine the Athenians' high philosophy with the Spartans' militaristic traditions. So basically, be
superpowers.
Yes, be really philosophically enlightened and cultural and shit, but also live simply and martially. Not be big on monetary gain and whatever. Honestly, this is probably a little bit like what Plato's Republic, with Zeus as the philosopher king, but also not quite enough like Plato's Republic. But still, very interesting read.
I have a point here.
Yeah.
Next one. Just, dancing cases of children. 10,000-year-old children. Oof.
Yes.
Basically, you run into, the neighbors, a couple of kids. They talk about, Chaldeans, they're so bad, evil. I hope they die. I'm a little bit concerned about children being so easily able to, they want someone to die.
Yeah.
But,
don't worry, Musashi has a conversation.
has a conversation that bad people sometimes do bad things, but they have reasons for doing bad things, and sometimes you should try to understand them. And the kids are all like, I'm 2007, I can't understand this.
Yeah, they're like, man, that's hard, though. Musashi, by the way, has a great point for your real life. Considering other people's point of view costs you nothing. It's free.
It's free.
Like, I'm not saying all positions have equal weight, but actually trying to figure out where the other guy is coming from doesn't cost you anything.
It doesn't. But thinking about this, I started thinking about, like, wait a fucking minute here. And I started with a real talk, though. What's the situation of childbirth and reproduction here? I honestly don't know. Is it just an ever-growing population, and they maybe don't, like, feed them ambrosia to a certain age? What is this?
No, I think everybody's locked in.
If everyone's locked in, like, but people have sexual urges. Because, guess what? Earlier, like, I kind of skipped this earlier, but during Aphrodite's convo with Beryl, they mentioned Kadak or Pepe, and they went to the automated brothels. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Well, they have automata, and Aphrodite has to do something besides tell people to build statues. Yeah, it's weird. But no, that was a conversation about Kadak. Because she was like, Beryl was like, also, illustrious Lady Aphrodite, have you seen my best bro Kadak? And she's like, what animal form did she compare him to? Kadak. Like a starving dog or something?
Something like that.
A lost puppy? I don't know.
Kadak's a lost puppy, yes.
Yeah, and she was just like, I don't fucking know. He probably went to town to go to one of my automated brothels, and Beryl is like, yes, this sounds like my good friend Kadak.
I'm just like, automatic brothels? Like,
I mean, we know they have murder robots, so do they have fucking robots? It would make sense for Aphrodite. Remember, Aphrodite is responsible for...
Did she have sacred prostitutes? I can't remember.
Probably yes, but also remember Aphrodite is responsible for the myth of Galatea, the ivory woman, so...
Oh.
Pygmalion prayed to Aphrodite to make his statue, possibly of her, real. And she was like, okay. Boom, love. But yeah, so, like, it is not beyond her power to do that, so, I don't know. I would assume they can't be having kids because they're, like, being immortal. If your body constantly regenerates, how would they be born? By the way, biologically, human pregnancy is, like, incredibly parasitic and really bad. We got a lot of weird shit going on with us because we have giant brains.
So yeah, if they're parasitic, that means, that wouldn't work. So yeah, and honestly, people probably don't have sex with each other. They probably just go to brothels whenever they feel the carnal need for release.
And if you were already part of, like, a married couple, which we haven't seen, by the way, anywhere, but if you were already part of a family unit, when we talk about apartments, the twins mentioned that family units get larger ones, you probably still maintain your relationship, but I assume just, Demeter's perfect healthcare probably takes care of that problem for you. Especially because, hey, guess what? Demeter may be a mother goddess, but she is not the goddess of motherhood or childbirth. That's Aletheia, who is not around anymore, because there are literally no gods left besides those 3 guys we ran into. Or 4, technically, because of Dioscuri. So, like, I don't know if we have a subsystem for that.
Again, the whole system of, if we don't have to worry about it, we don't have to dedicate power to it.
Yeah. I would assume Zeus would have Euletheia's authority under his purview. Again, remember, they talk about how he took over for Apollo, how he took over for, like, Hypnos, all that shit. So, like, yeah. It's just, he has that power, he doesn't have the capacity, he doesn't have the RAM space to run all these at once. So I assume these people just don't reproduce naturally.
Yeah. Sounds weird to me. Oof.
Also, probably, like we said, this place is frozen in time and it's really freaky. Like, you think it's cool, but then you think about it for a minute and you're just like, oh no, this is just, like, really existentially suffering.
Which is one of the reasons why the small twins are on our side, because they're sick of this life.
Yeah, no, I mean, they even said, like, multiple times people are like, yo, you understand, if we cut down the tree, you will die. You will cease to exist. And they're like, dude, I am 10,000 years old. Everybody I know is dead or has been the exact same for 10,000 years. Do you think I give a fuck? Like, this is cosmic suicide, but, like, yeah.
But speaking of their apartment, it's sick. I very much like the sprite.
Yeah, it's nice.
I mean, the CG.
Really cool.
It's CG. We have a lovely meal.
Yeah, we do a lot of funny stuff, like, Holmes rematerializes and, like, I hope my footsteps weren't too loud. Because they gotta, like, dupe Zeus into not... He's like, they don't want Zeus to realize, wait a minute, where the fuck did that guy come from? But yeah, so we go through the thing, and then they're like, yes, the thing we need to get. And then, in all caps, I have written, why do you have Caligula in your freezer? Followed up with, and he can form sentences? I'm sorry?
I'm fucking shook.
Yeah, no, like, I was pretty sure because I knew the support servant stuff. I was like, oh yeah, it's probably about time for this to show up. I was not expecting them to literally thaw him out from the fucking freezer. Like, what the fuck? Like, they make like an ice crinkling noise, and he just pops out of the fridge, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And then he starts speaking.
Hello, it is me, your friend Caligula.
And I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? Make the sign of the cross. That is not how Caligula works. You are not. Why aren't you shouting Nero? Anyway, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, even you as the protagonist are all like, what the fuck?
Even Mash is just like, you have Caligula in your fridge, and also he can speak like a normal person? The fuck? The hell? And we cliffhanger here, which is why I did actually go to the first pip of Section 10. Thou art the ardor that corrupts the stars 3.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I wrote my first note in this because I wanted to get into the actual work here. Right? Is I wrote, guys, Uncle Caligula is broken, and by that I mean he is functional.
Functional?
Yes, he functions. He's high functioning now.
Also, goddammit, AI group, why are you still being so extra? They literally don't have to tell you because they wanted to reveal it for dramatic effect.
Yeah,
oh my god.
And the twins explained that they apparently, by the way, when you want to take long naps at Olympus because you're fucking immortal, you cryogenically freeze yourself.
I mean, it makes sense. If you don't work and all that stuff, and everyone was immortal, yeah, you could probably just sleep for 100 years and just pick up your life where it left off. Fuck.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
No, I don't like this place. This place is bad. You think it's cool, but then you're like,
No.
But yeah, so the reason why the twins froze him is because he was supposed to be their secret weapon, but because they didn't unthaw him. I think that's why the rest of the team, which we saw on camera as Fran, Mordred, Kentucky in his rider form, and Raiko, which, by the way, shout out to fucking them summoning Raiko for this. The counterforce is, going all out.
There might have been some chain summoning.
Yeah, they got attacked by something mentally and got, confused.
I'm willing to bet it's Aphrodite.
I mean, it would make sense. We are in her segment. I assume that's what's going on there.
Because I'm pretty.
She basically used her Gias power on us already.
Because I'm pretty sure that's what took out. I'm pretty sure that's what took out the first group was Demeter, blowing up everything.
Yeah, I think they even explicitly said that. We died by Demeter because we wanted to stop her from blowing up city blocks. So we just walked right into it and got fuckled. But yeah, so they froze him, and that's why the squad got wiped out. So we need to set more things. I like this, by the way. The God Destroyer Alliance baited Artemis so hard she gave up on psychic attacks. Because the moon is associated with lunacy, with madness, that was apparently one of Artemis's authorities. She tried to use this on Caligula, but because he was already driven insane by the moon, it actually fixed him. And apparently, Lostbelt Artemis's conclusion was, proper human history servants are immune to mental attacks. Or at least to madness.
And decided to use a fucking laser. They're not sure which one was better.
Yeah, honestly, I think the laser was better, because hypothetically, we were able to do stuff about that.
Yeah, Caligula is quite sane, and it's somewhat delightful. He's very eloquent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy this while
well-educated Roman emperor.
I'm gonna enjoy this while it lasts.
I also shout out he actually talks about Diana, and he's like, so you made it here? That means my goddess has fallen. And we were like, yeah, no, Orion and some others helped out, and he's like, yes. Then I suspect she wanted to. That's good. I suspect she got where she wanted to go, and then you're like, yeah, I think she did too. We have a little moment. It's cool. It's great. Anyway, we have to, basically, we're setting the remaining 3 summoning circles so we can force a Grand Sermon summoning. The moment we try to do it, it trips an alarm. Everybody freaks out. Soldiers show up.
I just had a thought. If Astolfo would have been there, would that gotten rid of his evaporation of sanity?
I don't know, because his sanity's still missing? I think that would not be a multiplicative negative. I think it just wouldn't have any effect. Astolfo would not change. However, I want to posit this. If Astolfo was summoned after Artemis got shot down because there is no more moon, I think that just means he's all sanity all the time.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, no, just permanent new moon Astolfo, full power. That would also be a funny one. Just I remember what all my moves are called. But anyway, Canis says it's clobbering time in basically as many words. Google corrected that to drop the G, by the way. It is written clobberin, not clobbering in my notes. And then there's a fight, and then I stopped after that.
Like I said, that's where I'm at as well, so...
So this is it. This is the spoiler. You need to punch your buttons now if you're getting ready to pop out if you're not done and you haven't caught up to where you were yesterday. Or not yesterday, last week. Last show.
I will say we will be doing this by section, so please follow on until you get to the section that we have left off at.
Yeah. We were in the middle of section 10, Thou Art the Ardor That Corrupts the Stars 3 last time. The only note I added from that, was at the end, Musashi does do a teleport behind you and nothing personnel kid.
They actually do the sprite with Musashi behind someone. I'm like,
yeah.
They're really upping the production value. Constantly upping that production value.
There's a lot. There's like what, 4 or 5 separate animations?
Oh yeah.
There's quite a few. So that means that we begin properly our notes at Investigate, Encounter, Cherish, Section 11.
So basically, the story here is we get to the swanky apartment, we find Uncle Caligula, we have to go finish the super magical fucking magic circle to get the super magic boy to help us with this problem.
Yes, we need to summon a grand servant to punch a god. That is our plan. So we're just out and about in the middle there. We've been actually, doing some stuff. That's why there's Clobberin and stuff, and Musashi teleporting. We've been punching dudes to solve problems. So we decide we have to do the 1-2 combo of huddle and then let's split up, gang. Because we're like, we gotta cover more ground. I put in my notes, Mash is the luckiest girl alive because it is canonical that Musashi grabs her and smooshes her face into her boobs.
A powerful move.
And then, of course, always, you gotta remember, never skip leg day. I'm trying to remember, what was the stat Mash said for how far we ran? Was it the equivalent of the 1,000-meter dash or the 1,500 meter?
I think it was the 1,500, but...
Yeah, we run far. We run far, go fast. 1,400 meters, okay. We are become speed. But you go through all these points just so you can get to a question mark class node. This can only go well, y'all. But we run into, Koyanskaya out for a walk in the street. She appears to be altering the space we need to go to do the thing.
It's like she was waiting for us.
Yeah. Holmes says something very interesting here. He says that Koyanskaya is the most formidable foe he needs to face. I don't know if that meant, like, in the context of, like, right the fuck now, or just, like, in general. It was very interesting, Holmes. Very interesting.
Also, I didn't write this down, but Koyanskaya gives Musashi the look and says, now is not your time. This hurts me now.
Koyanskaya has some great expression sheets in here.
Oh, yeah.
So she talks about how she agreed to the NAP with the foreign god. That's the non-aggression pact. Basically, that she reveals she's never been a disciple. She has a mutually contracted arrangement with the foreign disciple to do things.
As I like to put it here, the enemy of my enemy is not my friend, just a business associate.
Yeah. And then we go full-blown, she starts firing up her juice.
Well, basically, we call her out on what she is, and she's all like, "Yas, finally."
Well, yeah, that's part of her deal was she couldn't ever come out and say what she was. But Holmes is like, "J'accuse!" And then, what's that? Koyanskaya was a beast the whole time? Who could have guessed? You, actually, because Holmes tells you straight up in dialogue, he's pretty sure you have your own ideas about what's going on here.
Oh, yeah. So, I do believe Koyanskaya is going even further with the enemy of my enemy is actually my eventual appetizer. I'm not fully convinced that she's trying to intentionally laying us off to probably eat us later. Best analogy I can think of is she's slow cooking us and occasionally checking the tenderness.
She does talk about adding to her tail count. Anyway, this whole scene gives me big Okami vibes. Like, turning into a whirlwind of smoke, there's fucking eyes and sound effects. It's very weird. It gets all dark.
Short skill names with intense red text are very scary.
Kawaii. Anyway,
revere me. I'm just like, oh!
Yes, cherish me. I'm like, what? Huh? Hold on, what's going on? But also, you guys knew it, but like, oh yeah, this is a banger. Which I posited, by the way, also. Then I was like, holy crap, this is dynamic music. Because if you guys were paying attention to this theme, I say the name later, but it rotates as you break her bars. So, yeah, it's actually dynamic. It changes as the whole thing. So, it's pretty vibin'.
Oh, yeah. Like, I wouldn't call it the full leitmotif, but as I was listening, I was definitely catching snatches of Tomomo's themes in the progression.
Mm-hmm.
And you put this note later, because I didn't actually notice, but apparently it's part of... Yeah. Apparently, it is part of Tomomo's leitmotif because it's under a remix of all 4 previous Lostbelt map themes, befitting the title 9 Drive Koyanskaya's Lostbelt Travelogue.
Yeah. So specifically, it's a segment of part of Tomomo's leitmotif, which you guys have heard because it's her NP theme, and then it's got you would probably recognize him. It's got the 4 previous Lostbelt themes. It starts with the Anastasia piano. Then it does kind of a synth remix of my favorite one of Lostbelt 2's map themes, the more Ragnarok-y one, where it's normally like Gregorian chanting. Then you get like the sweeping Chinese instruments for Lostbelt 3, and then it goes back to kind of the more despairy bits. Hypothetically, we might get this year. Actually, no, it probably wouldn't be until next year, technically. The next OST 4, ends at Heian-kyo, so it's... we're still a bit of a ways out. There's a lot of music in there. It goes from I think Lostbelt 4 to Lostbelt 5.5, plus some events and stuff. But yeah, no, this is a really interesting piece of music that's very good, very, very, Very masterful use of a lot of this stuff. Shout out to the composer. But yeah, so in terms of, once again, team comp, I would like to let everybody know, remember, trust no one, not even yourself. Because Tamamos are one of the few servants who are not hominid today, and thus do not take extra damage from the Beast of Treasuring. I still remember I had a pain with this fight. I had to do it a little bit of work there because of the terror effect she does. Having your whole team randomly stunned really sucks. Like, obviously you can cleanse, but, you can't cleanse if you're stunned. It's not how that works. So if you don't have your cleanses ready, you can completely get schwacked. So at least one time my whole row was just, like, stun locked, and I was like, well, time to die.
Time to die. Like, for me, I ended up using a quartz on this fight, not because it was too hard, but rather because I was only a turn or two away from victory, and I really didn't want to start over.
Yeah, there were a couple of fights I did revives on similarly. I was like, I could probably run this again, but I'm already like 20 turns in, and I want to read more. I don't know if I want to do this again.
Yeah. I did like this fight a lot better as the piece of teaming like actually has openings and opportunities to exploit and didn't just almost hard counter everything you threw at her.
Yeah, like, this one's like honestly very wide open. Like, obviously there's you need to worry about the class thing. It's very narrow right now. Spoilers, the Lostbelt full of the fairy people actually gives you a shitload of servants that are good for this fight, funnily enough. But you have to worry about the class advantage, but they're berserker bosses, so it's not like you're not used to that anyway, right?
Right.
So I think the way with her like bars and skills work, it's a lot more loosey-goosey and easier to work on. Demeter is still like, she's like clockwork. She does the same things over and over again, and so if you're not prepared for dealing with those things, you will die. Mm-hmm. So you can actually work out there. And I had to continue my joke, for posterity. Or posterior. Head empty. No thoughts. Only ass. Miyamoto Musashi. Specifically talking about how Koenskaya, exposed her rear point for her to attack with swords. But yeah, so, we boop her snoot, and then Holmes is like, well, are you satisfied? And she's like, yeah, we're cool.
He says we were not too strong, but not too weak. Again, very, very choice wording.
Yeah, I assumed the not too strong part was just we didn't kick her ass, but also we didn't fold immediately, so she was like, okay, you can move on, because I don't actually give a shit about how this works. Bye! You can have your thing. Whee! Skaya out. Smoke bomb. And then we get to the big boy one here. Section 12. Thou art the ardor that corrupts the stars 4. I mean, we could talk a little bit more, but I feel like both of us have been like, Koenskai's a beast. She's a beast. She's definitely a beast. Like,
she's always been a beast.
Yeah, we were already thinking that, given her relationship with Foe and the other things, but in Lostbelt 3, when we're like, your spirit origin is huge, I'm like, okay, I know she ain't a grand, so that's beast. Those are the only people you talk about with giant spirit origins. And I like at least that the game script acknowledges that, right?
Right.
All right, thou art the art of the corrupt stars 4. We're back on track. Section 12. Now, I want to say here, I think the FGO team did an oopsie here. So they talk about Aphrodite Urania. They call her the muse of astronomy. That is not true. Urania, the muse of astronomy, is a different goddess. She's one of the muses, but she has different... Like, the muses are still daughters of Zeus. That's different parentage, though. Like, there's a whole system here. The epithet Aphrodite Urania refers to Aphrodite as the platonic ideal or heavenly love. Love for soul or aesthetics. Not, the common earthly love or lust. Their descriptions of Aphrodite Pandemos are pretty spot on. But usually they use this epithet, Aphrodite Urania, to specifically talk about the Aphrodite that is born from Uranus and the sea foam. So that's usually the backstory for Aphrodite Urania, whereas the muses are the daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne, like I said. I mean, it is syncreticism, but it's dumb syncreticism because that's not how the muses work. I think that's just they saw, Urania, they must be the same. That is absolutely not correct. There's like 4 gods with Araya, or Araya, as in war, with an epithet. So, the muse of astronomy is a separate goddess. That does not make sense in the form there, but okay, whatever. They did it. What's up with you guys? But
oh no, they just took out my my friend, and that upsets me.
So yeah, it's just that those aren't supposed to be the same. Anyway, more animation scenes.
Oh, here comes the mind fucking.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we get revealed what Aphrodite's Alethea form is supposed to do. It's a command and control and E-War platform. She's capable of directing individual life forms and attacking enemy information networks, i.e. brains, etc.
Attacking with beauty.
Yeah.
Because what is beauty but an attack on the brain?
Well, specifically, the way she phrased it is, if beauty and love are value, therefore I control value, therefore I control you. Because if you do not understand the value of things, you don't exist, or whatever.
It's very, very metaphysical. I can't think of the term all the time, but yes, thank you.
Yeah. it's an abstract, but she is the goddess of love and beauty, so that makes sense why it is an abstract thing.
Yes.
We also get a nerdy science fiction reference here. She talks about, the glittering beyond the Tannhauser mirror world and stuff. So Tannhauser is a very obscure medieval poet. People barely know about his poetry. He is connected to an urban legend / folklore motif of Venusberg, the underground city of Venus, very popular medieval theme. And there is a Wagner opera about him. So that's funny that they name dropped him. But also, they talk about the Tannhauser mirror world, i.e. a Tannhauser gate. So that probably means that Aphrodite's line here is a deliberate reference to Blade Runner. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Go and watch the Tears in the Rain speech. It's very great. Basically, she's talking about how we're small, how we still we've barely begun to walk on 2 feet, even though we've been here for 10,000 years. She shoots our mind beams at us, but, Caligula is very insistent. Nope, you especially, Mash, you cannot kneel. And I was like, did we just have a Leonidas flashback in the year of our Lord 2022?
I mean, that was a great pep talk. It was top percent.
Yeah, no, I like the continuity. It's not always we actually go back for the part 1 touchstone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Aphrodite's given us full brain beams. I didn't really write a note about it because the fight wasn't really that crazy, but you have to fight Sherlock and Musashi here.
Have to slap them around a little bit.
Yeah.
They have a bunch of debuffs.
But we get the full brain blast, and man, do we take a lot of naps.
Oh, yeah. The thing that bugged me most about this is when you're in this scene, you're slightly out of focus, and I saw him like, I'm nettled.
Yeah, everything's just a little fluffy. But this brings us to Section 13, Thou art the ardor that corrupts the stars, 5. And immediately after this thing opened up, I was like, this is going to be one of those dream sequences.
And boy, howdy was it. One of those
Yeah. Go ahead, Lucky.
It's one of those dream sequences where you have to make choices, and if you don't make the right choice, you go all the way back to the beginning.
Yes, you do loop back. If you get stuck on this part, keep talking about the song. That's the thing that's going in there. You got to keep bringing it up. But it starts with flashbacks where all their faces are grayed out of all the NPCs you've met along the way in the Lostbelts.
This is one of those
I think the only one that's not there is there's not a direct LB3 reference other than red hair, just because, I don't know. We didn't want to bring that one kid who rebelled in, I don't know.
Yeah. This is another one of those sequences that shows how kind of we're not actually holding it that well together.
Yeah, no, like, you're going through the stuff, and, like, it's very painful. You go through all the things, all the people, you talk to these people, you talk to those people. I want to say, it says something about the power of Part 1's story, that when we're in a flashback and they say the word doctor, it fills me with existential pain. I was like, no. Don't do that. No, don't.
Like, you keep wondering, is he actually going to show up? And you're just like...
Yeah, I'm waiting for the moment. I'm just like, no, I don't think I can deal with that right now, Gabe.
Don't.
And I assume that's funnily enough, that's the illusion, because if you keep talking about the doctor, you reset the flashback. You have to break through. And then, your boy Dantes is there like, hello! Are you having dream problems again? Do you need to wait and hope? No, Dantes, I really need to wake the fuck up right now. Cool, we do that too. Have some coffee. Because remember, Dante's canonical return gift for Valentine's is coffee.
Something to keep you awake.
But yeah, you wake up, you do the thing, and then you gotta fight Aphrodite. She's mildly nettled, but it's okay. You're gonna go through there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm afraid the plan is to wing it. Oh. So just another Tuesday.
Yeah, basically. We do a lot of winging it.
Yeah.
But, so the twins have a fucking space fighter.
Yes,
that
they
fits
do.
all of us.
Yes, it does. Somehow.
Named after the Stimponian birds.
Even though it looks like it's a fucking 2-seater.
Yeah. But we can all somehow climb out the cockpit. Anyway, we're going to fly way the fuck up over Aphrodite. We're going to go in there. And, hold on, everybody. We have to shift into maximum over golden. Caligula
wasn't Gynex posing earlier. There was no justice in this world.
Yeah, he has to be because he gets on there and he's firing his NP. But yeah, so, our friends may be gone, but your boy Golden left you a little present. It's Golden Bear, his other NP.
And apparently, it's just a giant fucking mech.
Yeah.
Excuse me, feudal Japan. Why do you have giant mechs?
I mean, I think it's, it's supposed to be his divine golden armor, so.
I guess it is, but it's still huge because this mech is big enough to go up and grab Aphrodite's,
her little antenna things, yeah.
Her little antenna things. And, hold her in place. So it's just like, the fuck?
But anyway, now it's time for the boss fight. Today's team comp, the Doctor, is in. Yeah, I used my now NP5 Asclepius a lot for this. I also want to throw this out there. We had a lot of ramblings about Demeter. This one is shorter, but there are still some ramblings. But I want to throw out there, I think debuff cleanse down is possibly one of the meanest effects up there, along with just NP loss. But the fact that there's no force support does make this one suck a little bit less. Because Caligula just does the buff of nowhere. My god, what a concept. Why do we have to have Cadence in here for Olympus?
I don't know. Also,
no, you got your point here. Go for it.
Yeah. FGO, please realize that making bosses that attack all units literally makes taunt useless, which in turn makes Ordinax Mash useless. It doesn't matter if I put a taunt on myself and an invincible, I'm not the only one getting hit. Everyone is still getting hit. And considering that's literally 2 of her skills, literally 2 of them, the other one only being a buff, or she only has, 2 Buster cards?
Yeah, I mean, now that you've got the Black Barrel, it also does Pierce Defense for 3 turns, which is interesting. It's not really relevant to this fight.
No.
Yeah, so a lot of people will talk about the general wisdom is that enemies with, AoE attacks that have high hit counts are good because they charge everybody's NP. And that is true, though Aphrodite also likes to siphon your NP for chuckles. But I definitely felt like with a couple of these fights, Lucky, I felt you're talking about where it's just like, wow, Mash is just dead weight because she doesn't have her AoE thing anymore, and the enemies are AoE. I guess I just die. Like, the fact that they put it up there, they go for it, and you have to, put her in the front and all that stuff, it's just, gosh, it's so hard. Yeah, I mean, you can use it to, eat the debuffs, and Aphrodite doesn't have a very nasty single-target debuff, but she also has AoE debuff, so, it's just rude. There's so many better things to do. But thanks to aggressively debuff cleansing, debuff immuning, and gutsing, I was able to work through this without too much trouble. I do believe I still had to spend a revive halfway through, which right about the point, actually, that you wrote a note about, Lucky, in our next list.
Honestly, though, in my opinion, Aphrodite's most dangerous was actually after the after the final break bar. That attack crit combo just wrecks the unprepared. I was I got slapped super hard doing that. I was like, shit! But luckily I had my Tamamo on hand there, who put in the good work with constant heals and MP charging. The big savior, though, was her morph skill, which, and a couple other debuff buffs, she was taking little to no damage. That being said, I did use the quartz again, because I tapped out halfway through her last bar and I didn't want to redo. I appreciate that we did not have big guts this time. Yeah,
several other enemies have big guts. It's just, I used a Sunzo, a supportless Sunzo is one of my DPSs. I think, honestly, the main issue also with Aphrodite is just, it's fucking casters, man. I know, I've got a melt, but melt's really awkward to use, honestly. Her buff removal is really cool, but the way you actually, do damage with melt is, really weird, It's all double-edged. Her sadistic streak gives her a defense down, which you don't really want, and her NP up requires you to NP down yourself, which when you're fighting these big chunky bosses, you don't want to waste even a turn on that, right?
Right.
So it's just, the fact that, I tried my new NP5 Kirki, she's a fucking 4-star caster, guys. I had, fucking Onikure in here too, that was good, but it's just, the deeps levels for casters are still kind of bad. And it's very hard to outpace Aphrodite's big slinging damage.
Can't actually remember what else was in my team comp that fight besides probably Mash and
But if you have to deal with debuff enemies and you need that caster class, check out Asclepius. The Doctor is in. Very powerful.
Big power.
But yeah, we go through all that stuff. Like I said, I think she nuked me just before the last bar anyway, so I didn't have to deal with the heavy crit level. I was just all right, now it's over. I've revived. I have all my NPs. Die. Go away.
Yeah.
I think it was probably one of my teams that did the most damage was Asclepius, Merlin, Sanzo.
Oh, wait, no. I got this really weird team. I remember what it was.
Oh, he's got
it. It was fucking, I was running, Merlin, Scotty, fucking Tamamo. It was so fucking weird.
I mean, hey, whatever works, If you don't gotta finish the fight this millennium.
No, it was weird because it was a weird fight, but because everyone was using support skills all the time, we didn't have any damage and Ps, but my Tamamo is level 100 with max foe, so she kicks like a motherfucker. Yeah, no,
like I said, Grilled Servant's OP.
Yeah.
But yeah, we get, I think we get real trigger up in here. There's, big starry explosions, sparkles in the sky, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. And we do also see that, that priestess is still running our, godly exit interview process.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Apparently what Aphrodite lost was her love, which seems kind of important. And more interestingly enough, it seems that Lostbelt Aphrodite really did care for Hephaestus, though. In that, semi-tsundere kind of way.
I mean, allegedly this boss has instant death. I didn't have to deal with any of that shit.
Yeah, I don't think I actually saw
if you find a use for Scotty's NP to actually, keep you alive. It's okay. But that didn't matter to me.
Yeah, no, again, it was just real weird. It was just, I had my support pass casters in the back because I didn't know exactly what I'd be doing. I was like, fuck it. But again, this is one of those weird things, like, about, like, actual mythology. Like, Aphrodite has affairs on her husband constantly, usually with your boy Ares. But, because I believe the match was originally put together by Zeus because he wanted Hephaestus to make him some cool shit to him. I can't remember off the top of my head.
He was trying to sort out, like, a good thing for a good matchup. Like, he needed to figure out what to do with Aphrodite because she's causing trouble in the neighborhood. and he's like, what do we do here? What do we do? Hey, Hephaestus, my boy. You work long hours, right? You're a crafty boy. You can keep this wild lady in check. Okay, cool, bye. Dad out. Dad bomb. But naturally, Aphrodite was way more attracted to Hephaestus' jock brother, Ares. Probably the only one, as Ares is kind of, mostly thanks to the Athenians, Ares is kind of clowned on a lot. It's okay, guys. Hephaestus was not, like, a dupe. Like, there's a famous story of a time when he rigged a fucking bronze net to catch Aphrodite and Ares and just, like, yeeted them naked on the field of Olympus, was just like, hey, yo, I know what's up. And everybody was like, oh, look at you. Don't you look silly? Hephaestus caught you in a net. You don't catch gods in nets. You catch fish. I mean, Zeus can't say shit, He's just like, that's amusing. We'll talk about Zeus and his chuckling later. Yeah. But now we need to move on if there's no more big boy Aphrodite thoughts. I think we got most of our Aphrodite lore out between last episode and this one.
Yeah.
She had a lot of setup in those earlier chapters. It's kind of awkward to leave off, but we had to for sectional. So let's move on to section 14. Souls to be equal in due course. 1. So yeah, we're doing stuff. We're checking out the giant mechs, and unfortunately Mash does not understand the romance that is mecha, red, giant fighting robots. Super fighting robot. But she does think Golden Bear is huggable, which is weird because he's huge, but okay, I'll allow it. But yeah, so we go back to the base, we're doing stuff, and we're like, we gotta meet the collaborators. And then, actually no, we don't go back to the base yet, we're on the ground, and then these assholes show up. Suddenly twins. Yeah. I had, at least this fight, I had Super Ryan just slap them right the fuck out of this fight. Get out of here.
I can't remember what I did, but I don't recall it giving any trouble because I wrote nothing about it.
Yeah, no. You have to fight Dioscuri like so many goddamn times. This is not the rough one.
No.
Super Ryan is just like, he just like...
Punch!
He just puts Castor's entire head inside his mitt and just like, push. Give you lunch money, nerd. But seriously, Castor, you need to fucking cut back on the coffee in the morning, bruh. You need to calm the fuck down.
He's so angry.
He's so nettled. But we start heading back to the whole base because we're gonna meet the collaborator, and we run into this moment, and I'm like, I can't tell if the script or Musashi was confused by Pepe's gender.
I think it's more of the script because I'm pretty sure they had this problem with Canis earlier as well.
They do an interesting thing later with Canis where they straight up use both gendered pronouns as like a deliberate thing. Yeah. There are definitely some weird flip-flops. I assume it's because Japanese is not necessarily the most clear language pronoun-wise.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, but no, the Pepe comes up, Musashi is just like, whoa. And of course, you get to say a name, and I push the button for Roast Banana Peppercino, International Androgyne of Mystery. Because, yeah, Pepe's doing some stuff. Pepe makes his little V-face. He's just like...
Mm-hmm. Oh, you little imp. I'm all like, oh, I love you too, Pepe.
You know my name. It's Scandinavia Peppercino. And I'm like, that really makes no difference to me, Pepe. You could be Roast Banana. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so we have a little convo with Pepe. Everybody's happy to see him. It's great. Pepe the OG.
Mm-hmm.
Basically fills us in that, like, much like Kadok, he is working against this Lostbelt because, ain't no rule.
I'm just kind of letting them go do whatever, for whatever reason.
Interesting. Weird. Weird almost.
Yeah.
That a perfectionist like Wodaime is just letting his guys just do whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so we're moving swiftly on. There's some more exposition here. Now we get to the base and we're actually moving because we're going to meet the collaborator. That's why Pepe's here. He's going to take us to the collaborator because we need to lock in. We've finished the summoning circle, but now we need the summoning catalyst. We need the element. Grand summoning article Aether. So we move on to Souls to be equals in due course 2, section 15. And can I just say, this is true like from now on as well, but just in general, man, do I appreciate these chapters with just mobs.
You say that, but do you remember those times when we just drew out the story with fights with mobs?
I mean, yeah, I do, but in the context of Olympus, I appreciate these chapters deeply because, like, that means we're not doing a boss rush, right? Like,
right.
It's funny how, like, there used to be extraneous wyverns or chimeras or whatever, but, like, now it's like, whoo, it's just mobs? Thank God. Okay, cool.
Oh, God, that reminds me of something I have to mention later. But
you don't have to do some bullshit. Now, Musashi just wants to pet the doggo. It's very interesting.
Like, no.
Yeah, Fo's not keen on Musashi. It's very interesting. But in one of these fights, you power through all the stuff and get to the end, and there's a weird hand at the end, and you're just like, that was weird. But you actually get to meet the boss man. It's Hephaestus Prometheus. Yes.
Ta-da!
Part of Hephaestus is fine, and he's not evil. We thought he was sinister at the end of Atlantis, but no, he's just fine. He's Hephaestus Prometheus. He's working with stuff, and then he drops hand lore on us. That's right, it was lore the whole time. Hands are lore. Embers are just presents for Prometheus.
You think about it, it makes a lot of fucking sense.
Yeah, they have fire themes.
They have fire themes. They're gifts.
Yeah, they are Prometheus's wisdom, and that is true. Prometheus is a Titan associated with wisdom because I believe
literally gave
his name means forethought or foresight. Yeah.
Yes.
Whereas his poor brother is hindsight, so sucks to be that guy. Yes, remember thank Prometheus, he gives you hands.
Yes. Thank him for a lot of things. He brought us fire. We really needed that.
Yeah.
And he suffered a long fucking time for that.
So he's part of the infrastructure, of going through all the stuff. So, I mean, we could get QP door lore. You don't know. Doors are weird. But we go through all this talk. We get another basically hard confirm of Orpheus as a heroic spirit.
Yay.
They talk about how he would be a heroic spirit and he'd be recorded. They go through all that stuff. We've got a who's there, and then pulls off the silhouette. Old Man Muramasa. Like, you know who it is, but I felt like it's just like a fucking Scooby-Doo reveal, right?
It really is.
So yeah, Muramasa's here. He's not stabbing us yet.
Yet. But it's kind of great because we have two old smiths hanging out together and they get along as well as two old men only can. Constantly trading barbs. I think my favorite is Muramasa saying, "Don't worry your bald head over it," and Hephaestus Prometheus just like, "I'm not bald." I'm like, yes, this is the dynamic I needed right now.
Yeah.
It was good.
And then this whole thing just ends with a series of twists, right?
Right.
Like, we met Pepe, we reveal Hephaestus Prometheus, who talks to us about, like, oh, you talked to the rest of my unit in Atlantis. Cool.
Thick.
Good, you're caught up. Great. I'm going to make Aether. Assistant, help me. Muramasa's just like, meh. And then we also, though, we meet the collaborator.
Yay.
It's Europa.
I guessed correctly.
And she has the terminal, Minerva, which is a terminal for Athena. Duh.
Who would have guessed?
Yeah, so we get a lot of confirmations, we get a lot of reveals, we go through a lot of the stuff, we work through all the things, but then the chapter mostly ends here after we get the big reveal.
Mm-hmm.
So we get to move on to section 16, Souls to be Equal in Dual Course 3, which starts with a moment of Foe speaking to Minerva, and I'm like, my god, the mascots are communicating.
It was the best.
Yeah, they're playing around, they're having fun. But Europa explains herself a little.
Yes.
She reveals that she has no empty nest problems.
Well, it makes sense as, they go on great lengths to say basically Europe is named after her and, she was the mother of many great kings that founded nations and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So, no, her whole thing is like, no, my children did go forth and multiply and whatnot. And she's like, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Like, I think she said something like to the effect of like, no, like, there's no mother that does not worry for their children, but, to hold them there is like super fucking wrong. And this is why she's like resisting this Lostbelt, because it's like all these children are just stuck in this everyday life, and she's still like, how dare?
Yeah, but we get some more stuff.
Yeah, we got some more stuff because during this conversation, we basically confirmed that Zeus altered all the gods who survived the Machia to be under his control, limiting their ability and damaging their divine essence. It wasn't the fact goes out straight out saying that. When before the Olympia Machia, they talked about, how like some gods sided for and some sided against. No, it was actually all of them against Zeus, and Zeus just kicked their ass. And then, mind fucked the rest. And it was a
question of like who he had to destroy versus convert to his side.
Yeah, like earlier I'd said in my theory crafting that Zeus had been probably what tilted the balance either way, and boy, I was not wrong. It's like, Jesus. Yeah,
we go through all this stuff. Europa drops the line about how it's not yet time for tears, and I'm like, foreshadowing.
There's going to be a lot of tears later.
But it's okay. She's here to help us. And, she's even offering to make us a meal. And I just put in my notes, frick yes, grandma candy. I'm going to bring back that meme. That's what it's like, though, right? You're just like, she's just like, I should cook for you. And we're like, yeah.
Excellent. If Mother loves a class, I'm pretty sure Europa would qualify as a grand.
And then, over a meal, we get big exposition hour. We get canonical confirmation that Sephar, or Sephir, spelled that way. Because, by the way, Holmes doesn't sit down with us. He keeps doing exposition with HP.
Yep.
So Sephar or Sephir, they actually bring up those alternate spellings, was sent to destroy the Atlantean civilization and was beyond even the foreign god in nature. The trees are still be able to analyze by the Olympians. They understood their structure. Whatever the Velber was made of, was it Velber 01 or 02?
0-1, 0-2 was Safar. 0-1, I don't know what happened to 0-1.
I don't think 0-1 was mentioned. We just know that because Nasi likes to do spooky foreshadowing. We just know that Safar was 0-2. So, but Velber 0-2 was incomprehensible to them. So we go through all that stuff. We learn that, at least from the pan-human history area, there were 2 great floods to the Greek recollection. Very interesting. Mm-hmm. They recall there being 2 flooding myths, one of which was obviously like they basically hard confirmed that the theory earlier about Olympus being actual Atlantis and then being like destroyed is true. And because it happened during a mysterious prehistoric age, that's why there's no traces. Mm-hmm. We get arguably what I call, because we've been talking about this off and on over the week, we get what I think is a subtle foreshadow in counting the Olympians as playable units. Basically, we have some exposition moment, and Holmes is just like, I think it's about the floods, but Holmes is just like Holmes basically says a moment of like, well, to get clarification, we'd have to speak to the actual Olympians, which should be impossible, but knowing us, you never know, basically, is what he says.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, that sounds like a very strong, like, not necessarily planned units, but definitely we're leaving this open that they could come back.
I mean, technically we have 2 of them already, even if they're in unique circumstances. One's a sheep and one literally hijacked her boyfriend.
True. But, the fact that Artemis, appears as Orion, but also we met Machine Gun Artemis, does mean that these aren't out of the question, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely like, I feel like Holmes is just saying, like, once again, normally this would be bullshit, but, it's us. Shit's weird. We also get confirmation the Olympians are all combining mecha. Basically, they were all originally chaos, the primordial chaos, which is also actually how Greek mythology works. In the beginning, there was chaos. Chaos. And then other stuff happened from that. So that was their original, like, core form, and then it split its functions, and so they all possess the ability to combine, and that's, how Zeus was able to win out.
Yeah, I'm guessing in actual proper human history, they did not combine for whatever reason. And
I think they fought Safar one at a time.
Yeah.
Because we know that Erez got beat up.
Got his sword stolen. Mm-hmm. The nerd.
Dork. And then just after that big exposition dump, I think this is just like 2 pips that are just all exposition and text. We move on to Section 17, Souls to be Equal in Due Course 4. And so we get a lot of back and forth with, like, Muramasa and stuff. I think this is actually when he, like, steps away after dinner. And Musashi is like, and she just goes out to follow him. And the quote I want to apply here that Zeus is thinking in straight lines, Muramasa is thinking in curves. Because, like, Muramasa explains, he's like, yeah, so, obviously, I was assigned to serve Hephaestus Prometheus because he's running the infrastructure of Olympus. If he breaks down, shit gets a lot harder. So I'm supposed to do what he says. Therefore, I can build you the Grand Summoning article. But also, Zeus told me that if I saw you, I should cut your head off. So once I finish what Hephaestus has told me is my last task, I'm kind of like obligated to shank you. So I'm going to finish the article and then I'm going to fuck off before it gets actually finished. So I don't have to do the thing.
Yeah.
And it makes sense, right? Like I said, I think Zeus is thinking in straight lines. He's like, I'll just tell this disciple of the foreign god, hey, if you see those guys, stab him. And not like think about like priority order, but Muramasa is able to think about and interpret his orders colorfully enough.
Yeah, he's all like, can't start one job until another job's finished. He uses his definite, like, his fucking, swordsmith mindset of one thing at a time.
Yes.
To great effect.
He throws everything at a task, and he's like, well, if we're not done with that task, I can't move on to the next, so if I just leave before it's finished. But he also explains a little bit about, the disciples.
Yeah. So Achieves noted that one of the disciples has a role, supposedly. Rasputin is supposed to be keeping an eye on the cryptors, Limbo is supposed to be keeping an eye on the Lostbelt kings, and Muramasa is supposed to be attached to the foreign god as some sort of butler, as he says.
That's at least how he phrases it, yes. He also said, this is very interesting, but he also says that allegedly the foreign god's going to be naked when they show up, so he's got to prep some clothes. I wonder if that wasn't maybe a metaphor, Muramasa, considering how things turn out later. We'll talk about that. We got a lot of exposition on the foreign god. What's a foreign god fact? TM. But basically, the article is finished. We get it. Hephaestus Prometheus waxes about, like, principles and stuff and talks about, like, the mathematical concept of zero. We learn about how Musashi divides by zero and stuff. And he's just like, oh, that's fascinating. That's really cool. To think that there'd be a heroic spirit who is a fighter who uses zero. Wild.
Like, I was actually thinking about it.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to move on to my next bullet point.
Like, I was actually thinking about it. It is actually, like, thinking about it, the concept of zero is actually pretty wild to think about. It's one of those things of like math, because when you think about what zero is, it's one of those few things that is something but is nothing at the exact same time, which I think is one of the points of why like it's like Musashi is such a thing about it. But that's all I really wanted to say, because you're about to get into this next part, so...
Well, yeah, the Hephaestus asks, oh, hey, do you have the concept of zero in your timeline? And we're like, yeah, we've known about it, because zero had to be conceptually invented, like in human math, to realize that zero is a discrete concept, which is very important.
Very important.
But yeah, so, as I was about to say, and then there's this asshole. Guess who it is, guys? Limbo showed up. What a little fuckboy. Yeah, and he's just a huge bitch to us. He tries to, like, murder Hephaestus with a computer virus and blah, blah, blah. He snatches Europa, and then he's like, bye, dude, suckers, blah, blah, blah. And then he just teleports out, and we're just like, all right, okay.
Well, the Dios also brought the Dioscuri.
Yeah, he brought the Dioscuri down on us, and they're like,
how dare you, humans? I am going to kill you! And then
even at this point, even Pollux is like, bro, are you okay? And Pollux and Castor's just like, I am perfectly fine. Everything is okay. And we're just like, Yeah, so we get into the big boy Dioscuri fight.
It was not fun. Because, let me put it this way. The ability to increase your chance to crit when you crit, and then your damage and your charge when you crit, is absolutely broken. There were some turns where I felt like Dioscuri was basically MPing every other turn. And I was all like, Jesus, calm down. Like, I felt too many fights rely on RNG rather than actual strategy nowadays. Like, I was literally one Orion crit from victory, but no, everything just turned up Dioscuri, and I just had to feed the perpetual crit machine.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to say. Like, actually, technically, I think my note might be slightly out of order, but, you know, I talk about my man's muscles can't be contained. I use Super Orion to ace this fight as well, but that's because it is RNG, like you said. It's based on chances, and it's based on when they decide to use their skills, because the charge up is, I believe, that's the NPC version of their skill where they get NP gain on quick guards, I think.
Yeah.
So, and it also increases their crit chance, because that's on arts you get blah, blah, blah. It's a very weird skill. It's really broken for your side too, but as an NPC, it's like even stupider, especially when combined with the fact that, yes, they literally have a story buff in this fight to get more crit when they crit. So they put crits on your crit so you can crit while you crit, and just, yeah, no, it's brutal. The fact that they do true damage is like, it's very hard to resist, and it's very RNG dependent. There are a lot of other fights that I feel like are RNG as well. Like, we're going to talk about some later ones where I actually didn't have difficulty, but I can also totally see why people had difficulty, because it's based on RNG. Like, that at least I will say was something I am glad that wasn't the way Demeter worked. Like, Demeter was like fucking unfun. She was, you know, almost unfair, but she was systemic, right?
Oh yeah, she had the same 3 turns over and over and over again. She
did the same logic loop, right?
Right.
I mean, yeah, archers are busted, but like, your archers don't necessarily eat anything. Yeah, I use some Fujinos to do some buff flux as well, but they do so many buffs that, like, they'll chew through it if they get going. It's very, like I said, it's very RNG dependent. You also have to murder a Hydra at this point, I believe, so, like, it's not like universal. They're not, like, on paper, they're not difficult, but if the numbers start to go their way, they will win out through attrition.
Yeah.
We get some sick buffs, though.
We get some sick buffs, though, because, apparently, grandmother, if you didn't get it, mixed some shit into our food, and, Minerva gave Mash a thing.
Yeah. Mash has been armed with the Aegis. But so we go through the whole fight, we have a whole convo, the blah, blah, blah. At one point, Castor uses his authority to FTL jump, and he grabs you by the head, and he does the meme, I'm crushing your head. But it doesn't matter because you am bullet.
Apparently whatever's going on inside you is reflecting the Black Bullet and is a God Slayer.
Yeah, so Castor freaks the fuck out touching you so much so that he drops his tactical advantage, just be like, what the fuck?
Ah!
Yeah, he's grossed out, and then you punch him.
Yes.
Punch him out. Because he's already running out of juice because he's exceeding his authority, and they fucking explode. We get some confirmation. Goes back to something Lucky said last time. But yeah, no, just hard facts. With no Hades, dead souls just got nowhere to go. They just cease. You're dead. Like, if you don't get brought back with no Demeter, you're dead now.
Goodbye.
So, you go through the whole wrangle-dangle, because the god twins ask our normal twins, like, hey, why are you fighting so hard? And they're like, well, first of all, it's because fuck you. Because they turn out they have personal enmity with those twins. But second of all, our recurring theme here is we want tomorrow to be different from today. And we're not going to get that here. And they're just like, Castor goes on a whole rant and blah, blah, blah. Pollux gets a little called out as well. Like, Adele is just like, yo, Pollux, why you let your brother be like this? And she's just like, well, I mean, he's my brother. And she's like, yeah, but he's being a douchebag, okay? And Pollux is basically just like, yeah, you're right. Anyway, we're dead now. Bye. Swoop. Servant noise.
I made this note later, but I'm going to say it now. Like, Canis gets a lot of story beats throughout this. Like, Canis is here hanging out, making snarks, quips, and all that stuff. And generally being she's
being a real character now.
Yeah. Like, she's still, like, she still, she still talks like a delinquent, still rough with and else, stab everyone in the ass constantly.
Yeah.
But it's nowhere like how vile her character was like in those first couple Lostbelts.
Well, and I think it's because like partially I think it's because Musashi and even us like develop the bants, right? Like,
oh yeah,
you realize that a lot of Canis's system, like the way they literally they use he she at one point, so it's like I don't even fucking know anymore what they want.
Mm-hmm.
But like a lot of Canis's personality is built on like mutual respect and coming at each other from a place of like respect and strength. So like with Musashi, like Canis is constantly threatening, "I'm going to stab you," and Musashi is like, "Oh, don't threaten me with a good time." And Canis is just like, "What?" Like Canis doesn't get it because Musashi is Miyamoto Musashi, and she is here to fight. So even with Gordolf, right? Like Canis forms a positive opinion when Gordolf is like accepts his responsibility to is like, no, actually, despite the fact that I'm totally outclassed, I'm not going to run away because this is my fucking responsibility. Now eat this goddamn croissant. So yeah, whereas like with somebody with an inferiority complex like Kadok, of course Canis is just going to be a bully to him because that's what like Kadok expects and is like I don't think Canis understands how positive reinforcement works, but even if they did, she would not do that with Kadok because that's not how Kadok operates.
No, but the problem here is like we see Caster and Pollux here have the fucking Gawain problem right now.
Yeah.
This is like we've only seen them in this Lostbelt, and they've just been such complete dicks. Like I've heard so many people just yelling about Caster, just screaming at people. I'm all like, this is Lostbelt. These are the Lostbelt twins. Excuse me. I haven't actually seen their
Yeah, I feel like I don't know if it's from like translations or what. I feel like enough people got enough vibes, or maybe they just like Alex's hip windows. I don't know. I feel like enough people got enough vibes that they were okay to roll because there seemed to be decent excitement. But I mean, I will say it's not like that one. Like I can compare the two videos. They came out like a week apart. Romulus Queerness is like doing fucking gangbusters for a Wanted. Yeah, it's at 1,200 views. It was number one on our channel for like 12 hours straight. Yes, that's right. At one point, it was doing better in terms of views acceleration than Destroyed by Demeter's Fat Ass, which is almost a 2K views, so banger for us.
Banger.
Yeah. Whereas Wanted Dioscuri is only at about 750, so like it's notably less. It has more likes. Remus Queerness has way more comments, though. Like, it's going in there. Well, yeah, no, of course Summonable Caster isn't that bad. They're proper human history. Like, he's still an Avenger, but he's like a normal Avenger. We get along with those guys. Dante's is literally my dream cop, right? Yeah,
so it's like one of those things of like, I do feel like the Dioscuri need to be in some sort of event so we can get some further characterization of them.
Yeah, I'm wondering when that'll come. Like, I knew because I did the Wanted and I did the analysis. Like, I understand that their playable versions are different, but it's definitely vibes of like, not everybody understands that. Like, remember how much people hated like Gawain or Tristan's guts after Camelot, and like Tristan especially was like, no, you don't understand. Regular Tristan is literally the opposite of that guy. That was the point. They do spell it out, but if you don't catch it, it's like you deal with this guy he's just a weird asshole to you. I mean, also, even I think Fion got this way, right?
Oh yeah,
our introduction to Fion was he cockblocked a banner from Bryn, and he was kind of gross to mash. And then we learned out later he's cool.
He was a cool dude, but I think the problem is like it's good to see that it's good to see their lines and stuff in their profile, but usually you don't actually get the full breadth of their actual character until you see them in an event. Like that's why CCC was so good for the Sarava game was so good for Gawain and Tristan, because it put them in a situation you got to see how they actually acted.
Yeah, and they get to be cool boys.
The
only thing I hope is I hope that there's not this kind of, and I think it's correct, I hope there's not this kind of humanization for Doman. Like, I think Ashia Doman's plan, Limbo, is just, no, he just is an asshole. And then I especially hope there's no redemption for Beryl, because I really just want to punch that asshole. I just want to punt him into the next county. Sometimes you need villains who are just asshole.
Again, I think we've done a fair job of like humanizing most cryptors.
We understand them all pretty good, so it's interesting.
Yeah, but no,
also, honestly, don't say never. Like, we literally talked about how Canis builds a rapport. Guess what? Canis is the final boss fight. Spoilers. But I explained that to you in the pregame. So, like, it comes back around. No, but they don't make all the enemies kind of gross. Fucking Zeus is, like, the fairest dude. He's like, y'all, I need you to explain to me why the fuck you're doing this business. And we're like, Zeus, we already told you. He's like, no, explain it to me again. I want to make sure. You're really sure about this? Because if you're sure about this, I gotta put my game face on. And we're like, yes, Zeus, we're sure. Put on your fucking game face. We got shit to do.
And then he pulls out his game face. And Jesus fucking Christ.
He pulls out his literal game face. We'll talk about it. That's later. Soon, though. But yeah.
Like, Zeus is kind of a shit, but I like... He's not a shit in like Beryl is a shit.
Yeah, I called Zeus a chuckle fuck. I think that's the best way to do it. Like he's kind of an asshole about some stuff, but also at the same time he's very explainable. I think it fits the concepts of Zeus we know from mythology. Like, yeah, he's kind of a big tough god who like has a lot of important jobs, but also he just kind of like rolls around throwing thunderbolts and fucking ladies and stuff. Like he's just like whatever, dude. And dudes sometimes, Ganymede. Yeah.
Like, is everyone being cool here? All right.
I mean, I feel like honestly, I think with the twins, it's a deliberate. We probably shouldn't get into this because we talk about the Cryptor's servants as well. But like, I think the twins are a deliberate transposition. At first, they seem like they're much more conventional servants, and they feel like they fit Wodaime better than Canis, right? Canis is a fucking delinquent. She's constantly bad talking everybody. She's violent. She outwardly rebels against Wodaime, against Dioscuri, against Zeus, all that stuff. Even straight up goes to Chaldea side. Whereas the Dioscuri are, like, never wavering in their loyalty or anything, but also, as we find out later, they don't really get Wodaime. Like, they don't actually understand what he's about, but they were just yet another demonstration for Wodaime of just, like, how enswolled he is in terms of magic. So, I think that's the point, right? The point is that at first you think, oh, Canis and Wodaime are a bad match, and then at the end you're like, I see. Hold on, let me go pick my heart and guts off the floor. Damn, dude. Whereas with Dioscuri, at first you're like, I see. These make perfect sense for a character like Wodaime. And then you're like, oh no, you guys actually have shit compatibility. You don't get along well at all. You guys did not understand this dude. And that's probably why you died alone. Not really alone, but you know what I mean. You died alone like bitches in the bowels of the earth.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you didn't even have Wodaime there to back you up because you're just out doing your own thing. It's interesting. But yeah, we get through them. There's some Wodaime stuff as he's talking about things. He's having the conversation, I think, with Pepe. Or with somebody. And then I just have a note that's in low castes, right? I mean, this chapter's full of antagonists as well, Max. Like, God, there's so many bosses. There's so many fights. And you can only do recurring fights so many times, right? Like, I honestly think I'm glad this ends the Dioscuri, like, here in section 17. Because, like, you'd already fought them, like, 3 or 4 times, right?
Right.
So, like, it's good that it's over. Because you need to stop having those fights at some point. Otherwise, then you just get like, all right, I'm tired of you. Die. Go away. How many times can I punch Limbo as a giant ghost before I'm satisfied? Literally, we've done it like 3 times at this point. He's a giant ghost later, too. Fucking sucks. But yeah, no, so Wodaime is a conversation, and I just put this in all lowercase, right? Mm-hmm. Did Wodaime say we just have similar combat capabilities? How strong is he? How strong am I? Yes, that is a DBZA reference.
I put a line after this. I believe it's the strength of one versus the strength of all.
That definitely fits. But we also get why Wodaime says this later, but like when he just says it in the chapter before we fully get the context, I'm just like, hold on, what the fuck did you just say? I appreciate the respect because it's true, but also, damn, dude. I can't wipe out a whole front wave of servants with meteors. Well, and honestly, I think that makes sense, right? Because he's talking about how we would have empathized better with the Dioscuri. I think it makes sense because Castor is canonically an Avenger for reasons. I go into it in the 1. Go check it out. But like I said, we have a great track record with those.
Yes,
like, we have a positive track record of bonding with all kinds of weird servants. We have fucking foreigners on our payroll. Hell, they just keep adding weirder classes. Canonically, if we go with we've summoned every servant, we have 2 pretenders on our payroll. And we don't even know what the fuck that Saint Graph, that spirit class is yet, right?
Right.
Like, shit's just weird. So yeah, we're pretty tough. But yeah, we move on. That's supposed to be equal in due course. That was the Dioscuri's thing. And we move on to section 18. I am the thunder that smites stars. 1. And I'm just like, Anyway, so we get lots of exposition. First of all, we start with the lads having a huddle. Actually, no. First is Zeus announces that he's gonna execute Europa.
Oh no!
Like she's been captured. You're going in there. Kadok and Pepe have a huddle. The lads having a team up, a huddle. Of course, Kadok again with his self-persecution complex is like, yo, why doesn't Europa just sell us the fuck out? And Pepe is just like, oh, you sweet child, boy, you don't understand. That's not how mommy works. You don't understand. It's okay. It's because she's a good person, and Kadok is just like,
what?
What?
Good
humans aren't just animals? But yeah, and I put in my notes, so this is a trap, right? Like, before we even get to the point where we assume it's a trap, I'm reading this, I'm like, this is a trap. Zeus does a fucking PA announcement that they're gonna kill our one ally, and I'm just like, okay, yep. It's bait, but I'm gonna take it.
Yes.
We learned that our boat is also a space plane. Basically, we jump straight to the end. We've got the Grand Article Aether, the Dioscuri are taken care of. We have to go vibe into the Shrine Dodona anyway. We might as well do it on a clock to save Europa. And Gordolf is like, yes, well, we'll catch up with you. Our boat flies, by the way. And we're like,
it's sick.
And then we get to the first of many interesting pips. Because we have a little sequence, a little dream time. It's not our dream time, though. And I was like, whoa, this is very nostalgic. They start playing the old vibe and music. Yeah, Wodaime's having a little dreamy-do.
Mm-hmm.
He's remembering things that may have happened, may not have happened. He has flashbacks to his friends in the Singularities. Kadok and Orleans. Joking about wyverns.
Yes.
Once again, Kadok literally can't handle Wodaime's dad humor. Ophelia in Septum. Again, God, I want to see more of this, too. Like, Ophelia as, like, literally, their dynamic is like fucking Colonel Mustang and Riza Hawkeye, right? Like,
right.
Wodaime is competent, but also a goofball. But Ophelia is absolutely nailing the like professional assistant vibes. No, you idiot! We cannot summon Napoleon with the Arc de Triomphe. It doesn't exist yet. And Wodaime's just like, "Aw, but I really want to meet Napoleon." And Ophelia's just like, "Ah."
I find that poignant as Ophelia did meet Napoleon.
Yeah, Hinako in Okeanos. Where
that was
Wodame lets it out of the bag, where he's like, "Hey, Akuda, are you gonna be okay on the ocean?" And she's just like, 1, yes, 2, the fuck?
How did you know?
Oh, I was like, I didn't realize. Have you known the whole time? And Wodame's like, no, actually, I only figured it out just now.
Again, this is the first time I'm realizing. I'm like, oh no, he's just a dork.
Beryl in London, which looked like a barrel of laughs. God. Also, by the way, Beryl, is you like old lady fucking Baba Yaga or some shit? Like talking about how his old lady, slang for his mother, or possibly his grandmother, didn't like industrial revolution and technology and stuff. And I'm just like, hold the phone. Suspicious. Beryl sus. Well, that works, by the way. Beryl is a color.
Yeah.
Beryl is also a girl's name.
I put this note here unknowingly, but I'm pretty sure this guy is going to backstab someone at some point.
Yes. Oh, yeah, Emerald is a compound of beryllium. Yeah, so Beryl's a color and also a girl's name. Considering how he talks about women, that's probably going to make him go, it's going to make him mold. But also, Pepe in America. This is great.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
By the way, this is also apparently where Pepe told Wodaime his real name.
Mm-hmm.
Wodaime uses his real name in outside of the flashback, which I guess Pepe just takes as like, oh shit, I mean, even if I don't remember, if you know my fucking name, we're cool homes. We're homies. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't think this thought of mine was exactly correct given the things we got later, but I'm still assuming things. I'm like, I wonder if this means we didn't see David in Camelot or Wodaime solo in Babylonia. I had another thought here that I actually scratched out because I felt it was too speculative, but we're going to come back to it for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
This will come back. Right now, it's like our first Wodaime flashback in the interlude where we get like half the story. By the way, also very funny, interesting things. Wodaime, when having a conversation with Pepe in the America flashback, he talks about the singularities out of order. Also, he explicitly says nobody else made it past the halfway point. So none of in these weird flashbacks, dreams, whatever's going on, don't have the full context yet. Wodaime explicitly says that none of the others, at least with him, made it past the halfway, which would have been London. I presume that means that Solomon nuked them?
Maybe. I'm not sure. So, by the way, I do want to point this out. If you're actually curious about this stuff, it's not a lot of stuff, but there is a Type Moon manga called Fate Grand Order from Lostbelt, which actually expands a little bit on these little stories about Wodaime and the Cryptors, if you guys want to check it out. I've read it. It pulls out a little heartstrings.
Yeah, I should go check it out. I haven't read it yet. But yes, no, I presume that was because people probably in surveys after this were like, hold up, you can't just drop this on me and leave it. You gotta give me more. You must give me more. We get some more exposition dump. I'm trying to remember the context for these notes. Was this a conversation? Yeah, I think this is Wodaime having a conversation because he was like, yeah, Zeus comes to talk to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Zeus comes to talk to him and Zeus is like, hey, bro, you okay? And he's like, oh, sorry, I was just in thought about something.
Oh.
So we get even more exposition dump. The Olympians are from a different universe already. Their creators died out and chaos sent them to a different universe where they hunted for the right planet. They crashed on Earth and adopted a local species. Because, guess what? Lucky was right. They were supposed to recreate their homeworld. They are a terraforming fleet, but they liked humans so much they decided to adopt us instead. Also, the Olympians knew about the Velber ahead of time. Zeus explicitly says, I knew those guys existed, but I didn't think they were going to fuck with us.
No, they would fuck with us.
Just smash cut to the White Titan.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's a final boss music theme there.
Yeah, no. So I do believe that this is the actual divergent points where Zeus forcibly overrode the other machine gods to reunite against Zafar.
Yeah. I think somebody used the Olympus Megavord as a Megazord earlier. That's basically what they did, yeah. Zeus was like, No, I know we're all individuals now, but fuck your individuality. Let's team up. We're gonna combine. I insist on the Gatai. And after that, everybody was kind of a little pissed off at him.
Yeah.
Because he did kind of sort of steal their bodies for a little bit.
I'd be a little mad too.
Like, yeah, they won, but we also know from proper human history, it's not like they died. They're fucking god machines. They're okay. They just lost access to their Aletheia. But yeah, Zeus says he did that knowing that all of his kin would be mad at him.
I put a note here. The mantle of rule is a heavy one, and only those... Oh, I think I wrote this one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you did, because I feel like the grammar's a little goofed here.
Yeah, hang on.
That's okay. We jumped around a lot in these thoughts.
Oh, the mantle of rule is a heavy one, and only those who wear it know its weight, or something like that.
I think it's corrected weird.
Yeah, I don't remember. But basically, people can always bitch about rulers, but until they actually rule themselves, they do not know how fucked up it is sometimes. People have to make hard choices. Yeah. People have to make hard choices and make the best decisions, usually on the account of many other people, even if they know those many people will be very, very angry about this. Like, case in point, with the White Titan thing, Zeus made it like, if the option was A, Zeus hijacks everyone and kicks a basically an extinction level event's ass.
Yeah.
Or B, doesn't, and everyone gets their machine gun bodies destroyed. It's like, which one would you choose, knowing that? Think about that, everybody.
Yeah, so it's a complex story, but it gets to the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then after that, we see Kadok sneaking. Turns out Kadok is hacker voice. I'm in. I believe this is brought up in his profile later in Matt's 8. But yeah, Kadok, one of Kadok's things is that because mages don't like him anyway, he fucks around with modern technology, unlike other mages, because he needs stuff to do things. So he actually knows shit about like computers. I suspect, even though he's never brought it up, he probably knows a few things about firearms. So, because he has all that hunting mage craft. But yeah, he cracks in, and Wodaime's password is friendship.
Basically, their initials.
Yeah. Kadok gets it wrong the first time because he used the wrong initial for Pepe. But it's P for Pepe. I don't know if Kadok has ass cheeks. He's very scrawny.
Nah, that man.
He's got skinny goth kid vibes.
Yeah, he's kind of a twig.
So he cracks into Wodaime's computers, and we get a lot of info dump. The trees are the Matrix. This answers a long-held question we've had about the structure of Lostbelt. How do they get to the modern era? Well, the trees, which are named after galaxies, simulate the universe as if they had existed until the modern day. Presumably, this is why the older ones start stronger, because they have to simulate more time and get more juice. But yeah, so that explains like how we got here. Like technically, everything was simulated until it got transposed onto the texture. Mm-hmm. And we also, Kadok finds text files about the foreign god. So there's a lot of info dump on how the foreign god, how it works, why it works, etc. So basically, we learned that the actual foreign god is formless. This is very interesting considering that there was a tentacle alien in Area 51 for us to bad touch. But the foreign god can only exist on the bleached Earth, so in order to actually live on Earth and reach us, it has to have an appropriate form. It is formless. It is just kind of a light. This also presumably means that the priestess of the foreign god is not actually the foreign god in disguise or anything. Limbo catches Kadok sneaking around and punches him in the gut.
I don't know.
A pain curse on his thing. I mean,
like
she's supposed to be kind of a hole in reality, but I'm assuming that they are not. They are not literally the same because the foreign god has no form, period.
I guess that's true.
And the priestess does have a form, even if she's weird. Yeah. It's interesting that, again, we talked about their roles, right? But Limbo is the one who finds Kadok and feels the need to deal with him. So he,
gives him the stab.
He gives him the proper JoJo send-off. He donuts him, and he's like, my nails are poisoned. You're going to suffer a lot. And Kadok is just like, fuck you. And this is the point where I wrote the note. I'm very glad it seems like we're going to have an entire story chapter dedicated to punching Limbo.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
So, we're going through all the stuff. Section 19, we move on to I Am the Thunder That Smites the Stars. This is all, exposition, so it's only got a couple of short notes. But we get some stuff in rapid procession. Kadok drags himself, bleeding out, mortally wounded, to Rasputin. That's why I say Kadok is pretty metal. Rasputin is just like, well,
I see.
Yeah, that's pretty bold of you. Maybe there are, 2 parts of a bit. We'll get in there later. Mm-hmm. But Rasputin is like, well, I'm not doing anything right now, so I guess I've got some time to kill. Cracks nuts. But I also like another point where, a Beryl, little weasel that he is weaseling around, and not even calling Skaya wants to deal with him. I love it. She's devastating. She's just like, Beryl Gut, you are a mad dog, and I don't deal with those. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't even want to see you. I don't want to smell you. Get the fuck out of here. And
unfortunately,
well, but I've got something you like. You like rare animals, right? What if I told you there was a thing I could get you? Maybe, I don't know, the White Dragon of Albion? Big jingle jangle, by the way. I'm not sure this detail ever got translated out of Lostbelt 5, but this will be important. This is what the Mage Association has in their basement.
Yeah, I was about to say. Again, I think this is like, we say this a couple of times, but Britain is bad news bears.
Yeah. Britain is fucked.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the thing they've got in their basement is the White Dragon of Albion. And I love when... Hold on.
What's up?
Sorry, I'm cleansing somebody who's saying something.
Oh.
No future spoilers. You have been cleansed. Do not do it again or I shall time out you. We're in the middle of this. Yeah, don't look at Jet. Yeah, the dragon of the is Albion. But yeah, Konskaya does her professional, like, cold face where she's just like, very well, you have thing of value.
And Barrel's just like, I want, a, get out of jail free card here.
I would like to purchase a one-way ticket out of this Lostbelt. Because Kalde is coming and they're gonna win.
Mm.
So we fly up to the shrine, but then we gotta have a little bit of crash land. I wrote in here another happy landing. That's basically all this is for us. Is we get in the jet fighter, we take the fuck off, we land the fuck down, we crash in Europa's garden. Well, yeah, they talk about how we brought this up earlier because this was in the big effort anything, but when she talked to Pepe, that Candace uses the Poseidon Maelstrom.
Oh yeah,
and is surprised. She's like, even I didn't realize how strong that would be.
Oh no.
Yeah, I guess if they're willing to, I mean, I don't know how much it's Beryl, Robin. I don't know how much Beryl's dealing in fair trade here.
Beryl keeps having that fucking sprite of the fogged up glasses. I'm like, I hate that look. Stop that.
Yeah, that's his mage power. Hides his glasses. But yeah, basically, we transition there. Beryl's got plans and planes. We know all the cryptors got their own plans. They're doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We get up to the shrine because that's our transition, and then we move on to section 20. I am the thunder that smites stars 3. To which point I see an alter ego icon, and I'm like, oh, you're approaching me?
I threw comma at this problem, and it worked fabulously. Yeah,
so, first of all, my first note, though, before the actual fight is, Musashi finally got to hold foe, because we're in the Machina corridor, the corridor that's supposed to be so large they can actually fit their giant robot bodies in, which means it must be fucking huge. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
But we're running down, and so we're like, we gotta go speed. We gotta become speed, so Musashi gets to carry foe. Mash helps us out, the various things. I think Musashi's also carrying Holmes, because he can't, sprint right now.
No, Holmes is carrying Adele.
Oh, okay. Holmes is carrying Adele. That means Macarius gets Caligula. But yeah, my note for the boss fight is just the flower called the Arrow of Love will blossom within the void of heaven. And then just
you weren't immune to charm, bitch.
Yeah. I think I did not have to spend a revive on this, but I did spend a command seal to make comma NP again. Do it again, comma. Just like, yeet, and then yeet.
Fuck you, giant ghost.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I'm glad comma's NP theme is so sick.
It's so good.
But yeah, so we beat him up a little bit, we get rid of some goons, we fight some guys, and Pepe shows up and reveals his secret technique. Fuck you, no jutsu!
Literally is all like, yeah, all this great stuff, but you fucked up my Lostbelt, you fucking asshole! I'm going to kill all your fucking extra bodies.
I've figured out your secret. You're using duplicate bodies to, force your own reincarnation. Well, fuck you, guess what? I understand how that works. Delete. And then Limbo's just like, Oh no, I'm in danger.
Run away. Bitch.
And then Pepe's like, anyway, I'm gonna go deal with that. Bye, guys.
Laters.
So we go through the corridor, we meet the shrine. We run into Zeus. He actually shows up before us. He's a little bit of a chucklehead here. He's kind of he laughs at us, he laughs with us, but also he does the whole, sadistic choice of, yes, it is my decree. Europa will be executed. You there, human children, rejoice. You're going to do it for me. And we're just like, I'm sorry?
Apparently he gains the authority of laughter during this. It's truly the most terrifying.
Well, yeah, because his laughter is like gravity. And it sucks. Anyway, then we gotta fight Europa and Talos, and taking out Talos first makes this fight a literal joke. Once Europa permanently NP seals herself, she can't do anything to you.
And so she's like, oh no, my Talos! I'm like, I'm not gonna lie, I felt a little bad.
Yeah, I mean, you feel sad, but at the same time, in a group of boss fights that's, so tough, that the fact that there's actually a deep cheat here is so great. Anyway, I yeeted that guy into space. I have a space goddess who's got very high attack. She's brailed to 100. That just and a 50% battery. So it's just like, you're going to space, son. She's just like, no.
Again, this is one of those, since it wasn't that much of a fight. I honestly can't remember what I actually did.
I think I actually had my Jack in the back row for just in case. I don't think I got that far. This fight was actually not that hard. And there's no cutscene to end it, by the way. We just go straight into part 4.
Oh, yeah.
The big one, section 21, I am the thunder that smites stars, V. So, Zeus reveals his power level. He transforms to his final form. He is a giant face. And I was like, so I can't be the only one getting Zardoz vibes here, right?
And if you're talking about a giant face managing humans here, and maybe not Sean Connery in a red diaper and straps, sure.
The god is good. The Chaldeans are evil. Yes, I'm talking about the giant floating head.
Guys, if you haven't seen Zardoz, it's a fucking trip.
You should. It's a cult classic. You can check it out. Big Boy Zardoz. It's very funny. It's weird, but you should check it out. Anyway, Holmes' specialized are still working overtime. Da Vinci drops us on us later that he's basically constantly running his elementary My Dear Noble Phantasm so he can figure out ways we don't die.
Yeah, because he's been cursing this entire time and is basically limiting his brain power for some reason.
So he's just using his hashtag life hack the entire time. But Holmes makes observations about Zeus, and Zeus is like, "Hold on, little sage, don't say anything yet. I'm still working towards it." And Holmes is like, "Nah, dude, you still cursed me, but also fuck you." Anyway, Holmes drops the plan on us. Try not to die yet. We have to charge up the Aether.
Mm-hmm. And oh wow, it actually was to survive a few turns. I wasn't entirely sure.
Yeah, they give you a little preview. This isn't the real one.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna last a little bit. Since you don't die immediately, though, Zeus starts charging up his big fistful of lightning.
Starts unleashing all his limiters.
Yeah, just holy shit. He takes off all his trading clothing, and you're just like, hold on, what was that last bit? No, what was that next bit? What?
Releasing anti-space-time, you're just like, what?
It starts with, anti-country, anti-planet, and you're just like, I'm sorry, anti-space-time, and you're just like, hold the fuck up. Is this allowed?
It's like, Zeus, cease. Stop.
And we do get him to stop, because we drop down the Golden Punch. You remember that time Captain fucking blew up a sun?
It wasn't as effective as that, but...
No, but it is a Golden Punch, and Zeus is just like, interesting. Delete. And then Golden Bear is just like, that was my trap. You fell for it. That was my plan.
This really does seem like a Yu-Gi-Oh card setup now that I think about it.
We're doing a big plan. We're doing the chain summon. First of all, we summon the Crimson Mecha God, Eris, which is actually Mars, and he's just like, yes, I am Mars from proper human history. I am literally a giant robot man. I'm here to punch you.
I mean, if we actually do get Ares, then he is just a smaller mecha version of that. I'll be okay with that. That seems pretty sweet.
That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the thing. All right. Yes, I've gotten a special request with this super chat to read this in my best Yu-Gi-Oh voice, and I believe this is relevant.
Oh God.
I sacrifice my golden hero Alekman to special summon my divine hero Ares, and when special summon divine hero Ares special effect activates, allowing me to summon another divine monster card of 7 stars or higher when sacrificing one monster. And with that, I will summon divine hero Roma by tributing my emperor hero Caligula, and when summoned, it makes all my monsters Roman, which activates Ares' second ability, Transcend. Allows me to increase attack power by turning him into divine hero Mars. Time to get fucked, Zeus, or shall I say, Jupiter. It is really kind of like that, though. Golden Chain Summon, all that shit. That's what happened, though.
Yeah, no, as soon as I thought about it, I was like, that sounds like something super fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! All of a sudden.
That's exactly what happens. You're doing your fucking plan. You thought I was owned, but no, it was you who are owned. So.
So now we have, again, as it says, we do the Grand Summon, and suddenly we have a Roman God King and Demir Zeus' Shrine.
I love, by the way, that he levels up his Ascension sprites as we do this, right? When he first appears, he's normal, and then he's golden armor, and then he's wings, motherfuckers!
He's like,
he's ratcheting up.
Yep.
He's like, yes, I got my energy on. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I'm good. I'm juicing now. I'm Romulus equals queerness, baby. You are all Romans. Hey, Zeus, guess what? In Mars, I was part of a triumvirate that was equal with you. This is actually a true fact, probably. It's really arcane. It goes back to the era of the Roman kings, but there was actually evidence that on Capitoline Hill, there was a triad of Jupiter, Mars, and Quirinus. Even into the Roman imperial times, the High Priest of Quirinus was ranked number 3 under the High Priest of Jupiter and the High Priest of Mars. Wow. So, Quirinus used to be a big deal. I don't think anybody in modern scholarship understands why exactly. I talk about this a lot in The Wanted. It's very vague, but we do know that Quirinus used to be a big deal. But yeah, he's here now. He's gonna praise the sun on us. He's gonna do the thing.
Mm-hmm. So actually, I did a little bit of reading about this. I can't remember what it was, but they were actually talking about levels of the divinity that could match Zeus. And Romulus Quirinus did pop up. Another one actually that popped up actually surprised me. Quetzalcoatl is actually, in their pure guard form, would actually be one of the few things equal to Zeus.
Yeah, because Quetz is a huge mythic cycle hero deity to the Aztecs. Very central. Obviously, Big J would work, I think.
Legendary boss. I'm sorry. Screw the rules. I have money. No, it's screw it. Have more of my money.
Yes.
I think that's hilarious.
Hey, I'll take your energy. Maybe I'll do a roll after all this. Anyway, Buddha could probably do it, but he's a saver.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you guys keep juicing, so there's plenty of your energy in the tank.
Oh yeah.
The other ones I think possibly I could see Horus, for instance.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly. Actually, you probably want to go with Chief Gods, Ra or Amun-Ra.
Oh yeah.
Very big deal.
You have to go usually to the Topotus.
Let us continue our thoughts, because we are about to go to the big Zeeb battle. By the way, while I appreciate that everybody seemed to really bite on us during the pregame calling Zeus Big Chungus, as he is. He's very big.
He is big.
I also, because he's Z, I also use the phrase Big Zam a couple of times. So, hey, y'all know what's bigger than Big Zam here? Space. And hate space.
It's actually very powerful. That was my strategy as well. I took a Space Ishtar, I took a Merlin, and I took a Jean. It was actually quite effective. The fight was actually, I think, one of pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty balanced. I did I can say that I did get Zeus in one try. I think it was RNG, though. I know some people complained about his confusion doing Skill Seal, which I did not get. But Jolter fucking soloed his last HP bar. Like, I was worried I would need a revive. No, she was just like, yes, your tears are delicious. Like, I'm just dropping NPs, blowing up his dudes, and just like, yeah, no, that fucking rulers get wrecked.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it was, one of his skills, but he was supposed to have a shield on it, but, John just stabbed through it anyway. I wasn't sure what was happening there, but I was like, okay, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure on the mechanics, but I don't know. For me, it was down to the wire too, with just John in there giving him the stats, but it worked.
Yeah, which after as much trouble as the other Olympians gave, I was like, I'm okay with this, especially because you got to use skills. He's a fucking 3D model that moves up and down. He's
a legendary boss hunter. You didn't tell me shit.
I don't remember when this was.
Yeah,
we may have had this conversation later, but I already said that after that because that's when I brought this up because I don't usually lurk in the channels about stuff. Pretty good. If it was like 2 weeks ago, I probably don't remember. Even if you were live, there's a lot of stuff that happens. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so...
I remember what I was going to do now.
We boople Zeus. We zoopal Boos. Mash shoots him in the face. Bang. And we move on to section 22. Void. So, we get a flashback from Odaime about Zeus being exploded.
Yep.
He elaborates on what their plan was.
Yep. Apparently, they were in it together up to a certain point, but Odaime's plan, which hadn't came, to full fruition, isn't really explained, but what Zeus wanted to do was basically take out the energy from the tree and book it.
Yeah. Turn back into interstellar mode and get the fuck out.
No, legendary boss hunter. I mean, you didn't tell me shit, as I don't listen to anyone trying to tell me how to beat bosses. I figure them out on my own. You can scream everything to the heavens. You didn't tell me anything.
Like he refuses to learn.
I do.
But yeah, so Zeus was basically, as befitting, we're so late in this game, this is technically the third Lostbelt, the sixth Lostbelt map we've done, right?
Right.
It's very similar to what the Lion King wanted to do.
Oh, yeah. But if I understood this right, he didn't actually want to take humanity with him, just wanted to take the thoughts and prayers with them of humanity.
Yeah, he was going to record us, and because he would have all the terraforming functions, he was going to be able to, restart humanity somewhere else, but it was still not, actually going to save anybody.
Yeah.
It was going to be dead.
Well, what's with all these super powerful beings be like, I'm just going to take out these humans and I'm just going to go somewhere the fuck else? Seems to be a common plan. It's very weird. I don't like it. Stop that. Ugh.
Yeah, we didn't get as nettled at Zeus as we did it.
Pretty sure it's because this kind of plan's old hat now.
Yeah.
Hey, Prometheus. Sick.
Thanks, bro.
Thanks. So, everything gets destroyed and, snap back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Shit starts getting broke.
There's a fucking space eye.
Ah! They say, it's chaos. Please insert your Strangers of Paradise meme here.
Yep.
If I
Somebody
could
said they realized they forgot to make the joke, and I was like, don't worry, I got you covered.
Yeah, no, I made that joke immediately. But apparently the primordial god Chaos has just been, sleeping in the the cracks between reality, and with the authority of Zeus, thus disabled, decided to, wake up and go on with its prime directive or something.
Yeah, it's gonna convert everything on Earth into Spiritron data and also reduce the Earth's mass by the third or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Which is bad. We're gonna suck a hole out of it, and we all say, wait, he can't do that. It's gonna fuck us. We can't repair the Earth if he does that.
No, my stuff is here.
Yeah, and he's going through all the things. And I also want to throw this out there. There's a big eye. There's a Dyson sphere. It's explicitly compared to. It has the power of a sun behind it. By the way, he just deletes Mars. Romulus tanks a shot from us, but Mars Ares gets in the way and is just delete. It's very off-putting. But there's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Jokes I can make here, and they're even from the season with the interdimensional aliens. It's very funny.
Speaking of which, Interstellar Migration Treaty. Nazu, tell me your secrets. Do you literally have this giant galactic scale of events going on with, systems and, other cultures that have their own rules, and we just know nothing about them until Nazu's going to reveal them in some giant fucking, reveal or something. I'm a little concerned because how he keeps coming up with these space concepts, but we know nothing about them because they're in, space.
Nothing like space. He wants to write sci-fi.
Yeah.
Anyway, so remember how Musashi has been waiting for her moment to, pierce the heavens or something? Apparently this is it, because they talk about how Chaos is in the space between spaces. He's in the gap, and Musashi just perks up and is like, aha! I know things about this. Anyway, it's time. I gotta go now. And we're like, Musashi, don't you. Musashi's like, bye already. And we're like, God damn it. Fuck.
Yeah, no, we are literally yelling and screaming at her to get back here. And she's like,
yeah.
Nope.
She's like, haha, no. She jumps to our space plane, which has arrived. The stormboarder shows up late, but flying. It's a spaceship now. Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, Musashi's talking about how she literally can't go anywhere else.
Yeah, she does kind of explain that basically, obviously, her world was a Lostbelt that got pruned, and she has been drifting, but eventually she gets kicked out, but she's been running out of places to go, so much so that she can't even get here, right? She can't, so much so that she can't even jump anymore. She talked about this earlier. She teleports now in just our reality.
Mm-hmm. I think that says something, though.
Yeah.
Even though, she kept getting kicked out of the world, she was always welcome here. I'm just like, no!
And she kept scooching back. She flashbacks on all her adventures, some of which happened in an interesting canonical order. By the way, also, I'm still slightly confused. Because, she doesn't have her eye patch anymore in story. So, did Musashi die at Shimosa and then became a heroic spirit, and then we've been seeing her in events, or what? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Anyway.
I don't know.
I'm a little confused. And unfortunately, it's hard to fact check, because fuck you, Lasingle, and Delay Works. But yeah, so she jumps on the top of the boat. We start speeding off. We're not going to make it, because that's how huge Chaos is, and so far, this is actually kind of interesting. They talk about, how big everything is. But they go through all of that, and, but Nemo's like, okay, we're not going to make it in time. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to sacrifice myself. We're going to do multiple zero-sail jumps. And the Marines are like, no, you can't do that, Captain. You'll die. And he's like, fuck you, I'm doing it anyway. Da Vinci, you can run shit without me anyway. And she's like, I mean, I'll never be able to leave the ship, but yeah. But don't you worry, Romulus Quirinus was not out of juice yet.
Makes you a shiny golden road leading straight to them.
Yeah.
As they say, all roads.
But also, this relates to his noble phantasm name, Per Aspera ad Astra. Through our difficulties to the stars. It's poignant, damn it.
Yeah.
Literally the fictional motto of Starfleet from Star Trek. And yeah, and Musashi does the thing.
They had to do a remix?
Yep.
I am upset. I was floor.
Yeah. No, she does she gives her whole speech again. Shinman Musashi, reach zero. Fuck you, giant space eyeball.
We have several CGs. Mm-hmm. How dare.
And then we do the sword swing noise, shing. And where'd Chaos go, guys?
By the way, what did you sell? I screamed, I'll never forgive you, Musashi.
I'm pretty sure I yelled that too.
Yeah.
I've got to remember this one. That's the joke. I remember all of them.
But with that, we're going to go to section 23, the day to bring down gods. And I start this off with, still floor, but I must go on.
We keep being floor.
Yes.
Because, this one doesn't start with a softball. Musashi has just, at least according to witnesses, used up the maximum power of her Saint Graph and burned out her existence, so much so that Chaldea computer no longer remembers her. Data lost. Very infamous meme. Not necessarily actually stop Chaos, but to, close the hole and make him fuck off back to his home planet.
Yeah.
But no, there's no breaks.
Nope.
Because we get a big, long flashback about stuff here.
Oh.
And this is where you wrote your note about Canis.
Yes, this is where I originally wrote my note about Canis.
Because you get to see First Ascension Canis hanging out with Wodaime about stuff, and they're just dorks to each other. I was absolutely floored. I'm very glad I rolled her now. Because you see, Canis has a shitload of expressions.
Oh, yeah.
Damn. And yeah, it really grows Canis' character.
And you find out that Wodaime isn't maybe not the superhuman that they seem to be. And Canis is just like, damn, dude.
Yeah. And that's how Wodaime gets Canis on his side. He's like, I've got a plan that's so fucking stupid and big, you can't not do it. And Canis is like, your plan is big and stupid. Let's do it. Like I said, Canis is the servant that actually understands Wodaime and his goals and stuff. And, it's wild. Anyway, we do have a comment with Quirinus, though. He spends a lot of time talking about the void and unknown unknowns and the sea of possibilities. It's very interesting, given what just happened. He's out here talking about how within nothingness, within empty space, is where humans thrive, because that's where our imaginations can grow and become anything. Basically, he is talking about Musashi's philosophy of zero, but on like a human potential way, and I'm just like, It's a very interesting thing you just said to me.
It is.
Anyway, Canis drops the bomb of like, all right, you defeated Zeus, we're enemies again. Wodaime's like, yes. Well, too bad about Zeus. Anyway, my tree now.
Yay!
We gotta fight Canis for a little bit. This is a fucking stupid fight. I love how Wodaime is fucking Canis' hype man. He's just like, don't you underestimate Canis. Whoop! Gains another HP bar, and I'm like, Wodaime, calm the fuck down. Stop that.
And Canis is like, shit, you're hurting me.
I love Canis' story interactions. Like, I think it's in this one, but it might also be in the final one later. I think Canis has a line with a break bar that's like, you guys are too damn strong.
Oh no, it was this fight.
Yeah, that's the when you break like the actual like first or second bar. Canis is like, you're too damn strong, and like does like attack down and NPC and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Canis' break bar for the final fight is let's start over. But yeah, and then after you get through bars, Wodaime's like, hold on, time out. I'm gonna do a thing.
Yes.
They start playing the in the air tree music, and I'm just like, I knew the AU where Wodaime's a rave DJ. Like, just imagine Wodaime out down at the club playing the rave music. Canis is his hype man / bouncer, and just like, you know the tree music, tree raves.
Oh yeah,
and Wodaime drops his plan on us.
It's kind of a crazy plan, but basically his plan is to basically take all this magical energy from the tree and basically elevate every human up to godhood. Again, yes. we seem to have this plan a lot with people.
Yeah, his plan is basically like the transhuman singularity. He's like, okay, so not me, because I got brought back for the foreign god. I don't count, because basically the foreign god tries to descend, and Wodaime's like, oh no, I've blocked that already. Atlas is in the tree. That's my third servant. You forgot, all right? That I summoned 3 servants. It was Atlas. He's in the tree, and that means the foreign god cannot descend.
Yeah, people assume that Zeus was his third servant, along with Canis and Dioscuri, but no,
he was equals with Zeus.
Yeah,
his third servant contracted was Atlas. So Atlas is now in control of the tree and is going to use all of its magical energy to juice everybody up and ascend you to godhood. And you're just like, what? You can't do that. And he's like, of course I can. I control the tree.
I'm doing it right now. I'm doing it right now.
And Mash is like, oh my god, Master, your power levels are off the scale.
Well, I don't know if it was off the scale, because originally you have very shitty magic circuits and whatnot. Yeah. But they are improving. And I said this here, yo, are these improved magic circuits permanent? I bet not. That would not be fair at all. Because this game has a really weird obsession of keeping you weak and insignificant almost.
It would be a great way to do a permanent story buff for the Master, though. But mechanically what happens is your magic skill, Mystic Code skill cooldowns are like halved. Which I wouldn't mind, honestly, because they're really fucking long. But anyway.
Yeah, but you still are all like, no, but we must fight. And
and Wodaime even encourages you. He's like, I mean, you could sit by and do nothing, but we kind of have to conflict because you're trying to recover all of human history. My plan doesn't do that. I'm just gonna make a new world with new humans. You guys get to be new humans. There's like 12 guys on the on the storm border get to be new humans, and I guess the Olympians, which is probably like let's not mince words. There's some problems with Wodaime's plan. There's some flaws.
Yeah.
He has great. He's a great big picture guy, but the devil is in the details. He's basically saying that what's left of Novum Chaldea and what's left of the Olympians who are having a bad time because Zeus exploded and now there are no more gods. Shit's bad, Mr. President. That, like, they're gonna be, like, in charge of the new human race, and it's like, I mean, I'll take that mantle, but, I mean, what about the billions of people who got yeeted already? And Wodaime's like, nope, can't help them. You're gonna have to solve that one. Because humans can't beat the foreign god, but if I make you all gods, then we can figure it out. It's a really, like, it's a great plan that's very heartwarming, but also, like, damn it, dumb. Wodaime, you're being dumb.
Honestly, everyone's being dumb.
Yeah. But I think, honestly, the thing is, he said... The problem is Wodaime's working on a time scale. He explicitly says that the foreign god, realizing that it's being cockblocked, is trying to kill him. It's trying to stop his heart. So he's like, I gotta finish my ritual before the foreign god makes me explode.
Yep.
So he's like, yeah, we have to fight. We have to fight it.
We have to fight. And we did the Wodaime fight.
Limbo shows up to fuckle us, but Canis is like, oh, no. Get the fuck out of here. Bonk him. But yeah, we have to fight with Wodaime. It's the rematch of the century.
And the rematch starts with him completely blowing up your front line.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do to stop this.
No. He gates you.
Yeah.
I think the only thing you can do is wait like 3 months for Castoria, because Castoria's NP has the non-pierceable invincible. But by the way, if you try to do that in Atlantis, Wodaime pierces that. You cannot dodge his Atlantis version of the NP if he does it, because that fight's just supposed to be fucking over. This one yeets you. Like I said, he gates you. He lets you get in there, but he does some very interesting buffs. Very interesting buffs he does.
Yeah, no, I can't remember them all the top of my head, but the first word is basically all of the first singularities.
Yes.
All of them. And they each give a buff, except for the last two. Because the Jerusalem record and the Mesopotamia record are no record.
Yeah, no effect.
No effect.
He said nobody made it halfway. Hold on, I'm going to try and remember what... I'm going to try and look up what the buffs were called, though.
Oh, okay.
So continue to vamp slightly.
I will vamp slightly. But, yeah, no, they each do a little bit of things, and not all of them... Interesting enough, not all of them were good. I can't remember which ones did
London.
which.
London is the one that's a debuff.
Yeah, the barrel one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Figures.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so somebody brought up in chat while I'm still scrolling through the buffs, the fact that the ones that have no effect and say one of them says Jerusalem and one of them says Mesopotamia, I believe is responsible for a very popular theory that Arcade is Wodaime's timeline. It's his version of Part 1.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. What this probably does mean, though, so because it's called Jerusalem and not Camelot, that probably means he did not have to fight the Lion King, but Singularity 7 is only called Mesopotamia after Tiamat shows up, like, in person. So he did probably have to fight either Tiamat or a beast in 7.
Well,
Lots
again,
of very interesting, subtle stuff.
I'm not entirely sure he actually went to those singularities, though. That's the thing. Like, we'll explain this a bit later, but I think those are lacking records because he did not actually go into those singularities, because there's a reason why he has those buffs. You know, he's going to carry that weight.
Yeah. It's the Trench of Orleans, a Feast on Okeanos, Evening on Septim. By the way, those last two, the Septim and the Okeanos ones, those are the fucking ones. Septim is the resistance to critical attacks, and Feast on Okeanos is when he receives NP damage, he heals 60k HP. Which can mean if you are using a low damage unit, he will gain more HP than you give him. Londinium's downfall is chance to reduce his NP gauge by 1 tick. He also has something called Wilderness Bonfire. That's not a singularity-related one, unless you take that as Fuyuki, but he has a chance to remove your buffs from you on normal attack.
That was the Wasteland one for America.
Oh, okay, maybe that is Wasteland Bonfire, yeah. Sorry, I'm reading some of the translations because it's out there, but yeah. And then Record of Jerusalem, Record of Mesopotamia is no effect.
Yeah.
He also has some very cool skill names. Space Does Not Stop. That's his self-charge. And God Does Not Trickle, which gives you a debuff on attack when you make your attack down. And then his third skill is The Stars Do Not Invite.
I believe it was around, was it the Zeus? No, it was this fight where I caught on to the idea of, oh, wait, if he does like a self-charge into his MP, I'll just fucking soft reset the game and then do an involt to fucking save myself. It seems a little hacks, but god fucking damn it. Sometimes, like, what was it, like a 2-pip charge?
Yeah, it's a 2-pip charge. And he's a caster, so.
Yeah, so.
And his NP is still Grandeur Animosphere. By the way, I want to tell you, everything you need to know about Wodaime, I can explain to you in one fact. He is an NPC boss who has the Bryn's beloved trait.
He's a hero.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Hey, Lucky, you want some more soul-crushing Wodaime facts?
Sure.
According to his profile in Grand Materials 8, Wodaime's pastime is baking.
God damn it. Bread!
He likes bread. Barrel's pastime is gardening. That was also probably meaningful.
Probably burying fucking bodies, bitch!
I was going to interpret that as he relates better to plants than people. I would like to remind you about JoJo Part 4. Bread. But yeah, so for the actual battle, I feel like I'm going to hear his fucking NP chant in my sleep. My Kohai's shield has stopped so many meteors, guys. So many goddamn meteors.
I did not have to spend a seal or a course for this, but I will tell you, this fight took me 63 turns with the stalliest team of Mash, Tamamo, and John.
Yeah, my team was also stally. I obviously don't have Tamamo, so I didn't go that route, but I had some stuff in there. I don't think I used a revive, but I honestly can't remember. I'm pretty sure it took me like 40 or 50 turns as well. And just like I said, Mash just like gutsing after guts with her fucking, necromancy. See, I don't remember. All I hear in my mind is stars, gods, cosmos, animus, animosphere. It's Antrum, Unverse, Anima, Animosphere. And then just somebody repost that video link of that tweet of like the extra scary version of that. I think I had a Chinchewang in my back row as well. But yeah, no, fucking damn, dude. It's not like hard, but it's a slogger. Especially because, like I said, he just yeets your whole front team. But anyway, Wodaime, like, even though we beat him, Wodaime's like, well, too late, my plan's gonna go to fruition. Everything's gonna be perfectly fine.
Haha. Good fight, though.
Nice try.
And
Just in
then-
case anything terrible is about to happen to me, you'll make a great backup plan. I thought I could only trust David, but I guess I can trust you too. But don't worry, nothing will go wrong. And then Beryl is there, and everything goes wrong.
My line on this is really now? You little shit!
Yeah. So Beryl shows up and he's just like, "Hey, boss. Sounds like you're betraying the foreign god over here. That's too bad for you. Hey, remember how my Lostbelt sucks and you told me to destroy it? Well, first of all, I've had its tree get burned up to stop your tree, to fuck your shit up.
Literally
and
did like an underground root fire.
Yeah, because Wodaime explained that all the trees are connected, and he shouldn't have done that. He broke OPSEC. He trusted Beryl too much, even though he knew he was a fuckboy. And then Beryl is like, by the way, remember how I, like, betrayed the fairies? I'm like, super cursed. If I were to shout, here I am, something bad would happen. So he shouted, here I am, and then the dark version of the Excalibur theme, I think that we last heard in, like, Camelot starts playing, and a fucking Rongo beam, a Rongo Bongo, comes out of nowhere, and is just, like, gonna fuck our shit up, and everybody's just like, what? Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Britain is just bad news bears.
Yeah, it's bad over there. It's very bad.
Very bad. But, Wodaime, being the hero that he is all like, not today! Throws up magic.
Yeah.
Holds it off.
He blocks the Rongo beam.
And this is where my next point is. You motherfucking little shit!
Yeah.
Because Beryl just comes up and goes like, I see you're distracting defenses now. How about I just give you the stabbing?
Wodaime, you fool! I can't believe you fell for the classical blunder. You turned your back to me. I've got to stab you now.
Really? And then
Shit.
Beryl turns to you and was all like, man, aren't you so glad I took out Wodaime? I'm so great. Don't you think that's great? And I'm just all like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, and then you get to glare at him and just be like, and Beryl's like, oh, scary. So scary.
Scary. Well, I couldn't let him do this. If everyone became immortal gods, I wouldn't be able to kill anybody. And I'm just all like, I can't in good conscience repeat the vile oaths I spilled upon learning this fuckwat's motives.
Yeah, he's a fucker. Basically, he says, he literally tells Wodaime, I know I'm an asshole. I don't want to be my best self. I'm comfortable being a shitbag. And you're just like, oh my god, Beryl, really? That's you're gonna self-actualize as a scumbag right now? And Beryl's like, yeah. And we're like, oh my god. And and I basically wrote down, evil will always triumph because good is dumb. Or at least paradise is always gonna fail because there's always gonna be one guy.
Yeah. I believe in this, but I also believe that evil will eventually be overcome by good. It's just usually too late for some.
Yeah, I followed this up with good will always triumph because evil is dumb. Or at least, selfish and short-sighted. Like,
yeah.
Beryl is not the kind of guy who can win in the end because he doesn't have anything. He doesn't stand for anything. He just is like, I just want to kill dudes.
Like
I don't want to be enlightened.
What did I say? Hedonistic, homicidal.
Yeah.
Like, he just cares about that good shit. And when it's out, he's gonna be like, oh well. This is also the reason why I believe some ideals are like doomed to fail, because you can have 100 decent good people doing good decent things, and then one fucking guy will literally ruin it again. Then it's gonna take the fucking work of another 100 good people to undo that fuck up.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with humans. It's very easy for bad people to fuck shit up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Wodaime is dying. The tree is fucked again. We've learned that everything is bad. Kana shows back up, and she's just like,
what the fuck? Who the fuck? Why the fuck?
Yeah. So we get a map change.
I do like that Canis was all like, if the Chaldeans had done that'd be one thing, but you little shit.
Yeah, but at first he's just like, and Canis shows up and is like, oh, hey, Wodaime, you're on the ground. What the fuck? Did you lose? No, you've been stabbed in the back. Hold on a minute.
The master would never do that.
Chaldea doesn't understand how to do that. You were having a straight up duel. But yeah, we go to Section 24 Advent, and we discover Britain is scary V2. Because Rasputin is here, and he's just like, ho. Wodaime, you betrayed us. Sucks to be you, I guess. Anyway, Beryl, that sounds like because your Lostbelt King has destroyed your tree, you're also against us. That's kind of dangerous for you, huh? And he's like, yeah, no, I'm still in with the fairies. We're gonna fuck your shit up. And we're just like, we've got a giant god beam that can destroy, my Lostbelt King already blew the fuck up of our tree. And I'm just like, Yeah, Britain sounds scary.
It does. But luckily, Kotamina just, narrows eyes, and Beryl's just like, ah!
Yeah, basically, Beryl announces, why, yes, I am betraying you. What do you think of that, priest man? And the priest is just like, unfortunate.
Cracks knucks.
Yeah. Starts vibing, and Beryl is like, okay, I'm going to take that as my cue to go.
Koyaskaya?
one exit, please. And Koyansky is like, all right, one direct transfer to the next Lostbelt. I'm sorry, it's about time my contract with the foreign god is gone. Bye.
At this point, Limbo has also run the fuck away. So
yeah, Canis was like, Limbo, you're out of continuous. And he's like, fuck, I'm out of quarters. Shit.
Run away. I'll get you next time. Yeah.
I'll karate chop my own head off. Shunk.
Yeah, so that's right. All of you run like the bitches you are. Except you, Koniskai. You're a bitch. Which isn't the same thing.
So in the like shortest time frame to foreshadowing here, Rasputin is like, Kotomina is like, yes, I always suspected we'd have to fight Koyansky sometime. She and my master are the same sort of thing, so they'd come to loggerheads eventually. And we're like, what?
Okay.
Anyway, then he's like, Muramasa, it seems like our tree is gummed up. Can you do something about that? And Muramasa's just like, yep, snicked. Yep. And he just slaps the tree open and slaps apart Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
And something shows up. Some stuff happens. Because by the way, we didn't say it before. This is Section 24, Advent, the scary name. Yeah, no. There's a fucking CG for this, but we'll get into that in a second. Because there's a person shows up. They didn't even speak our fucking language at first.
It takes them a moment.
Yeah. I wrote down this at first because I wondered if it was supposed to be, for reasons, if it was supposed to be similar to the way that Section 11 was titled, Investigate, Encounter, Cherish. But then they do that a couple of times for their good language, so I don't think it was necessarily meaningful. I think it was just, like, vibrating, right?
So, something or someone comes out.
And they're very small.
Very small.
And they're like, I believe this kind of, like, confirms maybe what the foreign god's plans were, but I put in notes here, an arrow quote, my kin. Yeah, because the foreign god is apparently adventing, and they pop out and are just like, man, you all look like ants down there. I can't believe my kin had problem with you. And I'm just like, okay. And I think that's pretty firmly establishing the alien thing. But yes, they're very small.
Very small, but even though they're very small, they're very fierce because people start getting things on sensors.
Yeah,
and it's very bad.
But there's also, a CG for this.
There's a CG for this. And it goes up. I noticed it. I hope everyone else noticed it.
You better have noticed it. It was fucking obvious. There was a ching and everything.
Yeah. Of one silver ring on a pinky.
Singular ring.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of Madam President memes because this is Beast 7.
Beast of the End.
Yeah, the Beast of the End, the Advent of the End is here. They immediately pegs this. They're just like, ooh, guys, that's Beast 7. And it's very weird. So, President of Earth, you Olga Mary. That's right. She's back. Or is she back? She's back.
We don't know. We're not sure.
Because, like, Beast 7, who is also the foreign god, and again, it's not clear whether, like, Beast 7, you Olga Mary would be their own person if the foreign god didn't take them over, or what? We'll probably get clarification on this later, but, like, yeah, no. You Olga Mary is like, hey, you down there, why aren't you scared of me? Shouldn't you be, like, quaking and bowing and stuff? I thought that's what humans are supposed to do to gods, and your response is great. It's like, yeah, I mean, I would, except you're Olga Mary. Like, you're not even, like, concerned. You're just, like, bamboozled, right?
And then you Olga Mary's like, why am I so small?
Yeah, and she says, you fools, I'm not Olga Mary. I am the king of all Earth. You, Olga Mary. And we're just like, I literally just said that to you. What the fuck? What is going on? Like, that's the thing. I love how Chaldea, like, everybody back at the storm border is like, oh my god, we're going to die. Even Holmes is like, oh my god, we're going to die. But you and Mash are just like, I'm confused.
I mentioned about how we are hardened against insurmountable power levels. It's kind of that thing. It's like we faced several beasts before, and right now, despite everything, the person that we first lost, is in front of our face. At that moment, there are other things concerning me than the theoretical end of the world. That's just another Tuesday.
But yeah, so some very interesting things happen very rapidly. Not being sufficiently impressed with us, the foreign god decides, well, time for a snack. I don't need this tree anymore, and in fact, I don't need this Lostbelt. In fact, fuck this Lostbelt. You know what? I don't need my disciples either. Fuck those guys. Fuck all of you. I'm gonna make a black hole and suck everything up. So, you Olga Mary starts doing the suck. After explaining that, I thought this was a very important quote. There is no version of humanity in this universe which can surpass me. But starts to do the whole suck, and I like how Kyrie is just like, yes, this is good. But the actual first beat of Advent ends with an animation of Beast 7 getting the slap, and you're just like, what happened? And then we have a flashback to what happened.
And then we have a flashback. I don't know why I put this here. Do I even want to say it? Nah, I guess no. You know, that's something I'm gonna save till our after discussion. No.
Okay, we'll cut it out. But yeah, so basically, Yu Ogamari gets booped in her snoot, and Kyrie lets it happen because he's like, it'll be a learning experience for her. She needs to see this. She's not even paying attention right now. We need to like fucking work on this problem. Again, very interesting, by the way, that it's Rasputin Kyrie who says this. Remember, he was supposed to be assigned to babysit the cryptors. Mm-hmm. But anyway.
Well, I mean, he's still hanging out here with Wodaime, keeping an eye on him. He's like, what are you doing, Wodaime? Tell me your secrets, lad.
And Wodaime's like, dying, mostly. But that's because Wodaime summoned up his last bit of juice. He's like, all right. He stands back up. Kaldea, I'm going to need you to fucking run. You never learn back. Well, yeah, he says that he wasn't ordered to do anything, so he's not going to interfere. And then he says, I'm not going to interfere because it's going to be a learning opportunity. This is a lesson. We need to learn things. But Wodaime, sits up. He's like, all right, my plan's fucked, but I've got enough juice. Kaldea, you need to run. Don't look back. Don't even sass me. You got to fucking go. And we're like, all right, Wodaime, have fun. Bye. And so we move on to section 25. Something one is not born with.
My first bullet here is I am not emotionally ready to deal with all this.
Yeah, no. Hey, we get the other half of that fucking flashback Wodaime had. I'm emotionally destroyed.
Apparently, when Wodaime was young and on the fast track to the rich, powerful, and elite, his own father, tried to assassinate him because he was going to his grandfather skipped over him and went straight to the prodigal genius. Yeah,
basically, Kishtaria's granddad was the 12th head of the family, and he was gonna the 12th generation. He was gonna skip straight to Kishtaria Wodaime as the 14th generation. So mages be bitches.
Mages be bitches. And so at some point, Wodaime gets stabbed. Goes into hiding and is found by a homeless kid.
Yeah, a weird little orphan child
who tries to keep him alive for several times. And Wodaime, who doesn't get really bigger, realizes that the kid is, just doing good because the kid happens to see him walking on the bridge constantly.
Yeah, he's
familiar. And at one point, because they have no food and everyone's starving, and the kid, who is starving himself, keeps giving Wodaime his little food, has to go out and get the food to do it.
And it's revealed that the kid has a mystic code, like a stealth spell.
A stealth spell.
That's keeping them from being
safe. Yeah. Which, protects Wodaime from the assassins who are still looking for him, but also keeps his allies from looking for him. But Wodaime is not getting better, so one day the boy decides to leave to go get some food and leaves the mystic code with Wodaime.
Yeah, I mean, that's a reveal at the end. The kid comes back with a big bowl full of bread. Wodaime's like, you got fresh food. That's great. Wait, small boy child, why are you dying in my arms? It's because the kid had to steal the food the old-fashioned way and got shit kicked out of him.
Yes. And that, changed something for Wodaime. He realizes that, like all these supposed good things that he was gonna do, like literally meant nothing. Like in that moment, like even though all those things, he wasn't actually doing anything. He was just, thinking of those things.
He was just falling through on his expectations. Everybody expected him to do good, and then they didn't. Like he was just existing.
Just existing. And he realized through this small boy that people can do great things, good things, all those things, no matter what and where they are. Yeah. It was a moment of basically self-actualization from him. He realized that this boy had something that he had never had. And he was just like, what?
And he's like, this is not okay. I am going to fucking do good after I eat every single piece of this bread. And I'm like, oh my God, Wodaime, calm down.
No. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. The kid literally died to bring this so he can gain the strength back. Yeah. Because that's the thing. Because you can't take care of others until you take care of yourself sometimes.
But yeah, so Wodaime's mystic's magic circuits have been damaged since the other day. Every time he uses his magic, he dies a little bit. Mm-hmm. That, by the way, it wasn't a prophecy thing. That's why he says he can only fight 3 more times. It was how many more times he can go all out before he fucking dies.
Oh, God.
And he used them all up. But we also learned explicitly, because what he did to stop the foreign god, which we learned didn't really damage it, it just confused her.
Startled her?
Yeah, she was surprised.
Like,
Kyrie compares it to an ant bite, right?
I think it was like a bee or something.
Or yeah, people being scared of a bee. Like, it can't necessarily hurt you. It's small. It's insignificant compared to you. But it's startling. You're like, whoa, I didn't realize you were willing to fight me. But Wodaime used his Sirius Light to do this. And we understand now what the Sirius Light is supposed to be done. Marsbury told him that it was meant to be used to save the world. And what exactly that means, we still don't know. we may never know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like somebody in chat is out of sync because they're saying shit I said like 5 minutes ago, and I'm just like bamboozled. Refresh your streams, y'all, regularly. Double check your live. If you got a little bit of lag, set us to double speed. You'll catch up. But yeah, so he used his Sirius light. That was enough juice to stop the tree function and the black hole and get you, Ulgamary, to be like, whoa, hold on, what's happening here? I'm confused. And he goes through this whole like emotional speech where him and Canis are just referred to as master and servant, and it's just like, damn. Like, that's just like how tight they are. And I wrote in my notes here, by the way, I want to throw this out there. So this whole bit is like a huge emotional deal. Like, this is the climax of Wodaime and all that stuff, you know, like him reflecting on everything. He just wanted to spend time with his true friends, all that fun stuff. It was the greatest time in the universe. He's really glad that Chaldea showed up. He feels kind of bad that he underestimated us. He thought that if he failed, he would have to leave it to just David. All that stuff. But he explains what those simulations were earlier. He says that to convince the foreign god to revive the other cryptors, they had to earn their right to come back. So they had to go through a simulation of part 1, which assumedly they did okay on, right? Because, like, they never finished it, I don't think, but...
I don't know if it's like they each tried to go through the whole thing or if they just picked one simulation for each. I'm not sure.
I think the implication in that conversation with Pepe is that they tried to do the whole thing. They just showed us different singularities for, like, variety, right?
Yeah, I think
he says that nobody made it past the halfway point.
Yeah, I think, like, people just died at, like, different points and whatnot.
Yeah.
But... yeah.
But I also want to throw this out there. In this whole bit, David is not mentioned.
Now, I assume this is because David, being the genius that he is, had no need to. He had no need to prove his worth.
Yeah, no, but that's my point, though. I want to get out there. Like, we're just saying... Lucky's explicitly stating about David, but I'm just like, I want to throw this out there. Once again, subtle stuff. He's not brought up. He wasn't in the flashbacks, and Wodaime doesn't list him when talking about stuff they did. What the fuck does this guy do? Because, like, the foreign god is like, no, that guy's fine. I would be like, oh, what? What did he do? Don't ask questions.
Now, this was a little bit of an interesting read for me, but I also noticed that there were two blank records. And if you guys don't remember, MASH was supposed to originally be part of Team A.
Yep.
And so I believe that one of the blank records was supposed to be meant for her, but she actually pulled through. Like, I'm actually wondering if these simulations were actually happening during part 1. Like,
possibly. It's hard to tell. Like, obviously the foreign god would have done this, I think, after part 1 concluded, but it's simulated time, so does it matter?
I don't know.
Like, all our Team A guys were just chilling. They were just, like, exploded, being mostly dead. So I'm not sure.
I'm not sure
but yeah,
either.
MASH was not counted because, I mean, I think if MASH was supposed to be counted, I don't think she was counted because she was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
But it is interesting. And also, by the way, this was the funny thought I had back in Section 18. Like, I was originally going to say, and then maybe MASH in Mesopotamia, but yeah, no, that could also work. Or he could have had to do it all on his own.
Who knows?
Yeah, but Wodaime had to finish it for all of his friends, like 5 times. Damn, dude.
And they're very accurate simulations, so Wodaime got to know all of his team on a deeply personal level, but they didn't know anything. So Wodaime knew all these things about them and can never say anything.
And that's why with most of them, he is probably so distant and standoffish. He feels weird. He, like, understands them perfectly, but they don't necessarily have that relationship back. I think the only person who takes it for granted is Pepe, because, like I said, Wodaime learned his real name during the simulation, and he calls Pepe that, so Pepe understands, like, okay, I don't understand why you know my real name, but if you know my real name, we're homies.
Yeah. Pepe just takes things in stride.
Well, we learned in the flashback that is one of Pepe's secret Shugendo arts, is he knows his exact karma. He knows when he will die. That's why he's so, like, supportive and helpful to other people, because it's that nihilism thing. He knows exactly what his time is up, so.
Mm-hmm. So, from here...
And yeah, at the end of this, Wodaime expires. Canis takes flight.
Mm-hmm.
Section 26. One day at the beyond.
My first bullet point here is, I'm really not ready to deal with this!
Yeah, so it starts with it's weird, because we've got a whole section after this. But this starts with the parting we usually get at the end of these stories. The tree is gone, the shrine is collapsing, everything, the city below is just being smashed, people are praying, but nothing's happening.
Everyone was quiet.
Yeah,
it's
kind of sad. Like, these poor humans have been stuck here for 10,000 years, and they don't know how to deal with a crisis. Because Daddy Zeus took care of everything for them. But basically, the shrine is fucking collapsing, the storm border is docked somewhere, we have to get there, but we're not going to make it on our own. And so, Europa is like, I'll stay here, and I'll use Zeus's divine protection to give you a barrier. And then the twins are like, all right, we'll stay with Europa. We'll use our Mystic Code arts to like give you some air so you can travel as well.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Don't worry. We're much sturdier than you. We can find our own way down.
And so they bubble you up and they send you off. And then, they're on the shrine. And then and Nadella's like, so Macarios, when you said we'd be fine,
you're a horrible liar.
Yeah. And he's like, I can't believe they believed me. And then they just, they wax poetic. They feel kind of sad, but this is a point I think I'm going to start reiterating because I think this is the crux of both this Lostbelt, but also probably most of our future story. We fight so tomorrow will be different from today. That was the whole point of the God Destroyer Alliance. They wanted to see what tomorrow was like. They wanted it to be different from today. And at the end, the twins are kind of sad. They're disappointed. They want to be able to spend more time with us. They want to see what the day beyond tomorrow is like. But they know this day is different from the last day.
Oh, God, they have the CGs, and they start crying, and I started crying.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ugh.
Big Satch.
It is the Big Satch.
But they did safely deliver us to the top of the store. Sorry, I'm dry-throated because we've been doing this for, 4.5 hours. And we're just in the flashback. Like, we're not even talking about big thematic stuff because there's a couple of things to get out here, as we like to do. But, yeah, we get to the top, but it's not enough. Fucking Canis out of nowhere, Golden Canis slaps down and is like, sup, we're going to fight now.
Yeah, because we only got to the top of the storm border.
Yeah.
And Gordon was like, get in! We need to get out of here!
Get the fuck in! Something's coming, get the fuck in! And then Canis is just like, cease. And Canis is like, yo, we gotta fight. And Mash wants to be kind of like, do we really gotta fight? I mean, I feel like we don't. And Canis is like, no, we gotta fight. You're really strong. I want to fucking fight you.
And then you're like, we're gonna fight.
And we're like, yeah. There's no way to talk you out of this, is there? And Canis is like, nope. And they're like, okay, then I guess I'll have to give you all I got. Even though Holmes has said like several times, don't be crazy, you're running on fumes. And we're like, yeah.
Nope.
So this is the last fight of this Lostbelt. Not versus a tree, not versus some unspeakable horror from beyond time and space. This is a lot like how Lostbelt 4 ends, right? Our final showdown is with, not even with the Cryptor anymore. It's with the last servant, the last god in Olympus, has to fight us. And of course, they use the Grand Battle theme, the Lostbelt Grand Battle theme, aka the trailer music, and it is perfect for this. Pitch perfect.
Oh man, but again, like in a way, this is the final fight with Wodaime. It really is. Because
Canis took everything Wodaime left and was like, all right, I'm going to go fight those guys. I'm going to make sure they're strong enough. Now, what you need to defeat a big delinquent is another delinquent. Yes, I did this with my level 100 Mordred. It worked out. Actually, I did not have to quartz this one, but I did have to reset. I got some bad RNGs off that first fight, so I had to reset it. Damn, this is just great.
Oh, it's so good.
And so you defeat Canis, you're going through, Canis is running out of juice, they're going to disappear. And at first they're like, I'll see you at hell. But then they're like, wait, no, this human child is too pure. You will not go to hell. Mm-hmm. Like, even Canis, who is, like, talking about how they're a terrible person, they know all about human frailty. They've been all up and down, a horrible tyrant, all that stuff. They're like, no, there's no way you're going to hell. See you on the other side, I guess, loser. Bye. And then Gordy reconnects and he's like, all right, cool. Get in the fucking boat. You're gonna make sure if you get in the boat right now, you can get a bonus. And I'm like, Gordy, I better get my goddamn bonus after this. And overtime. And hazard pay. Do you know what I have to fucking deal with? Do you see this shit? We didn't talk about it, but Wodaime at one point was like, I see you've made it all the way here with no casualties. And you were just like,
Yeah, no.
Forgetting someone. And he's like, no, I'm definitely, like, his mask breaks a little bit. He's like, no, I think I counted you all right? Anyway, doesn't matter. But, like, no, like, if I gotta deal with, like, not only do I have to deal with, like, nearly getting my fucking space-time deleted or whatever the fuck Zeus was gonna do, I got, evil-eyed by a fucking space-time eye, I got mind-hacked by the goddess of beauty, I was nearly crushed by the fat ass of another goddess.
I was hoping you'd make another.
I had to fight a bronze giant way too many goddamn times, and did you see this caster guy? That's, like, emotional abuse, okay? Not only do I have to do all that, but also Wodaime's out here blowing himself up to be a good guy. Musashi's blowing herself up to be a good guy. It's like, you better, Gordy. You owe me. You owe me for this. There better be fucking donuts in this boat. And Gordy's like, of course there are donuts. What do you think, I am a savage? But yeah, we finally get the fuck back in, and we get to say, welcome home. Because it's not over. It's time for Section 27. The journey continues. Because, of course, it goes on. This wasn't the last hurdle.
No. So this is all mostly... This is from a lot of perspectives. We start off with with a Pepe. He's like, I gotta get my way out of here. But Rose Banana is pissed off.
Yeah, he makes his murder face. He was hiding out in the frontier zone, and he's just like, "Oh, you think you think you can just stab my boy in the back and fuck off? Well, looks like I've got some work to do. Oh boy, here I go killing again." Yeah, so Pepe puts Barrel firmly in his crosshairs.
Yeah.
He's like, your bad karma has a way of catching up to you, Barrel. You can't stab my homeboy in the back and get away with it. And then we have a very interesting aside where it gets all dark and gooey.
Beautiful carnivore. I won't go into necessarily a bunch of detail of it, but I guess the setup to 5.5 was a lot more obvious than in hindsight. It's just
I don't feel like people, like, again, the translations are kind of like rushed and sketch. I assume people just like probably were just like, oh, he's just saying that he's gonna go off and do his thing and, make a better body for them, I guess. But like when you understand that 5.5 is coming, you're like, oh yeah, he really is just like straight up saying like he's gonna be doing a thing. He's doing a whole thing.
Yeah, a whole thing.
And so we're gonna punch him.
Yep.
We're back on the bridge. We talk to everybody. Da Vinci's up and about and all our fun stuff. Da Vinci shoos out Sherlock Holmes because he has been running on nonstop, right? We get another lovely faux quote. Foron. Fo's getting quite elegant these days. When does he get to say "fuck you"? Let Fo say "fuck."
Yes. We talk back and forth, and
Da Vinci drops a lot of stuff on us.
Dumps a lot of stuff on it, but it turns out that Caddock's on board as well.
Yeah, he's in the infirmary.
Yeah,
Goldorf is like, "Oh yes, we were so busy super dying, I forgot to tell you." Yeah, that fucking shitty priest.
Yeah, delivered him. One Caddock, immediate ship, and paid for advance by one Grand Duchess.
Yep.
Apparently, Anastasia back in LSB1 asked Rasputin to make sure to take care of Caddock.
Yeah, I think I remember even that scene. I think that actually occurred.
Oh, yeah.
But, yep.
And Rasputin / Kotamina, came through on it.
Yep.
He said it was like a one-time deal, but he's all like, yes.
Much like retrieving him, I'll also drop him off, because he's super going to die if you don't do something. Okay, bye. So we break from the bridge, and Mash pulls us aside for a little bit of a talk. We need to have a talk about the Olga Mary problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that, so it's been a common factor over these, 5 years. Some people don't necessarily they're a bit bothered by how Olga Mary is kind of the sacrificial lion, right? This is a TV trope. She gets all this, characterization, goes through all this stuff just to be an early gut punch, a fairly typical Nasu playbook move. You get really invested in the character, and she gets jobbed out very fast. And it's kind of like the early sacrifice to get you invested. But damn, that man threw that knife 4.5 years into the future just to twist it again. I don't know if this was entirely planned all that time, but he's been at least planning it since the end of part 1, I would assume.
I'm pretty sure he had it in advance, because there's plenty of times during part 1 where you can say you don't believe Olga Marie is dead yet.
Yeah.
They are very correct. I do not believe they are dead, and yes, I will save them.
Yes.
There is
it's story-wise, narratively, I feel so many themes with this chapter especially, but we really are, first of all, picking up the weight on everybody who's gone before us and carrying it on our back. Wodaime, Musashi, Ophelia even, arguably Yume Ren, everybody who's lost their way in this fight, we got to carry him with us to the end. Mm-hmm. And we were carrying Olga Mary with us, but no, we're not doing that. And, we're fighting so that tomorrow will be different. But now I got another one. It's in my notes. There's some people in my ledger. This is not in my ledger, because I wrote this in all caps. I will save my new old director. That is a statement. We're gonna do it. And Mash is like, yeah, we're gonna do it. And I think it's the sentiment that the players have, right? Like you said, Olga Mary is the first person we really lost. Technically, all of Team A and all of the other master candidates were the first people we lost, but we didn't get to meet them. We get to meet Olga Mary and actually, interact with her and, get her to know as a person, and then she's gone. And it's that's why we have so much fucking baggage with Lev, right?
Right.
It's because of that stuff he did. And we're like, oh, you Lev Laner. Oh.
Literally threw her into a sun equivalent.
Into the black hole at the heart of Kallias. Lev Laner's name would have gone down in my notes. He's in my ledger. But no, for you, Olga Mary, now that we know that she exists. And again, I want to point out, it's weird. The foreign god acts like it's a different person, but still says Ultra, by the way, is canonically what the U is. It's Ultra Olga Mary.
Honestly, the thing is it's talking weird, but it still seems like how Olga Marie talks.
Yeah, I know. That's the thing that we said as well. It's She didn't recognize us, but also that's absolutely would be what Olga Mary would say. Like, if Olga Mary came back wrong, she would be like, I am the president of all the Earth. I'm the greatest. And I'm like, yeah, that's my director. Also, once again, the fucking foreshadowing. She's got the ring. She's got the fucking ring.
I can't.
In the end of the trailer, a shadowy figure picks up one of the 9 rings left on the throne.
Okay, so it was. I knew there was an animation of it doing, but I cannot ever remember which one it was.
Yeah, it's either the PM or the trailer. Like, so somebody picks up the notes, and the way it originally looks, it looks like it's the Chaldean. It looks like it's presumably Gaetia, right? Or whatever's left of Gaetia and Romani, Solomon, whatever. But given that it also happens in the Lost Movie, yes.
Okay, that's what it was.
But there's a very big emphasis that I think we can assume that Beast 7 has one of Solomon's rings. It would also be the perfect capstone, right? Because our 7 beasts start with Beast 1 was Gaetia using Solomon's rings, and now Beast 7 has one of Solomon's rings. Also, yeah, the OVA that has Olga Mary in it that seems to imply that there was a... No, she's from Earth, I think, at least the Olga body is from Earth, right? Because remember, the foreign god doesn't have a form. It has to have an earthly form to base itself on, otherwise it can't exist. But yeah, so go through all that stuff, but it's such an interesting counterpoint. But it's still not enough, because we get our next flash. Before the Lostbelt completely disappears, the Beast 7, the foreign god, stays to read some stuff, shuts herself up with the archives to read back data. And this is where we get that explanation from Kiri about like why he didn't interfere, what happened. She wasn't hurt by the Sirius Light, but, got to do all that stuff. Talk about the bee. Also, Muramasa drops the weirdest fucking analogy. He says, it's like if my breakfast eggplant came at me with a sledgehammer. And I'm like, the mind of Muramasa works in truly mysterious ways. Thinking in curves, indeed.
But they also go on to explain that because of the attack and distract Olga Maria, they get to live, and they have to, and Olga Marie has to, take a moment to think about things.
First of all, she's immediately sending Muramasa to go deal with Avalon, because clearly Beryl has betrayed us, and that shit will not stand. So Beryl's just getting a murder party.
Yeah, I know. I really hope he has a moment to be all like, well, I fucked up, and I'll be like, too bad, die!
I hope to God that we're gonna... I'm pretty sure he gets his comeuppance. Like, I feel like the way Beryl is written is there's no humanizing. Like, he's just... It's like Dio Brando. He's just a shitty dude.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly, like most JoJo big bads. I made a reference to Yoshikage Kira earlier. So we'll get him in there. He's got stuff to do. We're going to punch him. By the way, I warned Muramasa. I said this in our spoiler chat. Muramasa, if your prediction about an eggplant turns to be a prediction that happens, I will send Taiga to beat you up. And a lot of people joke about mashing her sledgehammer because she's producing the eggplant. But so we'll meet Muramasa again in Avalon, it seems. He's not being sent to whatever's going on with Limbo. And they talk a lot about what we're going to do next. And the foreign god says they need a stronger vessel.
Yeah.
They need something even more powerful. Beast 7 is the most powerful thing on Earth for humans, for humanoids.
Yeah.
But
they need to get something else.
Thing.
They need a stronger vessel, a foreign being making their ways to this planet ages past, kept in the... How do they pronounce this? Zabala?
I believe it is pronounced Xibalba.
Xibalba. It basically means place of flight. It's the name of the underworld in Maya mythology, so South America.
Yeah, I think it's a G. Yes, the Mayan underworld, so they bring that up, and so there's a lot of stuff here. So South America, right? A golden forest of trees under the ground. And so I put a note here, break for Xibalba facts. So this is where the Mayan death gods live, and their helpers. Much like the actual... Lots of death stories, right? Like in Japan, there's the actual gate to Yomi, for the cave that Izanami sealed, or Izanagi sealed for Izanami and stuff, right? So there are caves in Guatemala and Belize that's supposed to be canonically the entrances to Xibalba. And also, according to multiple sources on Wikipedia, in some areas, the Milky Way is supposed to be the road to Xibalba. Anyway, it's full of, like, horrible demons and bad stuff. Then some twin gods go in and beat it. There's supposed to be a river filled with scorpions in it, and a river filled with blood, crossroads, all kinds of stuff. You can go look it up yourself.
It's scary.
Wikipedia explicitly compares it to Agartha and the Hollow Earth theory. But also, there are houses for the Council of Lords, and there is a ball court in Xibalba, because remember, the Mayans had a ball game, a sacred ball game. I hope to God we get some fucking chaos dunk ball games in this last Lostbelt. Please. Please, somebody draw David with a basketball. Like, he's ready to play some games. But yeah, so there's a lot of Xibalba stuff out there.
Yeah.
Also, I believe this is the first time that FGO has directly addressed the Alaya-Gaia dichotomy. Like, Kotomine Kirie just drops it on us. He's like, yes, so in worlds where Alaya is dominant, they are caged. But where Gaia is dominant, they roam free. Ooh.
The ultimate ones.
Yeah.
So he just straight out says it. Well, not straight out, but anyone taking Naso Lore 102 will get it.
He at least directly name drops the ultimate ones. And he says that he needs to get one of them, the one of them that represents the Oort cloud, in on this. And I'm like, what is it with South America in space? The Aztec gods are supposed to be from space. There's some kind of space virus. Type Mercury's also supposed to be chilling there waiting for notes in South America. Admittedly, I believe he is explicitly South America, whereas we seem to be going for more of a Central America vibes with Xibalba. Like I said, Guatemala and Belize are where the entrances are supposed to be. But, like, it's interesting. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, that means he's talking about Type Mercury. I'm not so sure. Because remember, Kotomine says he wants the ultimate one from the Oort cloud. Oort is called Oort, but that's Type Mercury. It's the ultimate one of Mercury. Which is not the same as, Type Venus or Type Mars or any of that other shit. Type Moon, whatever. So, like, I'm like, interesting. Is this a separate thing?
Not sure.
Don't you worry, Robin. Don't you worry. Yeah, he's called Oort, but that's capital O-R-T. That is not the Oort cloud. The Oort cloud is with 2 O's. It's named after a guy. And that is the
debris field, I guess.
Yeah, the debris field left over on the outskirts of the system. A lot of the Oort cloud and the Kuiper belt are like the far fringes of the solar system. So I don't know if it's supposed to be exactly clear, or if we're doing like a baby retcon, or if just South America's a slamming. We'll see. But yeah,
no, it might just be a connection.
Yeah,
who knows? Like I said, if the path to the underworld is the Milky Way, you might be able to do some sick traveling distance through it.
Yeah, there might be some weird space stuff. Yeah,
we'll have to see. Who knows? And I've seen the fucking LB2 second opening. That there was a very suspicious silhouette in it. Very suspicious.
Yeah, there's some stuff. Some things happen in that.
We're getting that
soon in context. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so anyway, we actually cut back to us. You go back to your room. My room is actually different during this phase, by the way, of the game. You go back to your room. Munier calls you up and he's like, hey guys, I got a video file. We recovered it from the Godslayer base. Gordolf broke into tears after watching it, so we weren't sure if we should send it to you, but I think you should see it. And goddamn, guys. Nasu, what the fuck? I mean, he could have... But, okay, somebody's saying, like, he could have covered the Oort cloud, but he's the ultimate one of Mercury. He's supposed to be the ultimate life form from there. He can't also be the ultimate one of the Oort cloud, which is what I believe what Kirie says.
This video...
Yeah, the video...
is Makiros. He's basically doing an eternal review, like a dork, and goes up to his sister, Musashi, and is just like, hey, what do you think about the Chaldeans?
Yeah,
and Musashi
Edison apparently told him about, like, peer review and stuff.
Yeah.
It's painful. He goes through the whole thing. They talk about ways they could improve. Musashi is just like, Daisuke! And he's like, that's not productive right now. And she's just like, yeah, emotional damage.
And it's like, I want them to be happy. Super fucking happy. So happy after this is all done, we're gonna throw the biggest fucking party.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a party, everybody, after we're done. And Adele's all behind that and whatever. And I put in there, the rudest TV cutoff of all time, forever. Forever is in all caps and bolded. Because, like, they go through this whole thing, they talk about they're going to plan a party, and then it's a hard cut. And I don't know if that's, like, the video, like, broke then, or if we just, like, turned the fucking TV off because I'm like, I'm done, I can't do more. But it feels so rude. I feel like it has to be, like, that's where the video ends, right? It's just sudden. It just... And then they give you the goddamn CE. And it can't, like, all the CEs are really meaningful, right? They're all the people we met along the way or whatever. Like, in Atlantis, because we didn't really have anybody, it was the Argonauts, right?
Right. It
was the friends we made along the way. Lostbelt 5 Part 2 is just, it's real. Like, all the CEs are fucking rough.
Like another way,
we gotta carry all that weight with us.
In another way, it's all the friends that we've lost.
Yeah. Because this is the party. It's the twins, but it's not just the fucking twins. It's also Wudaimi and Canis, which is like, it's like the super giga gut punch. Which is like, fucking shit, dude. Eating bread. God. And the description is just about the party we would have had. The party we may have yet in the future. As Romulus Queerness says, the void is full of possibilities. If there is no shape to the human mind, we can shape it. Like,
Portal says they're just missing in action.
Yes. And, but also, we've talked about this a lot. We're done there, by the way. This is where you get the Grail, you get the CE, it's over.
It's over.
I've talked about this before, right? Like, our actions change Lostbelts.
Yeah.
They allow, the stagnation to stop. Does this mean that they could cease being pruned? I don't know. But I feel like there's definitely open angles here for maybe not us to reunite with these people, but for some of these worlds to continue.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this before. I mean, Canis is a heroic spirit, so they can always come back. But, like, we gotta carry... Honestly, it's like, it's weird, right? It's some of our best buddies. We gotta carry Wodaime and Ophelia with us. I feel like MASH carries Ophelia more than we do, but still, it's a little bit, right?
Mm.
And go through all this, save Olga Mary. It's just, like I said, we're trying to make tomorrow different from today. We want to bring everybody back. Like we've stated, our goal is to restore proper human history, warts and all, because those people didn't deserve to get ganked, and they should come back. And just like, it's so... I feel like I have the hope in my heart, but also I feel the pain. Because, like, we still take those losses, and even if maybe cosmic shit happens and we can unfuckle things, which, by the way, we still don't know how we're going to do.
Nope.
We're still not sure about that. And now we got to fight Beast 7, who Holmes says, by the way, we can't win in a straight-up fight because all the other beasts we've beaten, right, have been because they didn't realize that we were threats, they didn't do anything about us. Some of them, in fact, it did things in their power to ignore us, like Tiamat, holding herself back. But Beast 7, as the avatar of the foreign god, went out of our way to punch our ticket early. And of course it makes sense. If they're operating with the fact that they are, at least have the knowledge of the old director, of course they would try to punch our ticket first. Like, they would understand that we would not be okay with this, and we would be equipped to stop it.
Yes.
So, yeah, there's a lot of wheels within wheels. Somebody said earlier that this is the start of the Animusphere saga of Lostbelt, of the Cosmos and the Lostbelt, right? Arc 2. That is correct. I didn't say that earlier, but yeah, in interviews, Nasu and some of the other writers have said that this is the halfway point because the true villain has revealed themselves, right? Well, yeah, he tried to take out because he was aware of Romani, but remember, Gatia didn't do anything about us and was in fact like, it doesn't matter how many fucking singularities you fix, so long as you don't fix all of them, I win. Fuck you. Like, Gatia's plan was kickstarted by disabling Chaldea because we would notice that shenanigans were going on with humanity, but it was kind of like Gatia himself, like, didn't really flex his muscles. And even then, we were still able to defeat him because we had an unexpected ace up our sleeve. We had actual Solomon, King of Mages, in our back pocket the whole time. But yeah, the Cryptor saga is over. We are moving on to the foreign god. How will we stop it? What will we do? How can we defeat it?
I don't know, but first I gotta go kick a couple assholes.
Yeah, which honestly, that's kind of interesting about the pacing, right? Like, we have two story chapters which are basically going to be cleaning up loose ends. Like, we're going to do Lostbelt 5.5, which, as we've said, technically goes in main interlude after. It's very funny. We're going to deal with whatever Limbo is doing. I'm going to guess it's probably, because I think he, as Beautiful Carnivore, Doman, he basically says his name. We can say his name. It's fine. Ashia Doman explains that he's going to be working to making the god better, so he's got thoughts and feelings and plans, and I'm just like, But also we need to deal with Beryl. Now, part of that is going to be because, like we said, the 6 Lostbelt's going to break some shit. And it seems like, given its length, Lostbelt 6 is basically going to be kind of like, it's going to grow into its own whole-ass problem. It's almost equivalent. Now, we're going to see how it shakes out. I'm very eager to read that one now.
Oh, me too.
Like, I'm very interested to see. Obviously, Hey Kill's going to be really rad as well. I watched it, like I said, I watched that CM again. I'm just like, damn, it's so good.
It is so good.
Oh, the David, I think it's because in one of the earlier Lostbelts, Wodaime is like, David, analysis, and he's just like, Suyoi. He's just like, they strong. And Wodaime's like, yes, they strong. Yeah, I'm very curious where the fuck Limbo's getting that extra tree. There's a tree in the CM, so.
Something's happening. But, but our next 2 events are, we go kick Limbo's ass, then we go kick Barrel's ass, and then we're like, okay, now what?
Well, and then technically, story-wise, we develop another problem. We realize there's another thing going on. Though, technically, I believe Tunguska is billed as a singularity, but still, there's some stuff. There's more wrinkles. Things are happening. But we're in Road to 7 now.
I think they actually say something about, like, we decide that we have to take care of Koyaaskaya now. I'm like, I guess that makes sense. Actually, if I remember, Koyaaskaya is in LB6, so whatever happens
I assume we would meet her there, right? Because Beryl took her to or she took Beryl to that Lostbelt. And stuff will happen, and things, and I don't even understand. Don't even try.
Actually, now that I think about it, it'd be weird, because that means only there's Lostbelt 6 and 7 left, and I don't know the civilization of 7. I don't know if Koyaaskaya is going to be real happy there.
Well, so 7 and 6 are both supposed to have, like, basically no humans left.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's why we have a singularity to take care of. We get to... I feel like basically the last year or so, or at least everything story-related Well, yeah, I was looking for the dragon. But the last year or so of story in FGO terms has basically been just like, or even arguably 2 years, because we're at this point now, has been wrapping up story loose ends. Dealing with Limbo. Dealing with Beryl. Dealing with Koinskaya.
Koinskaya again.
Yeah. But that's going to lead into, I presume, like, actual Lostbelt 7 this year. We're going to get direct action on what's going on, and I don't know how that's going to be paced out.
Well, I do know. I do believe they something about Lostbelt 7 will be end of this year.
Yeah, it's going to be this year, and it makes sense because we're in. Hold on, so we're in Lostbelt. We're in Lostbelt 2 in terms of Road to 7, so that means we're in, and it's the start of April. So let me actually count down my months. Can you zoom out a little bit? Okay, so April. So Lostbelt 3, Lostbelt 4, Lostbelt 5. Lostbelt 5 also coincides with July, and then Lostbelt 5 again coincides with August. And then Lostbelt 6, I presume, all at once in September. Yeah, people are saying there's going to be a 6.5 as well. Based on the fact that there's another weird icon, so we might have a middle chapter to do some shit.
I feel that'll probably be a summer event.
Yeah, either late summer or early fall, because it should September should be our last Road to Lostbelt, so that means in the back half of Sept could be 6.5. And then that would leave Lostbelt 7 to actually get started in December. I am assuming that Lostbelt 7 will either be divided into 2 maps, or God knows, the density, it might be in multiple parts like Lostbelt 6, but also I am assuming that we're going to get a finale event. Solomon style, Time Temple Solomon style.
We're going to space.
Yeah, who the fuck knows? And I also want to, if people are getting all doom and gloom, remember FGO is said that they had plans for events for at least 10 years. They had planned to go as far as 10th anniversary. That's how far they've got content sketched out.
Also, I know people get doom and gloom, but do remember, things will have to end eventually.
Yeah, no.
So enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can.
Nasu has said he wants part 2 to feel like the end of Caldea's storyline and to feel like it is an ending. It is complete. And Nasu has very strict rules about completeness. See why Artoria is never fucking in anything. It's vanilla Artoria. That said, given that Aniplex and Sony went so far as to buy fucking Lasengle, right? This is not... Even if we at the end of part 2 and, like, the OG FGO shuts down, this is not going to be the end of that franchise. No, there's more to there. There's more Frangulate to come.
Yeah. But again, we still got several years of this, so don't worry. We'll be fine. Everything's fine.
We'll know at least 2 years ahead of time. But yeah, so we got a lot to come out. So usually at this point, we like to talk about big themes, big thematics.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can take, I believe we even said this in Atlantis, right?
Mm-hmm.
That with only half the story, while there are themes individual, I think there's also themes we can look at overall.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, NA will keep going until they hit it. I mean, there's no point in, like, fucking it up. They've already said they're going to keep pace. They'll probably have time to pre-plan a little bit better. But anyway, I definitely feel like, obviously, every Lostbelt has its own form of stagnation, but both of these stories definitely dealt with, I think the big one was basically human will versus, like, management, right? Like, I'm trying to think of it. Listen, it's 1:30 in the morning. We've been recording for 5 hours. I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this.
I don't think it's management.
Yeah, management isn't the right word. I mean, Europa explicitly says, Zeus, you only love humans like pets, and Zeus is like, yes, you are my precious pets.
It's like... I can't think of the word. It's not like solipsism.
Yeah,
but it's kind of
it's a special form of stagnation.
It's
we are truly eternal.
The gods don't think we are people so much.
Yeah,
and they basically think that we are something to be taken care of.
It makes sense that like Grands might show up to deal with Demiurge class Zeus. Like arguably, this is like almost like a beast type situation. The Olympian gods, or at least Zeus, claim to love humans. But the way that they love us is to keep us in a little terrarium, like ants. Like, even the Atlanteans who were exiled and left are like, they just don't even, they can't grow. They're stuck in the same patterns. They don't talk to anybody. They don't do anything. They've been doing this for thousands of years, you know?
Tom Tim, I think that's a good way. Humans cannot decide their own fate.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. We're not allowed to decide their own fate, which is really all the twins want, right? Like they want the ability to choose their own fate, even if it means they choose destruction. They want to choose. Humans have no choice in Olympus. They just exist perfectly in the same state that Zeus always would give them. And so that is a major theme. Is like, again, they want every today is the same. We talked about it last time. That sounds like fucking hell. Like you've been doing the exact same thing for 10,000 years. Maybe not literally, but even figuratively, it's just like, ugh. It's bad. It's very bad, y'all.
Very bad.
So that's a major theme. And, like, Zeus as an antagonist is definitely those vibes, right? Like, he is the omnipotent, omniscient god. He is the big white guy with a beard on the hill telling you what to do kind of a thing. I don't know how Nasu feels about religions like that, but he knows a lot of esoteric Buddhism. But I feel like it channels a lot of the issues people may have with religious institutions growing up, right?
Oh, yeah, I can definitely see that.
Like, Zeus has definitely got he's the big beard guy on the hill vibes.
Yeah, listen to what he says, or else
I'm gonna zap you.
He's gonna zap you. See, everyone else is doing it, you should do it too. Everything is nice. Everything is the same. Everything is forever.
Yeah.
It's not that great.
Yeah.
Really not.
So it's just, yeah, and it even goes into the fact that, like, this is the only Lostbelt where Zeus openly tells his people, yo, we're a Lostbelt right now. This tree is keeping you alive. Do not fuck with the tree. If you see some Chaldeans, fuck them up. They're here to ruin our day. Don't worry. Everything is in hand. Zeus out.
Like, this Lostbelt definitely gave me a lot of those, like, really hurt me, fighting, the people of the Lostbelt. Like, the Atlantean guards back in Atlantis didn't necessarily give me that vibe because, they were soldiers. They're soldiering. They're out in their boats doing, patrolling and stuff. I'm like, okay, those are just,
Yeah, but even these, like, even the non-soldiers are just like, whoa, are you trying to fuck with us?
How dare you?
And we're like,
get out! And we're just like, ah.
I understand how dare, but also, damn, Zam.
Yeah. God damn it, Big Zam. So, but
Lost Belts are where the past and the future are fixed. But, like, they're all fixed in different ways, right? Like, in Lost Belt 3 has a similar, like, demiurge thing. Robin doing a deep cut for people just saying shit. It's okay. The Lost Belts are all different. I was going to say Lost Belt 3 has a similar, like, God King vibes, but that world is stagnant because Qin Shi Huang keeps it that way, right? Like,
Press is all, art, culture, and individuality.
Yes. And you can argue Zeus does that too, but one, he doesn't exactly. We know that art and culture is booming, it's just fixed. But the other thing is that, like, he lets his people know that they are fixed because he is an omnipotent god. People don't know shit in Lost Belt 3, because if they find out shit, if they discover Confucianism, Qin Shi Huang fucking drops a colony on the orbit. Or technically part of his satellite space defense, his space wall of China. But still, they're all different in different ways, Why, yes, Scotty did kind of treat her humans like they lived in terrariums, but that's because that's all she could do. She wanted to do more. And again, that's the Lost Belt that I think hurts me the deepest. Like, we literally killed Surtur. That Lost Belt can go places. Are they good places? I don't fucking know. Allegedly, before Doman interfered, Arjuna Alter's world was operating just fine. It wasn't really changing because he couldn't really do anything with it, but, like, it was still doing the cycle.
Yeah.
Only because Arjuna Alter started accelerating the cycle did that Lost Belt get fucked. It was not necessarily the greatest place because it had, like, all their divinity concentrated into one weird god king. But still, like, Lost Belts are the same but different, and definitely this kind of, like, open, paternalized, condescending kind of protection where Zeus is just... Like, remember how I talked about Zeus being a chuckle fuck back when he's like, twins, rejoice! You shall receive my favor and carry out the execution order. The twins are just like, fuck you, Zeus! And Zeus is like, okay, if you think that'll help. Yeah. And also I think the main point is that the Yaga have forgotten what culture is like. Though
Yaga was just all about, I need to survive.
Though I do want to point out, even in that world, right, like, Sleepy Boy, Kingman is gone, so they don't have to worry about being fucking nuked. And also, yeah, they call us Thinking Reeds, Thinking Grass a couple of times. But also, it's not a lot, but, Salieri stays behind and plays Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
They're just all like, what is this?
Like, he helps them rediscover culture. By the way, shout out to Nasu. He's big on the fact that culture is a really key thing for human endurance and, like, evolution.
Yeah.
We need strife, we need conflict, but also we need to express ourselves. Those are how humans grow. I think Holmes is the one who talks about how you require conflict to grow, and humans have always been in conflict. And even Wodaime is like, yeah, you guys will fight when you're gods, but I think that from your newfound, like, perspective, you can still grow for the better.
Yeah.
Because, you'll be able to do stuff. But I think it's the same thing right with this, where, like, humans need to struggle to survive, but also humans need to express themselves. That's how we grow and change, is we try to put new words to new things. I mean, Canis, have you seen your shirt right now? All kinds of. So I think Nasu and his writers have a lot of strong themes, but that's kind of like where Zeus lies and stuff. I find it interesting that Zeus, like there's something very interesting and thematic about this Lost Belt, right? Like, who are our summonable characters after this? The two Grands we met, pretty typical,
Yep.
The friends we made along the way. Europa is a permanent, Dioscuri is a permanent, like, they're not the friends we made along the way. Canis is, though, as summoning the Crypto Servant, and Canis is story locked as well. Like, it makes sense. Canis would never work for us until we defeat Canis. That's how Wodaime got in there.
Yep.
But Odysseus is not summonable out of the Lostbelt. He's not in the campaign. He's added permanently later in an Odysseus tie-in event, which also gives him some characterization, which I really like. I like Ayin Breeze Odysseus. Also, guys, I still didn't got an Odysseus, so be careful saying that name to me right now. I'm still vibing. Much pain, Pekko.
Much pain, Pekko.
Maybe I should have bought another 80-pack then, but I didn't feel like the budget. Was it Poseidon's shirt? I find it interesting that while they suggest that they could be summonable, the Olympians do not appear summonable right away. Because we don't really come to an understanding with them, right?
Right.
We don't really, Zeus asks us what we're doing, and I think I assume he respects us enough to want to go all out to smoosh us, but, we don't build that mutual understanding that he does with Wodaime. I think we could, because we beat him, but we booped him in the face, so I don't know. That said, I totally feel like they've name-dropped Persephone and Odysseus, not Odysseus, Orpheus as possible, recorded servants, heroic spirits. Prometheus has been helping us this whole time. Ares
is a red mech. He goes fast.
Yeah. He's 3 times as fast as a normal god mech. So, but it's really interesting, right? The Lostbelt Kings previously have been summonable, usually in some limited way, same as Grands, but it's because I feel like we come to an understanding with them. We're kind of denied that understanding and catharsis in this. We just boop these guys in the snoot. And arguably, Aphrodite and Demeter aren't even, and, Space Artemis. Technically, we've always had Artemis, but she's been a little bit weird.
Well, that's the thing about, these gods in particular, is I don't think we could have reached an understanding because they are all missing something vital to, proper human history.
Aphrodite is damaged, Demeter is damaged. Zeus, Zeus doesn't talk about being damaged, but Zeus is damaged. He's been damaged by loneliness.
No, honestly, he is in charge of a bunch of people that hate him.
Yeah. And also, I want to throw this out there. We clown on Zeus a lot, right? Because for cultural reasons, think of it this way. For cultural reasons, Zeus has a lot of kids, creates a lot of demigods because everybody wants their culture hero to be descended from the chief god, right?
Yes.
So, Zeus, there's a lot of origin stories where, Zeus did this, Zeus did that.
Thanks, everyone and everything.
We also, what does that mean, though? Proper human history Zeus is big in family. He has a huge family, and usually he's cool with those guys. He tries to look out for his kids and his descendants and stuff, and make sure things are okay with them. And they're a big deal, I told this in the one to Dioscurian, you should go check that out as well. But when the Gemini died, right, what happened was they got in a fight with their cousins who were also twins. Those guys gank Castor. Pollux kills one of them. I believe Pollux is bare hands. Again, Pollux the boxer. Just murders a dude with bare hands. And then the other brother is gonna kill Pollux. Zeus is just no. That's right. Zeus, god of thunderbolts, took time out of his day in the middle of the fucking night as Helen of Troy is being kidnapped, by the way, because the Dioscuri were Helen's brothers and they were snoozing on that job. But Zeus takes time out of his omnipotent day to be hey, you can do that. Delete. And then it's yo, Pollux, my boy, want to come up to Olympus? And Pollux is actually, no, my brother is dying. I'd really like to split my immortality with him. And he was okay. I mean, Ivan is his beast fusion form, so I think he has to be Lostbelt Ivan, partially. I know, Zhang Yu is supposed to be proper human history Zhang Yu, and it's the backporting summoning resonance or whatever, but I don't think it works like that with Ivan. Arjuna Alter is technically the same guy, it's just he's out of his extra functions. He's just only fused with Shiva.
Kishi Wong is definitely post-RLB. He literally comes in, hey, I came to visit, what's up? And you're just oh.
Yeah, and he has different summon lines based on whether or not you've beaten the Lostbelt. If you completed it before summoning him, which I did, because that Lostbelt wasn't that long, he's we know we told you goodbye, but we couldn't help but check in. We're very worried about you.
That's the best.
But yeah,
Zeus.
That's what I mean, though. The Zeus is missing family, right? His brothers are gone, his wife is mostly gone. His only living relatives is one of his daughters who he never talks to, because she's floating in space, permanently angry, and whatever he did to his other daughter, Aphrodite, she is just
Alice.
Yeah.
And Demeter is mad.
And yeah, and his sister is crazy. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? He tried to get them to come onto his side, and they didn't. Well,
because we got to remember, again, you guys are missing the point. This is what I'm talking about, the burden of rule. He chose, against everyone's wishes, to save their lives, and they hated it for him. They hated him for it so much that when time came to choose how they're going to do, everyone sided against them. And again, he did what he thought was best to, which ends up,
ending a bunch of people.
And like, we know that it was not good in the meta context because it made his Lostbelt stagnant and the dead. It got pruned.
But again, can any of you say that in any moment when you make a decision, you are making the immediate best for everyone fucking decision? If you say yes, you are fucking lying.
Hey, why Daime said this? Humans make mistakes.
Yes.
The thing about being human is you can grow from your mistakes. And again, I think that's part of the counterpoint between gods and humans. Zeus doesn't learn from his mistakes.
No,
yes,
he does not.
He probably fucked up some shit. When literally every other Olympian is like, yo, Zeus, I know we've got immortal and perfect, but we should let these people advance and live among them and let them grow. And he's like, no, I don't think I want to do that. But that is the thing Zeus lost in the conflict, was he chose to carve out his family. And it makes him lonely and weird. His only friend is Kirshtaria. Is Kirsch. I love, by the way, that there are a couple of dialogue lines where we can call him Kirsch. It's fucking adorable. But put that in perspective. Kirshtaria with Daime's got to be what? At best in his early 20s? You know, his big self-actualization he says when he was 15? That's Zeus's only friend. Is that dude. It's wacky.
It's a bit wild, so...
Yeah, and I think that's right. That's why those Lostbelt kings, none of them on the Lostbelt side are easily summonable, because they're a little fucked up, and we don't really connect to them.
No.
We might still meet the other proper human history gods in some form. You know, Ares showed up and became Mars to help us out.
Again, I've had, like I said, I point this point in, we might meet the Olympian gods, and, their terminals and whatnot. Who knows? Maybe we haven't got. I don't think we'll ever meet Lostbelt Zeus, but who knows? Maybe we'll meet proper human history Zeus at some point.
Yeah,
because usually
acting and stuff, I think it could work.
Because usually, hecking Lostbelts are summoned during. Lostbelt kings are usually available during their
during their
law.
What we got instead was Romulus Quirinus, and obviously I understand why, because he's a spoiler. By the way,
we're good.
3 for 3 or 3.5 for 3.5 on my grants list. I got Super Orion, I've got Super Roma, and also got. I mean, he's been altered by Zeus's authority, but he's still not a sentient terminal. Because that's just supposed to be what that actually is supposed to be her dog, but she was like, Zeus, my god dog is not enough. I need a guard bull, and Zeus was like, okay. He represents part of Zeus's authority, but it's not him.
I thought that was the bull that she sat on and it ran off with her. Was that a different myth?
No, yeah, that is, but that it's actually said in her profile because I've done the one in Europa. The form of the bull that is with her, because that bull was Zeus transformed, is her guard dog. She was like, Zeus, honey, I want to be reminded of that time you kind of sort of kidnapped me. And he's like, okay, your cool guard dog that Hephaestus made can be a bull. But it's not I'm fairly certain that the bull does not speak to you like Apollo does. I mean, yes.
I mean,
we have a lot of divine servants.
We literally have... Yes. And then Greek, their saint graphs are weird, but we can't just straight up talk to Apollo and Artemis.
Yeah, no, so even the Chaldea summoning system does not allow divine spirits at full power, but it does allow them. Remember, the Gorgon sisters are summonable. Those guys aren't heroic spirits. They're gods. They're straight up gods. They were immortal deities. No, they're not all demi-servants. You don't understand what that means. In fact, none of them are demi-servants. Only Mash is a demi-servant. The word you're thinking of is pseudo-servant. And even then, the only characters who are properly described as pseudo-servants are the ones who are wearing other people's faces.
Yes.
Ishtar is a pseudo-servant. Ereshkigal is a pseudo-servant.
We've had 2 Olympian gods literally piggyback on other saint graphs.
Yeah. We technically, yes. Artemis does not have Artemis's powers because her saint graph is Orion's. This is a plot point in Okeanos. But personality-wise, Artemis is mostly there, right? She's there, she can talk to us. Apollo also doesn't seem to have his full authority, but he is still chilling with Paris and does do a few things for him. We also technically have characters pre-deification, you could argue, because both Asclepius and Herc are deified post-death. Asclepius becomes the god of medicine after he gets blown up by Zeus, and Herc is deified as well. You can argue this for Caesar, but that was more of a cult worship. Romulus Quirinus arguably works the same way, but technically Quirinus was a separate deity who was then synchronized with Romulus. That shit with Romulus, by the way, that synchronizing him with Quirinus, that didn't happen until the first century BCE. Until the Imperial period. That was fucking Ovid and Livy and stuff. Yeah.
Also, it's a different culture, but Quetzal is literally the fucking highest level divine spirit that just came. It's hi.
Yeah, she isn't her divine core, the goddess A++ or EX or something? It's not a Bunrei, not a divided spirit, not a Bunrei, not a pseudo. This is technically, Quetzal is in a mortal body, but so they count as a servant, but Quetzalcoatl is still Quetzalcoatl. There's no other influences on her, as opposed to Jaguar Warrior, Jaguar Man, who is a pseudo. That is the Jaguar Man deity possessing
Taiga.
Yeah, Taiga. Also, yeah, Space Ishtar is probably not a pseudo. I will say, technically, at least we know that Saint Graph is limited because Astarte's true spirit origin is in a different galaxy. That is her noble phantasm is connecting with the spaceship, the Space Ishtar ship. But yeah, no, that's actually like technically that is a. I mean, she's the space deity, but she's out there. So still, yeah, Tiamat is Tiamat is using her self mod to. Tiamat has a version of infantile regression, King Proteus skill. She is literally keeping her Saint Graph small enough to be summonable in arcade. But like I said, there's wiggle room. You know, the reason why, canonically, the reason why regular Romulus, the 3-star version, does not have divinity or anything like that, even though he was deified after death, and they've also, by the way, always said he was syncretized with Quirinus. That's in his materials in, like, FGO Materials 2. So, like, they've had that, again, that shot has been called for a long-ass time. Fucking Nasu. But, like, he literally uses his imperial privilege to turn off his divinity. So, there are wiggle rooms. I think that Zeus, with a appearance similar to the one we've got, same with Demeter and Aphrodite, they could appear as summonable units and be playable. And it's you know, I mean, think about the Sakura 5, right? Like, the alter egos. You can't normally summon divine spirits, but BB was like, what if I broke the rules? And used divine spirits as the basis for her alter egos. It's complex. Several of our other alter egos have divinity information in them. So, like, again, I don't think they're gonna be like they're not gonna be like, yes, this is the Demiurge Zeus, he's back. But Zeus could be a playable guy. Might be interesting. He's a, you know, it's a weird class.
He'd definitely be a ruler.
I mean, that's his normal form. And I think it's interesting that they paint him as a ruler, right? Like, we talked about how he works. But the fact that they gave him the ruler class is, I think, very indicative. It's similar to Qin Shi Huang, obviously. But remember, ruler isn't just for kings. You know, Ivan is a rider, because he's fused with a mammoth. Scott Scotty is a caster.
Those who are not imbalanced, impartial.
Yeah, that's how Zeus works. You know, he is impartial. He doesn't care what people do. People will follow the function according to him. He has no need for wishes or anything like that. He's just doing stuff. He's the king of the gods. Also, I think I talked about this hypothetically, but I could totally see porting like Demeter and Aphrodite as playable units as well. Like, I think Demeter would be like a Buster Tank caster. Like, it's so memey, you'd have to give her like a big self-damage cut, right?
No, I think not. Well, I don't think she'd be big damage, but I think she'd be big support, all about heals and probably HP. Well, yeah, as I said,
I think she'd be big tanky, but yeah. Buster. Like, she's got to have a Buster MP, right?
Oh yeah, a Buster support MP. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, that could be a thing. It's been a while since we've done it, but you know, like her damage cut and her heals, I'm like, yeah, it's absolutely got to be it. Aphrodite works as an assassin as well, with her debuffs and shit.
Queen, probably a lot of charms, a lot of stun, maybe some of that, you know, buff, maybe some buff removal bullshit.
I mean, I'd love if debuff removal chance was on my side, because that's in the code, dudes. You coded it, and I don't want to see you use it for anything else ever again. Because I love how the twins are like, and debuff removal, miss. I'm like, you. And I'll be real, I feel like I don't know. I know Lostbelt 6 has a few fights that are supposed to be decent, and like, but I don't remember people complaining about them nearly as much as the Lostbelt 5 Part 2 fights. Similar to, right, like how people who were unprepared for Camelot were like, damn, that's hard. Like, I don't know if Delightworks went as ham up until this point again.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they were bothered with the, you know, the sea of papers they were drowning in, as Nasu just writes them in an unending flow.
Yeah. But so I think we talked a decent amount about Zeus. Let's dovetail this also talking about, also probably true. There's a lot of I've heard that rumor about Lostbelt 6, but if they only have one of the hardest boss fights in the game, that's still not like Olympus has a lot of boss fights. But let's talk about Wodaime, because we like to do Cryptor. I mean I like Wodaime. He's a good guy. And that's the thing, right? Like, you think Wodaime is like all mages. He's a weird standoff guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy in the back. But
you think he's this guy who has like this big sinister master plan who's not telling anyone anything and is being, you know, the Bond villain in the back, you know, in his chair, stroking his cat.
Classic antagonist mage, Ivory Tower shit.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people compare him to Kenneth Archibald, right? Kenneth, who literally did an Ivory Tower move. I have 50 layers of demons and barriers and explosive spells. I will never be hostile in my hotel. And Kiritsugu is just like, but what if I set you up with a bomb? What? Blah. But yeah, and then what you find out is, no, he's just a dork. He's just trying to live his life.
He's trying to do good the best way he can.
Yeah.
And sometimes he has to do that by completely removing himself from everyone else. I think I will.
But also, I will say, he also does it the other way. He is not afraid to wreck your shit for his goals. Like, as an opponent, Kishtaria Wodaime is one of the most dangerous. He has ideals. He has rules. He knows what he wants, right? He has virtues, he has vision, and he will not take anything off the table to get it. Whether it's blowing you up with meteors or letting himself die. Like, his plan is, I'm gonna be dead after this. I'm running out of juice. We're done. That's okay. I got revived by the foreign god anyway. I don't count for our new humanity. And you're just like, damn, dude. Like,
yeah, no. Actually, thinking about the Lostbelt and how they made up epitaphs for all the gods. I actually thought of some for Wodaime and the protagonist, because I think too much sometimes, because that's how Lucky do.
Also, but if Lostbelt makes you think about things.
Yeah. But if I was to give an epithet to Wodaime and the protag with the wordplay they were using here, Wodaime's would be, I am the might that brings down the stars. You know, it's a reference to his MP for sure, but he is someone who literally, through basically force of personality, ideals, strength, everything, basically almost, if it wasn't for one little shit, almost got one over everybody.
Yeah.
Like, that is basically, he was almost unstoppable power in that moment. But it is, note that I say I. This is a singular person. For the protagonist, your epithet would be, thou art the beacon that gathers distant stars. Because this is the main difference between you, the protagonist, and Wodaime. Wodaime did everything by himself. Literally. Even though he had went through all those singularities with the cryptors, he did not open up to them. He stayed standoffish. He let them do their own thing. And, kept everyone, let no one in onto his true plans. Even though he made friends with Zeus and stuff, they did not agree on the last point. And I'm pretty sure Wodaime actually never fucking told them that he was gonna, raise all humans to godhood. Because I'm pretty sure Zeus would be all like, no, I don't like this. Can't do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, part of it, I think, is limitations. He explained several times there's stuff he can and cannot say because he is the one contract with the foreign god.
Yeah.
But he also doesn't try very aggressively to push people in the right direction. Like, Kadok is at Olympus for fucking months before he decides to break into Wodaime's computer.
Yeah, but Wodaime did leave something for him to find.
Yeah.
Who knows how long that was there.
But it's interesting, right? Like, he has arguably the same flaw, I would say, as Zeus in some ways. Wodaime is not proactive. He comes out to beat you once when he has an opportunity. He tries to blow you the fuck up, and then the mysterious man from Chaldea is like, yes, but what if they got a second chance? You got a second chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Wodaime is like, well, I can't afford to spend one of the battles I've got left going full power on you too, Mr. Man, so I gotta go, bye.
Bye. But his way is extremely different than your way. No matter, this is the thing, you can say this is for, plot armor and whatnot, but no matter where you are and where you go, you will find allies. From the most deepest, darkest dredges, whatever, there will always be some light that sends you on your way.
Well, and that's because you're supposed to be a normal, the protagonist is supposed to be a relatively normal person. You are not necessarily an exceptional sort, You're not, record-breaking strength or intelligence or magical power. You're a fairly normal kid.
Normal kid who can just get along with, anybody, apparently.
Yep.
It's just one of those things, and, you're just someone that everyone gathers around. Heck, just think about this Lostbelt, this Lostbelt in particular, Drake, I feel like I should know you somewhere, but we're cool, right? Awesome, great, take my boat. Jason, who we did fight at some point, he's all not this fucker again, ends up, going with you all the way at the end, coming up with this bold ass, like, you know, bold ass.
And yeah, and after his great plan, literally walking with you to the end zone, even though he's fucking dying, he's out of juice, he can't do anything, but he's like, I will still walk with you. Don't expect me to do shit though.
Yeah, you know, fucking Orion, who's literally going through this entire thing about what he's going to do about Artemis. You know, Achilles and Paris. Paris, and
also, by the way, on the Super Orion note again, talking about how crazy we are. We got 2 grands to show up for this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fairly certain, especially given his anti-demonic beast powers, Orion was the counterforce sent Orion to deal with Koyanskaya. Mm-hmm. Like, they knew she was here, they knew she was going to be a problem. The counterforce was like, this Orion guy is perfectly suited for this. Artemis won't blow him up. He can hunt this demonic beast.
Yeah.
But then he had to use up his juice early. So we got to bring out another summon call. And obviously there's some catalysts there. You know, Caligula literally uses his body as a catalyst. But who comes to our aid? Holy Lancer, you know, Grand Lancer, Divine Progenitor, Romulus Quirinus, who, by the way, is Grand Lancer because one of the etymologies for the name Quirinus is literally spear guy, spear holder.
But, like, you meet Mandricardo, you meet Charlotte, you go through all this, like,
Charlotte's
you get a chain.
a fucking Lostbelt servant.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I yawned.
Heck, yeah, I know. But I'm going, like, all throughout this, you just keep gathering allies and allies in a world that you thought you would literally have none. And this continues on into Olympus, like, you know, with the God Destroyer Alliance. All these people went ahead of you, you know, to try and pave your way. They all died horribly.
I mean, they lost, but they paved their way, and a couple of them lived. And also, this goes to your point you said earlier. We expected not to have any allies, right? This is a big, successful Lostbelt. None of them will side with us. Well, 2 of them did. Literally 2 normal-ass humans. I mean, okay, they're Atlantean humans, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like, these 2 guys from their Lostbelt sided with us, and not in, like, Patsy's way of, like, you weird, soft pink guys don't know what you're doing. Like, Patsy doesn't realize what that was until the end, and even then he takes the bullet for us because he's like, your world sounds great. You better not die. Bleh. But they are proactively acting to change their world and are our allies. Mm-hmm. And it's wild.
Yeah, so despite everything, despite you probably being the weakest mage, the weakest master in a good long while, shit. Like, you always have, like, you are, like, you're almost the fucking round table yourself. Like,
and that's what you said earlier. What Dami means when he says our combat potential is the same as his, if not greater, because the player character, the playable master, has the wherewithal to go through all these situations and go through all these things, and also has gets the ally potential to back them up. Wodame is soloing stuff, literally, like, he completes all those fucking singularity runs without the others, probably. There's a little bit of wiggle room in how to interpret this.
Uh-huh.
But he flies solo because he feels like he can't entrust the others with his dream. Like, he is so driven by this idea he has to unfuck human history, to fix the world, that, like, he cannot give it to other people because he needs to see it through himself. He wants to do those things he always said, right? Like remember, his flashback was, I'll create something beautiful, I'll create something great. And, like, when he self-actualizes, he's like, I will actually do that. But it's still him. Mm-hmm. Like, he's not planning on necessarily doing anything as a unit, whereas, as we've discussed with us, Chaldea, we have to be a unit. We cannot function without a support team. But that's what makes us strong. And through the fact that we allow a support team, we can let all of our weird Chaldea guys, we can let the fact that, Da Vinci Small is small now, we can let Mash, who literally isn't even a heroic spirit anymore. She's not a servant. She is a girl who used to be part servant in a power suit. Like, I think the twins even say, Mash, you're just as fragile as a normal human when your Orchid X output is this low. Like, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna save the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we do. Sorry if I'm slightly quieter. I'm leaning far back in my chair now.
I don't think I have anything else to say on that bit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, usually I feel like we wax longer about like the Cryptor and the Lostbelt Kings, but that was because our notes before were much more unfocused. As we talk about these things beat for beat, we don't really need to talk about the true factor of Rodaime's character, because we did that when we talked about when it came out, and it was emotionally impactful for us. Great writing. Wonderful work. Yeah, I'm vibing, and I'm kind of sad that it's fucking April. We gotta wait until December, Lucky.
Oh.
And here we are at the end, finally. Hope you enjoyed that. It was very long and daunting, but there was a lot of good stuff there. Made me wax nostalgic. Hopefully we can get just as good a discussion about LB6 when that comes out. And yes, we are also still planning on doing a 5.5 recap as well. That one should probably be way shorter, though, for, obvious reasons. Anyway, don't forget to give us a like, leave a comment perhaps, sub, as always, to get the last of our recaps, and also get future story updates that will be hopefully just as chunky, if not chunkier, than this. So go ahead and get in there. And even if you're already subscribed, hit that bell so you know we're posting videos again. Make sure you catch your last recap and all of those other fun things, and we'll be seeing you. Before I get on out of here, I do really quick want to shout out our patrons who make this sort of thing possible, such as Adam DeHarp, Blacklist OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Ferris, Flightless Icebird, Jeremy Vasquez, JDV, 9000, Jester the Fae, Jonathan Sandoval, Chris Starlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Regent Raptor, Rogue Robin, Charvor, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob, and Varian the Crow. If you like what we do, want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. That's all I got. See you next recap.